Prologue. Shinjuku, Japan. Shinjuku was dying. Neon signs flickered above streets filled with rubble. Cars lay overturned like toys, glass sparkling under scattered moonlight. On a rooftop overlooking the chaos, Yuji Itadori stood, trembling, fists clenched. Across from him, Ryman Sukuna knelt on cracked concrete. His chest was half caved in. Black smoke hissed from charred wounds. Yet even kneeling, Sukuna's presence felt like standing near the mouth of a furnace. "Stay down," Yuji gasped. His voice was hoarse, cracked from screaming. "It's over." Sukuna spat a line of dark blood. "Over." He smiled. "For me, perhaps, but power does not simply vanish." Yuji glared. "Don't try your tricks. Megumi's free. I'm ending this." Sukuna tilted his head, almost curious. His 4 eyes glowed like embers. "You think I have no escape?" Sukuna rasped. Kenjaku was an annoying pest, but even he was not without foresight. He left contingencies, new worlds, new vessels. It's a clever design. Yuji staggered forward. "You'll go nowhere." He roared and drove his fist into Sukuna's chest. Light burst outward, splitting concrete. Chains of cursed energy lashed around Sukuna's arms, trying to drag him into darkness. Pieces of his flesh crumbled away, caught on swirling winds. Yet even as his body disintegrated, Sukuna's smile widened. A thin crimson thread slithered out of his chest, coiling upward. Yuji lunged, hand outstretched. "No!" But the thread slipped into a fracture in the night sky, a tiny tear, like glass cracking. Sukuna's final words drifted through the void. "Let's see what entertainment awaits me elsewhere." Mizudafu. Mizudafu was a city that hummed with life. Even on overcast days, the streets were busy with bicyclists, delivery trucks, and office workers in crisp suits. Izuku Midoriya sprinted through the crowd, tie flapping, backpack bouncing painfully against his spine. "I'm late, I'm late, I'm late." He nearly collided with a man unloading crates of vegetables. "Watch it, kid." Sorry," Izuku yelped, ducking past him. He skidded to a halt beside a growing crowd. A low-level villain, a man with inflatable cheeks and superpowered wind breath, was battling a local hero called Gold Rush. Gold Rush's shimmering shields blocked blasts of compressed air. Sparks danced off his costume as he closed the distance and decked the villain across the jaw. People cheered. Izuku couldn't help it. He pulled out his battered notebook, scribbling furiously. Gold Rush's shields deploy at a quarter-second delay. He uses his left as bait. So smart. A teenager in the crowd scowled at him. "Move it, nerd." Izuku flinched and backed away. Inko Midoriya's tiny apartment smelled like fried eggs and natto. Izuku burst in, panting. "Sorry I'm late, Mom." Inko spun around, waving a spatula. "Slow down before you crack your head open." Izuku dropped into his chair, still catching his breath. Inko placed a plate in front of him, then fussed with his collar. "You should at least brush your hair before you leave. You look like a dandelion." He flushed. I tried." She hesitated, then sat beside him. "Izuku, about you, are you sure?" He froze. "I know it's probably impossible, but I can't give up. Even without a quirk, I want to try." Inko's face crumpled. I don't want to watch you get hurt." He reached for her hand. "Thanks, Mom." Aldera Middle School. The classroom buzzed with noise. Posters of pro-heroes lined the walls. Mr. Hashimoto stood at the front, hair uncombed, tie crooked. He smacked a stack of papers onto his desk. "Career surveys," he said wearily. "Let's see which of you plan on becoming billionaires." A few kids chuckled. Mr. Hashimoto flipped through the forms. "Only 2 names down for UA this year. Midoriya and Bakugo." A ripple of whispers swept the room. Bakugo leaned back, arms behind his head. Of course, only takes one spot to be mine. Mr. Hashimoto raised an eyebrow. Well, statistically speaking, none of you are getting in, so let's focus on backup plans. Bakugo shot a look at Izuku. Hear that, Deku? Even Sensei thinks you're hopeless. Izuku flushed red.
Kahan, I'm
not giving up. Bakugo rolled his eyes. Quirkless can't be heroes. End of story. Mr. Hashimoto sighed. Enough, Bakugo. The bell rang. Kids poured into the hall. Izuku kept his head down, hoping to vanish into the crowd. Bakugo's arm slammed the locker beside him.
Oi.
Deku. Izuku winced.
Achei, Kakan.
Bakugo leaned close. Still planning to embarrass yourself at UA? Izuku mumbled, I just want to try. Bakugo grinned viciously. Don't drag me down. Heroes don't save crybabies. He flicked Izuku's notebook out of his hands. Papers scattered. Izuku crouched, gathering them up. Bakugo snorted and strode off. Izuku took the long way home. The sky hung heavy, stained with low clouds. He ducked under the concrete overpass, footsteps echoing on the damp pavement. He pulled out his notebook, reading his scribbled notes. If I just had a quirk, I could help people. Something shimmered in the shadows, a faint crimson thread, drifting like a hair underwater. He blinked. Huh? Perfect, a deep voice whispered. A body nobody'll miss. Green sludge erupted from the sewer. A villain reared up, eyes wild. Gimme your body, kid. As tendrils wrapped around his chest, darkness swallowed Izuku's vision. He felt himself falling inward. When he opened his eyes, he was standing in blackness, and a man stood before him. Or not a man. Ryman Sukuna was tall and lean, with pale skin marked in jagged crimson tattoos. For eyes glowed faintly in the gloom. 2 curved black markings cut across his forehead. He wore loose, ancient robes cinched at the waist. Despite his injuries, power simmered around him like distant thunder. He gazed at Izuku with a lazy, sardonic smile. Well, look at you. Sukuna's voice was smooth, almost conversational. Small, weak, eyes like a beaten dog. Izuku staggered back. What are you? Sukuna tilted his head. A king once, a monster always, and lately a refugee. Izuku trembled. Stay out of my head. Sukuna spread his hands. Don't flatter yourself. Your mind barely qualifies as shelter. But your body. He looked Izuku up and down, frowning faintly. Thin, no cursed energy.
Ive inhabited verse.
Izuku clenched his fists. I'm not letting you take over. Sukuna gave a dry, barking laugh. Oh, listen to you. Not letting me. You're quirkless. No power, no prospects. Yet you still dare to dream. Izuku's eyes filled with tears. Shut up. Sukuna's expression darkened slightly.
Careful, brat.
I'm diminished at the moment. My strength bled away in that last fight. But make no mistake, I am still Sukuna. He stepped closer. And from this day forward, your body is my kingdom. Izuku snapped awake. Steam sizzled off his skin. Red sparks flickered across his arms. The sludge villain screamed. What the hell are you? All Might dropped into the tunnel like a meteor. I am here. He stared at the steaming villain puddle, then at Izuku. Young man, are you all right? Izuku blinked rapidly. I think so. All Might crouched, peering closer. You seem unstable. Izuku laughed nervously.
Yeah.
All Might tilted his head. That blast of power just now, was that your quirk? Izuku shook his head, panic rising. I I don't have a quirk. All Might's brows knit. He seemed troubled but didn't press further. Well, in any case, be careful. He gave Izuku a thumbs up, scooped up the villain sludge in bottles, and launched into the sky. Izuku sat hunched on his bed. Outside, rain pattered against the window. He kept replaying Sukuna's words. From this day forward, your body is my kingdom. Inko peeked into his room, holding a mug of tea. Izuku, can we talk? He forced a weak smile. Sorry, Mom. I'm just tired. She nodded slowly. All right, but I'm here if you want to talk. He waited until the door clicked shut. Then he whispered, I'm not yours. A low chuckle echoed in the darkness of his mind. Such spirit from such a small creature. Sukuna's voice curled around his thoughts, silk over blades. Fight me all you like, brat. It makes no difference. Izuku clenched his fists, jaw trembling. I'll find a way to get rid of you. Sukuna gave a soft snort, as if bored. You can try. Meanwhile, let's see how amusing this little hero society truly is. There was a pause. I wonder how many screams it would take to break you. Izuku's breath caught in his throat. Sukuna hummed, almost pleasantly. For now, behave yourself. I'd rather not waste this vessel so soon. The presence retreated, leaving silence and the sound of rain. Izuku could only stare at his trembling hands. Morning light spilled through the curtains into the small kitchen of the Midoriyas. Izuku sat at the table, poking half-heartedly at his miso soup. Across from him, Inko Midoriya was standing drying a bowl. You've barely touched your breakfast, Zuku, she said gently. Izuku blinked, snapping out of his daze. Huh? Oh, sorry, Mom. He tried to smile, but it came out thin and shaky. Guess I'm just thinking about, entrance exams. Inko tilted her head. Well, you're working so hard, but don't run yourself ragged, okay? Sukuna's voice murmured from somewhere deep inside, quieter than before. Your mother will cry rivers when she learns what you're hiding. Izuku winced. Shut up, he whispered. Inko paused, brows knitting. Sweetie. Izuku straightened fast. And nothing, just talking to myself. Outside, the streets bustled with the usual noise. Horns honking, kids running to school, pro-heroes swooping over rooftops. Izuku walked quickly, hands stuffed into his pockets, eyes darting left and right. Every shadow felt like it held a secret. Sukuna was mostly silent now, a heavy presence rather than a constant voice. Without the endless commentary, Izuku's mind buzzed with his own thoughts instead. How do I hide this? Can I keep living normally? Or am I going to slip up and hurt someone? He swallowed, throat dry. At Aldera Middle School, Mr. Hashimoto stood at the front of the class, waving a stack of practice test sheets. Remember, your futures aren't only about UA. There's plenty of hero courses, vocational tracks, internships. Don't get fixated on one path. But wherever you go, the written exams won't go easy on you. He slapped the tests down on his desk. Bakugo leaned back in his chair, scoffing. Like I'm worried about some paper test. Izuku shot him a glance, then looked away quickly. Mr. Hashimoto continued, Bakugo Midoriya, you two are still planning hero course applications, right? Bakugo snorted. Damn right, gonna be the #1 hero, unlike certain useless losers. Izuku winced. Yeah, still planning on it. Bakugo turned, sneering. Not that anyone's taking you seriously. You'll just embarrass yourself, like always. Izuku opened his mouth, then shut it again. He stared down at his desk, pulse thudding. Sukuna was silent, a faint presence lurking, listening. Lunch break found Izuku outside, sitting alone on a bench under a few skinny trees. He unwrapped a rice ball, but it tasted wrong somehow, like metal and ash. He stared at it, hands trembling. I can't keep this up, he thought. I can't let anyone see. But I can't pretend nothing's happening either. He shut his eyes, trying to steady his breathing. A heavy shadow fell over him. Deku! Izuku flinched, jerking his head up. Bakugo stood over him, arms crossed, expression twisted with annoyance. Kaken, Izuku said. Bakugo scowled. You've been avoiding me all week. The hell's your problem? Izuku blinked. I'm not avoiding you. Bakugo grabbed his shirt, hauling him to his feet. Don't lie to me. You've been muttering to yourself like some damn psycho. You think I don't notice? Izuku struggled in his grip. I'm not. Let go, Kaken. Bakugo sneered. Or what, huh? You gonna cry? You've always been a weak little piece of. Something inside Izuku snapped. A surge of heat flooded his chest. The air seemed to warp around them. Red sparks flared across Izuku's skin where Bakugo was gripping his shirt. Bakugo's eyes widened. The hell? Izuku shoved him backward. Stop calling me that. Bakugo stumbled a step away, eyes darting down to where faint crimson light crackled over Izuku's knuckles. Sukuna's voice rumbled faintly, amused. Well, there it is. Izuku stared at his own hands, chest heaving. I didn't mean to.
Bakugo recovered fast, snarling.
What the hell was that, Deku? Some kind of quirk. Izuku stammered. It's not a quirk. I don't know what it is. Bakugo grabbed his shirt again. Bullshit. You hiding power from me? You think you can surprise me at the exam? Izuku shook his head desperately. No. It's not like that. Bakugo's fists trembled with rage. For a second, it looked like he might blast Izuku right then and there. But he dropped his hands with a snarl. Know your place, Deku. He stormed off, leaving Izuku shaking. Izuku sank onto the bench again, burying his face in his hands. Sukuna's voice was a low purr. See how quickly they turn on you? Remember this. Izuku whispered. Shut up. Just shut up. Afternoon classes dragged like a bad dream. Izuku stared blankly at his textbook. Every so often, faint flickers of red light crawled along the edges of his vision. He clenched his teeth, pressing his palms into his eyes. I have to control it. I have to. As the sun dipped low, Izuku took the back streets home, cutting through quiet alleys. He paused in a narrow gap between buildings, breath puffing in the chilly air. Curiosity burned in his chest despite the fear. I need to know if I can really do it. He lifted his hand, focusing. Heat gathered in his palm, faint but real. Red sparks danced over his skin, pulsing in time with his heartbeat. He concentrated harder. The sparks grew into thin strands of light that curled around his fingers like ribbons. A thrill ran through him, felt warm, powerful, alive. Then pain stabbed through his temples, sharp as a knife. He cried out, clutching his head. The red glow vanished. Sukuna's voice whispered, gentle but mocking. Too much too fast. You're still weak. Izuku panted, leaning against the wall. Shut up. I'll figure it out myself. Good luck. Sukuna went silent again. By the time Izuku got home, exhaustion clung to his bones. Inko peeked out of the kitchen. Zuku, you're home late. Izuku tried to smile. Haha, took a detour. Inko frowned. You're pale. Izuku waved her off.
I'm okay, Mom.
Really? Dinner tasted like cardboard. Izuku poked at his food while Inko fretted beside him. How was school? She asked. Izuku forced a small laugh. The usual, Kaken yelling, tests, stuff like that. Inko reached for his hand. I'm worried about you. Izuku pulled away gently. Don't be. I'm handling it. That night, Izuku sat on his bed, the glow of the city flickering through the curtains. He stared at his palm, trying again to summon even a tiny spark. Nothing came at first, but finally, faint red light shimmered over his skin. He swallowed hard. I have to learn how to use this before it uses me. Silence answered him. Sukuna remained still and silent, like a great beast sleeping in a dark room. Izuku closed his eyes, trying to steady his breathing. He didn't know what tomorrow would bring, but he knew he couldn't hide forever. Izuku Midoriya drifted through the busy streets like a ghost, hands buried in the pockets of his All Might hoodie, eyes darting from face to face as if looking for monsters hiding in the crowd. The worst part was that lately he half expected to find some. He was exhausted. Every night since that cursed thing took root inside him, he jolted awake gasping, with sweat soaking his shirt and the taste of blood in his mouth. In class, he stared blankly at the chalkboard while his classmates scribbled notes about entrance exams and hero quotas. At lunch, he picked at his rice while his classmates whispered about agencies and internships. He kept thinking, this can't be my life. This can't be real. But it was. The burn of energy under his skin was real. The creeping shiver that slithered up his spine when the sun went down. That was real too. Tonight, he told himself he was just out for fresh air, maybe to clear his head. Really, he was running from the voice. A swirl of cold wind ruffled his hair, carrying the scent of grilled squid and sizzling meat from food stalls lining the sidewalk. People bustled around him, office workers in suits, teenagers arguing over hero rankings, children clutching glowing All Might balloons. Some kids near a row of vending machines were play fighting. The tallest one raised his fist and shouted, "Detroit, smash!" The others scattered, squealing with laughter. For half a second, Izuku let himself smile. The sound of kids pretending to be heroes was warm and normal, a patch of sunlight in his stormy head. But then he blinked and caught a glimmer of something red in the darkness between the machines. A single flicker, gone as quickly as it appeared. His chest tightened. "Just lights," he muttered under his breath. "Just lights reflecting off something." "Liar," a voice stirred inside him. Izuku's whole body went stiff. His pulse thudded like a hammer against his ribs. You feel it, even now, the fear in their little hearts, the darkness crawling under their skin. He kept his eyes on the pavement, shoulders hunched. He tried not to answer. If he ignored it, maybe it would go away. Didn't. Why do you cling to this place? These fragile humans, these plastic idols. You're not one of them anymore. I am, he hissed under his breath. I'm still me. People glanced at him as they passed, curiosity or pity in their eyes. Izuku forced himself to smile and keep moving, heart racing. The voice chuckled, low and wicked. For now. He kept walking. Block by block, the bright signs blurred together. Hero merch shops, noodle stalls, flashing billboards promising support gear that could maximize your quirk's potential. All things he'd dreamed about since he was little. All things that now felt a million miles away. A part of him wanted to stop in front of the store windows and pretend he was just another hopeful kid again, imagining his name in the rankings alongside the pros. But every time he slowed down, he felt the voice coiling closer to the surface, like a hand about to close around his throat. So he kept moving. Near a corner yakitori stand, he forced himself to line up with a handful of other customers. The stall was old, weather-beaten wood counters, a flickering fluorescent lamp, a hand-painted menu with prices that hadn't changed in years. The smell of grilled chicken made his stomach clench with hunger he'd almost forgotten he had. When it was his turn, the old woman behind the counter gave him a warm, papery smile. You look tired, young man. Long day. He swallowed. Yeah, just a lot on my mind. She nodded like she understood exactly. Well, food helps everything. What'll it be? He fumbled for coins in his pocket, palms clammy. 2 skewers of Nagima, please. She passed them to him wrapped in wax paper. Eat up. It'll make you strong. Izuku almost laughed. If only she knew. Strong, the voice drawled inside him. She doesn't realize you're already stronger than these insects. Strong enough to tear them in half. He squeezed the wax paper until grease oozed through. For a second, he wondered what it would feel like to let that voice take over. If the hunger in it would finally quiet if he just stopped fighting. He hated himself for even thinking it. But he was so tired. Thank you, he managed, bowing a little too quickly. He walked away without meeting her eyes. The wax paper felt heavy in his hand. He ate on a bench near the station, watching trains roll in and out under a lattice of steel beams. Each time the doors opened, people spilled out. Couples arguing quietly, kids glued to their phones, old men carrying groceries. The ordinariness of it all was almost painful. He forced himself to chew slowly. The food was salty and smoky and just spicy enough to sting the back of his throat. He focused on that, trying to drown out the pressure building behind his eyes. You pretend this is still your world, the voice whispered. But you know better. You can feel it. The fear is thick enough to taste. He closed his eyes. I'm not listening. But even as he thought it, his senses stretched outward, like his skin was a net for something invisible. He could feel the anxiety in the station crowd, the simmering irritation and exhaustion. Somewhere to his left, someone's quiet grief was a prickling ache against his ribs. It made his head spin. Was this what his new power was? Some kind of empathy? Or was it just another trick? Something that would get him hurt or worse? He didn't know. After he finished eating, he crumpled the paper into his hoodie pocket and started walking again. He tried to stick to busier streets, thinking maybe the noise would help drown out the voice. It worked a little, at least enough to keep his breathing steady. He passed a window display full of All Might figurines in fighting poses. One of them was the limited edition golden version he'd saved allowance money for years ago. He remembered pressing his face to the glass as a kid, promising himself he'd be strong like that someday. Fearless, unbreakable. Now he looked at the same plastic smile and felt hollow. At the next crosswalk, a man in a suit nearly bumped into him, muttering under his breath about damn kids standing around. Izuku bowed in apology, too tired to argue. As the light changed, he stepped off the curb and felt something like static brush the back of his neck. He stopped. The crowd flowed around him in impatient ripples. No one else seemed to feel it, the strange, prickling cold threading through the air like an invisible fog. His breath hitched. Yes, Sukuna said. Closer than before. It's coming. Something you can't pretend away. His heart started to pound. He turned his head slowly, searching for the source of the feeling. Nothing looked out of place. Just people crossing the street, neon signs winking in the gloom. But under the smell of grilled food and car exhaust, there was something else, like rotting flowers, like the inside of an old grave. He swallowed hard. What is it? He thought before he could stop himself. The voice hummed, amused, something hungry, like me. He hurried across the street before the light changed again, forcing himself not to run. His skin crawled with the sense that if he looked over his shoulder, he'd see something crawling after him on 1,000 legs. The feeling only faded once. He reached a brightly lit arcade entrance and pressed his back to the glass. His hands were shaking. He knew he couldn't stay here all night, but he also knew he couldn't go home like this, sweating, pale, half certain he was losing his mind. His mother had been worried enough lately. He'd seen it in her eyes every time he came home later than he should, or jumped at shadows in the hallway. He didn't want to give her more reasons to be afraid. So he stood there, trying to slow his breathing while bright electronic music pulsed from inside the arcade. People laughed over rhythm games and crane machines, oblivious to the storm in his chest. You'll never belong here again, the voice said softly, almost kindly, no matter how long you pretend. He bit his lip so hard he tasted copper. I'm still me, he whispered. He didn't know how long he stood there. Long enough for the arcade crowd to change twice. Long enough for the air to grow colder, the sky to darken to velvet black. His legs were stiff when he finally pushed himself away from the glass. He needed to move. He needed to see with his own eyes that there was nothing waiting in the dark to tear him apart. So he started walking again. By the time he reached the quieter end of downtown, the crowds had thinned to a scattering of late commuters and a few shop owners pulling down their shutters. The hush made every step feel too loud. Every flickering light seemed like a signal. He turned a corner near an old bus station and froze. Up ahead, an alley stretched between two shuttered stores. Something in the shadows there shifted. Just for a moment. His pulse jumped into his throat. It was too dark to see clearly, but he could feel it. A low, thrumming malice, as unmistakable as the weight of his own heartbeat. There, the voice sighed. See? You're not imagining it. A cold sweat prickled along his spine. He tried to back away, but his legs wouldn't move. Something was in that alley, watching him, waiting. He didn't know how long he stood there. He couldn't have said if it was seconds or minutes before a gust of wind stirred trash along the curb and broke the spell. He stumbled back 2 steps, heart hammering. Then, slowly, the feeling began to recede, like a hand drawing back from his throat. The shadows stopped twitching. The cold eased. Izuku took a shuddering breath. His hands were trembling so badly he had to shove them in his pockets again. He turned away from the alley, willing his legs to keep moving even though every instinct screamed to run. As he walked, he could still feel the eyes on him, long after the street was empty. Izuku kept walking, his body on autopilot. The city sounds felt distant, like he was underwater, somewhere in the streets around him. A motorbike roared past, scattering loose flyers across the sidewalk. He wanted to believe he was imagining it all, that the shadows flickering at the edges of his vision were just tricks of the streetlights, that the voice in his skull was a stress hallucination from pushing himself too hard. But the deeper he went into downtown, the worse the feeling became. It felt like a storm brewing, one he couldn't see, but could taste on his tongue, bitter and electric. Near the next intersection, he paused under a bright sign advertising All Might Soda. He stood there so long that the screen cycled through 3 different commercials. He was trying to work up the courage to keep moving when the ground rumbled. At first, he thought it was a subway train passing below, but then a crack zigzagged across the asphalt, fast as lightning, and an acrid stench rose from a sewer vent. People around him screamed and backed away. Izuku staggered, bracing himself on a lamppost. Here it comes, the voice in his head crooned. The world is full of monsters. I told you so. The pavement split wider. A black, bubbling sludge spilled from the gap, steaming as it touched the cool night air. A shape pushed up from the darkness, long segmented, gleaming like an insect's exoskeleton but slick as wet muscle. Then dozens of human faces shifted across its back, trapped beneath translucent skin. Eyes rolled wildly. Some mouths were frozen in silent screams. Gasps erupted all around him. Oh my God! What kind of... It's a villain! A woman screamed as the creature lunged forward, scattering pedestrians. Bags, dropped phones, and spilled takeout scattered across the street. People ran. No one stayed to watch. No one pulled out their phone to record. Instead, a tide of bodies fled in every direction, stampeding over cracked pavement and toppling sidewalk signs. Izuku stood frozen, chest heaving. The creature lifted a clawed limb and slammed it into a parked car. Metal crumpled like paper. The impact sent a shower of glass onto the street. Another scream rose from a man who'd fallen, scrambling backward on his palms. Izuku stared at the monster, pulse pounding so loudly he could barely hear the chaos. His brain kept repeating the same useless thought. That's not a quirk. That's not a quirk. It's cursed energy, the voice said, as though sharing a delicious secret. Born from human fear, hatred, sorrow, all the filth people hide inside. Izuku's eyes widened. Cursed what? This power, Sukuna continued lazily. The truest kind. Invisible to most. Shaping itself into beasts like that one. You humans create them with every dark thought you pretend not to have. The monster hissed, black drool sizzling as it hit the ground. Izuku's mind reeled. I don't understand. Of course you don't, Sukuna sneered. This world of yours is blind. All your heroes and quirks. Nothing but cheap tricks. Cursed energy is older than your entire society. It's the fuel of rage and death. And now, it's inside you. Izuku felt cold all over. His breath misted the air. No, I'm not like that. Not yet, Sukuna mused. But you feel it, don't you? Lurking under your skin. It wants out. The curse let out a shriek, coiling its massive body. Then it shot forward, aiming straight for the man crawling away on the pavement. Instinct took over. Izuku dashed in, grabbing the man's arm and hauling him upright. Run! The man barely managed a sobbed thank you before stumbling away, blood dripping from a cut on his temple. The creature's claw slammed down where Izuku had been standing a heartbeat earlier. Pavement shattered, leaving a jagged crater. Izuku staggered backward, arms raised. A chill raced up his spine. That thing was so close he could smell it, like rotting flowers mixed with sour sweat. Its patchwork faces writhed, mouthing silent words. Let me out, Sukuna whispered silkily. I'll tear it apart. A single flick of my finger and it'll be gone. No. Izuku snapped, voice shaking. I'm not letting you out. You're gonna die otherwise, Sukuna said, sounding bored. Is that what you want? Izuku clenched his fists until his nails bit into his palms. The monster lunged again, a claw slicing horizontally. Izuku dropped low, skidding on his knees as the limb whooshed overhead, smashing into a lamp post. Sparks rained down, sizzling against the creature's slick hide. Pain exploded in Izuku's ribs. His breath caught. He nearly collapsed, but forced himself upright. He didn't dare look at the crowd anymore, because there was hardly a crowd left. People had fled so fast the intersection felt eerily empty, littered only with bags, fallen signs, and scattered glass. Somewhere in the distance, sirens wailed. Izuku's entire body screamed at him to run. But the curse loomed, hissing, dripping black slime. And beneath his fear, he felt it, the faint, pulsing heat in his chest, like a second heartbeat, something coiling tighter and tighter. Your cursed energy, Sukuna murmured. Stop wasting time. Draw on it. Or die. I don't even know how. It's instinct, Sukuna said. Rage. Fear. Let it flood out. Picture what you want destroyed, and crush it. Izuku staggered a step backward. His fists trembled. He thought of his mom, of the people running in terror, of the way this monster's presence made the whole street feel poisoned. He couldn't let this thing keep going. The creature lunged again. Izuku moved on reflex. He stepped into the creature's swing and punched forward. His fist collided with the curse's chest, and this time there was a flash of deep crimson light. A ripple of force burst outward, sending cracks spidering through the creature's flesh. It shrieked, reeling backward. Izuku stumbled, gasping. His hand throbbed as if he'd slammed it into solid concrete. But a faint, dark glow still pulsed around his fingers. Good, Sukuna exclaimed. Again. I can't, Izuku wheezed. His legs felt like jelly. His vision spun. Oh, but you can, the voice pressed on. Your soul is dripping with cursed energy now. It's leaking out of you. I can help you shape it. Stop it, Izuku snapped. I'm not giving you control. The monster hissed again. Black slime dripped from its jaws, eating small pits into the pavement. Izuku wiped sweat from his brow. He tried to remember everything he'd read about quirks and focus techniques. He'd read countless analysis books about hero fights, imagining how to channel power. Maybe it could work here, too. He lowered himself into a stance. Focus, he thought. Picture the target. Control the power. Don't let it explode outward, just push it forward. The curse darted forward. Izuku met it halfway, slamming his fist into one of its flailing limbs. Another pulse of red light erupted, splintering the monster's carapace. The creature wailed, flinging itself backward. Izuku gasped, chest heaving. The glow faded from his skin. For a second, everything was silent except for the sizzling drip of black slime and the distant wail of approaching sirens. Izuku stared at his shaking hands. I did that? Izuku's stomach twisted. He wanted to collapse. Instead, he forced himself to step forward again. The curse hissed and lunged, but this time Izuku was ready. He ducked under its swipe, then thrust his palm forward. A blast of red energy burst point-blank into the creature's chest. The monster screeched one final time, its stitched faces contorting in agony. Then it crumpled to the pavement in a puddle of black goo, twitching once, and lay still. Izuku staggered back, gasping for air. He felt like every bone in his arms was cracked. His head spun so hard he nearly fell. Police sirens screeched closer. Izuku turned in a daze. There were still a few stragglers hiding behind cars or ducking in shop doorways. Their eyes were huge, shining with fear. He beat it. What the hell kind of quirk was that? Izuku's eyes widened. He took an uncertain step backward. He couldn't be here when the police arrived. He didn't even know how to explain what just happened. A woman in a puffy coat caught his wrist. Kid, go, now, before they ask questions. He stared at her, stunned. She gave him a gentle shove. We'll say a hero came. No one saw your face clearly. Go. Tears sprang to Izuku's eyes. He didn't even know why. He wanted to protest, to say he wasn't a hero, but his throat closed up. So he just nodded, whispered, "Thank you," and turned to run. Behind him, the police lights flashed red and blue against the puddles of black sludge, and people began spilling stories to the officers. A hero showed up. A hero saved them. They didn't see who. Izuku vanished into the shadows between two buildings, clutching his aching hand and trying not to cry. Izuku ran. He didn't even think about where he was going. Just fled deeper into the city, cutting through narrow alleys and ducking under low-hanging balconies. His lungs burned with every ragged breath. The only sounds were his pounding footsteps and the distant echo of police sirens fading into the night. He finally stumbled into a quiet back street, slamming his shoulder into a brick wall to keep himself from collapsing. He bent over, hands on his knees, gasping so hard it felt like his ribs might split. Are you done whimpering yet? Sukuna's voice slid across his brain like oil on glass. It almost sounded amused. You should be proud. You were magnificent, for a worthless child. I saved you, you know. Sukuna's tone turned sly. Or would you prefer to be in that thing's belly right now? Izuku squeezed his eyes shut, fighting a fresh wave of nausea. I didn't want your help. Of course you did. Sukuna chuckled. Because you're weak. Because humans always beg for power once they taste true fear. You all reek of it. Fear, hate, grief. That's why curses exist at all. Izuku's head jerked up. Curses. He slumped down the wall until he was sitting on cold pavement. He tried to steady his breathing, but adrenaline still surged through his veins like battery acid. Bits of memory replayed in his mind. Black sludge, stitched faces, people screaming, and the feeling of something tearing out of him in red sparks. He looked at his trembling hands. Cursed energy, he whispered. Sukuna hummed. The power born from humanity's darkness. Rage, regret, All the filth you pretend not to feel. It clings to you mortals like slime, and if enough gathers in one place, it grows teeth. Izuku shook his head slowly. But people have quirks. We already have powers. Quirks? Sukuna scoffed. Cheap party tricks. Bright lights and flash. But curses are real. They're pure. Raw hatred given flesh. And now, his voice dropped low. It's inside you too. Izuku shivered.
No.
I'm not a monster. No? Sukuna sounded almost gentle. Then why did you like it? Izuku's breath caught. I didn't. Didn't you? That moment your fist cracked that beast's hide? That surge of power in your blood? You wanted it. You wanted more. Admit it, brat. Izuku clenched his jaw until his teeth ached. He thought of the creature's scream, the look of terror in the few civilians' eyes, even the way the lady had pushed him away to save him from questions. He didn't want power like that. He didn't want any of this. A gust of wind stirred wrappers and leaves along the alley floor. He tried to focus on the small, normal sounds, the buzz of an air conditioner dripping overhead, the low thump of music from a distant bar. He wanted so badly to go home. But he couldn't show up like this, not trembling and covered in grime, with black stains still darkening the sleeve of his uniform. His mother would know instantly something was wrong. He couldn't bear the thought of her worrying more than she already did. He pressed his palms over his eyes. Why me? Because you were empty, Sukuna said bluntly. Empty of power, empty of purpose, and in that emptiness, curses bloom best. Izuku flinched. He didn't want to admit how true that sounded. He'd spent years yearning for any spark of strength, praying to be something more than a quirkless nobody. Maybe that desperation had opened some door. He wiped at his face with the back of his sleeve. The black smudges came away like soot. Far overhead, unseen, a shadow lingered on a rooftop edge. All Might crouched there, still hidden from view. His thin frame hunched in the gloom, long cloak fluttering in the breeze. His sharp blue eyes tracked Izuku's shaking silhouette. Izuku Midoriya. The name echoed in his head as he watched the boy below. He didn't know the green-haired kid personally. He only recognized him vaguely from a few days ago, the same timid boy he'd saved from the sludge villain. All Might's brows knitted in concern. Back then, he told me he had no quirk. So why tonight? He'd arrived barely too late. He'd seen glimpses of the fight from a distance, the flashes of crimson energy, the monstrous creature dissolving into tar under the boy's fists. It hadn't been a normal quirk battle. Not by any measure. All Might's chest felt tight. No. There's something else happening here. Meanwhile, Izuku slowly climbed to his feet, wiping dirt off his pants. His legs wobbled under him. He needed to get away before anyone found him. He shuffled out of the alley and into a quieter street lined with shuttered shops. He tried to appear casual, keeping his head low, but every step felt like dragging chains behind him. Sukuna's voice returned, soft and coaxing. You'll never control it without me. It will devour you. The energy you used tonight was just a drop. Imagine how much more you could do if you stopped resisting. I don't want to be like you, Izuku muttered. But you already are, Sukuna replied. A little seed waiting to bloom. You're mine, brat. Sooner or later, you'll admit it. Izuku swallowed hard, fighting back a surge of panic. He felt the cursed energy swirling under his skin again. A low hum, almost like static electricity. It wanted out. He could feel it straining to claw free whenever he got angry or afraid. He clenched his fists tighter. No, he thought, I'm not giving in. I'll figure it out. I'll make this mine. He passed a convenience store where an exhausted clerk was sweeping glass off the sidewalk. Shattered bottles glinted under the fluorescence. Police tape fluttered at the next intersection. Izuku kept his head down, moving quickly. On the rooftop, All Might rose slowly, wind tugging at his hair. A worried frown carved deep lines into his thin face. Young man, just what have you become? By the time Izuku reached a narrow pedestrian bridge near the river, his adrenaline had worn off, leaving him shaking all over. He stopped in the middle of the bridge, gripping the metal railing as the water flowed black and silent beneath him. He stared down at his own reflection, pale and gaunt in the moonlight. His eyes looked too big in his face, shadows pooled under them like bruises. "I'm still me," he whispered. But for the first time all night, he wasn't sure he believed it. The sun was almost down as Izuku stumbled along the side streets toward home. The dawn chill cut through his torn school uniform. He winced every few steps as bruises pulsed dully under his skin. His knuckles were scraped raw, caked in dried black sludge that flaked away like ash when he flexed his fingers. A part of him desperately wanted to collapse right there on the sidewalk. But another part whispered that if he stopped moving, he'd never start again. "You look pathetic," Sukuna said, voice echoing in Izuku's skull like a mocking breeze. "One little fight and you're already limping home. Weak." "I'm not weak," Izuku muttered under his breath. "You know nothing," Sukuna went on. "You're fumbling in the dark with power that could level cities." Izuku's stomach turned. He quickened his pace, nearly tripping over a loose tile in the sidewalk. He couldn't afford to be seen like this. His mother would. A pang of guilt slammed through his chest. He finally reached his apartment building just as sunlight spilled over the rooftops. He slipped into the elevator, avoiding the gaze of an old man carrying a paper grocery bag. The doors closed with a soft ding. Izuku leaned his forehead against the metal wall, eyes closing. "I'm still me," he thought. "I'm still me." But his hands wouldn't stop trembling. The smell of miso soup and grilled fish hit him the moment he opened the front door. "Welcome home, Izuku," his mother's voice called from the kitchen. "I woke up and saw you weren't in bed, so I started breakfast. Are you?" She turned, wiping her hands on a towel, and froze. Her eyes swept over his torn uniform, the black grime on his collar, the way he held one arm slightly across his ribs. "Oh my God! Izuku, what happened?" Izuku flinched. I just fell. Kaken pushed me, Inko rushed forward, pressing her warm hands to his cheeks, tipping his chin this way and that, searching for injuries. "Your uniform is ruined. You're shaking. Was there a villain attack? Should I call the police? Or a hero?" Izuku felt his throat close up. He wanted so badly to tell her, to spill everything, the monster, the cursed energy, the voice inside him. But he couldn't, not when he saw the fear swimming in her eyes. He forced a shaky smile. I tripped running for the train. It's nothing, really." Her mouth pinched into a worried line, but she let him go. "Sit. I'll get your breakfast." He sat at the table, fingers digging into the wood grain. His mother bustled around the kitchen, humming to herself, but her eyes flicked over to him every few seconds. Sukuna's voice rolled in, casual but edged. "Lying to your own mother. How charming. And here I thought you were the honest type." "Shut up," Izuku hissed under his breath. Inko turned. "What was that, sweetie?" "Nothing. Just, talking to myself." She sighed and set a steaming bowl of soup in front of him. "Please, Izuku, don't let Bakugo push you around so much. You've got the UA entrance exams in just a few weeks. You need to focus." The words hit Izuku like a slap. A few weeks. That was all the time left until the UA exams. His gut twisted. How could he possibly walk into those exams like nothing was wrong? What if he lost control? What if Sukuna broke free during a combat trial? His spoon rattled against the bowl. Inko frowned. "Are you sure you're okay?" He forced a swallow of miso, ignoring how it turned to glue in his mouth. "Yeah, just tired." Aldra Junior High's halls buzzed with nervous chatter the moment he stepped inside. Izuku slunk through the corridor, holding his backpack straps tight against his chest. A faint coppery taste lingered in his mouth, a reminder of the fight, of black ichor spraying from that monster's torn flesh. Every time he blinked, he saw red sparks. He reached his classroom and hesitated outside the door. Inside, voices overlapped. "Did you see the news? That monster in downtown last night.
Totally crazy, man.
Like something outta a horror movie. Police said it wasn't a villain, but what else could it be?" Izuku swallowed hard and slipped into his seat. He kept his head down, praying no one would notice the scabs on his knuckles. One kid leaned over from the next row, eyes bright. "Hey, Midoriya, you were always studying heroes, right? Did you hear about that red light quirk downtown?" Izuku blinked. "Our red light?" "Yeah, this monster appeared out of nowhere. But some hero punched it so hard it exploded. People said his fists were glowing red. You think it was an underground hero trying out some new quirk?" Izuku's breath hitched. He managed a weak shrug. Could be." Another classmate chimed in. "My cousin said it was some villain's experiment gone wrong, like those bioweapon rumors." Izuku squeezed his hands into fists under the desk. His mind raced. It wasn't a quirk. It was cursed energy. But how could I explain that when even I don't understand it? Sukuna's voice drifted through his skull, taunting and amused. "They're all blind. You're drowning in a sea of power none of them can even see. How delicious." Izuku shivered. He wanted to slam his head against his desk to make the voice stop. Their teacher arrived, adjusting his tie. "All right, everyone, let's settle down. We've got a few weeks until the high school entrance exams. Remember, if any of you are aiming for UA, you'd better be polishing your applications." Several kids started whispering excitedly. One girl squealed, "I heard All Might might even visit the entrance tests." Izuku stared blankly at his desk. His pulse thudded in his ears. He dreamed of UA for as long as he could remember, but now it felt impossibly far away. "You'll never make it," Sukuna said. "Not unless you accept me. You'll stand on that stage and your weak body will crumble. And I'll be free." Izuku gritted his teeth so hard his jaw popped. From the front of the room, the teacher called, "Midoriya." Izuku jerked. "Why, yes, sir. You're still going for UA, right?" The entire class turned to look at him. He felt their eyes like hot needles. His mouth opened and no sound came out. Finally, he croaked, "Why, yeah." The teacher gave him a skeptical look. "Good. Keep working hard." Izuku stared down at his trembling hands, Sukuna's words still echoing in his mind. "You'll never make it." Izuku didn't remember walking home from school. One moment, he was at his desk, the drone of the teacher's voice filling the classroom. The next, he was standing at the railing of a footbridge overlooking a busy street, the sun hanging low and orange between the rooftops. He gripped the metal railing so hard it rattled under his fingers. All those people, he thought, they don't know how close they came to dying yesterday. He squeezed his eyes shut as flashes of the fight assaulted him. Black flesh bursting under his fists, the creature's shrieks, the scorching hiss of red energy bleeding from his knuckles. A low, satisfied chuckle echoed in his skull. "You felt it, didn't you? The rush, the power surging through every vein." Izuku's breath hitched. "I'm not like you." "Not yet." Sukuna's voice dropped to a conspiratorial whisper. "But the more you use it, the more it becomes yours. You'll see. Your soul will never be the same." Izuku shook his head, willing the voice away. He forced himself to keep moving, crossing the bridge and slipping into quieter side streets. Eventually, his steps carried him toward a crumbling lot littered with old bricks and weeds, the kind of forgotten place heroes never patrolled. Felt safer somehow. If he lost control out here, no one would see. He dropped his bag and stood in the middle of the concrete slab, his breath misting in the cool air. His heart thudded hard enough to hurt. Okay, he murmured. If I'm stuck with this, I have to learn how to control it. At last, some sense, Sukuna said. Otherwise, you'll be nothing but prey. Izuku scowled. I'm not doing this for you. Believe what you like, Sukuna replied. But let me give you some advice, little sorcerer. Cursed energy isn't like those silly quirks you dream about. It's born of negative emotion, rage, fear, pain. The more you suffer, the more power you'll have. Izuku swallowed. So I have to be angry to use it? Anger is a tool, Sukuna said. But there's more. You must feel the flow of energy through your gut, through your very soul. Shape it, force it outward. If you fail, Izuku didn't have to ask what would happen if he failed. He could still feel the scorching ache in his fists from the night before. He closed his eyes, trying to focus inward. He thought of the monster's claws slashing toward that woman, the terror in her eyes, the way he'd felt something boiling inside him, screaming to protect her, even if it meant burning himself alive. A faint warmth stirred in his chest. He raised his fist and tried to push the feeling outward. Nothing happened. Izuku's shoulders sagged. Come on, just a spark. Pathetic, Sukuna said, disgust thick in his tone. Even the weakest curses could muster more than that. Izuku clenched his teeth. He thought of Bakugo's sneer, the way people whispered about him being quirkless, the teachers who ignored him, the dream of becoming a hero that seemed further away every day. His chest tightened. He focused on that pressure and shoved it toward his right arm. A faint red flicker snapped across his knuckles, like static electricity. Then it fizzled out. But it was there. I did it, he breathed. Congratulations. You've achieved the magical equivalent of a matchstick, Sukuna said. Try not to exhaust yourself, O mighty sorcerer. Izuku glared at nothing. You want me to fail? On the contrary, Sukuna said, I prefer you succeed. A strong vessel is far more entertaining than a fragile one. Izuku ignored him and tried again. The next flicker came faster, brighter this time. A tiny crimson spark sizzled along his fist, sending a sharp tingle up his arm. His heart leapt, but the spark sputtered, and black spots danced in his vision. His knees buckled. He staggered back, clutching his head. A sickly wave of nausea rolled over him. Felt like his bones were vibrating. That's enough for one day, Sukuna said. You'll break something if you keep going. Izuku sank to the ground, panting. The taste of copper filled his mouth. He pressed his forehead to the cool concrete, trying not to throw up. He didn't know how long he sat there. By the time he finally lifted his head, the sun was gone. City lights blinked like distant stars through gaps in the buildings. He wiped sweat from his face and pulled himself up. I have to get stronger, he whispered, before the entrance exams, before something worse happens. Sukuna said nothing, but Izuku could feel him watching. As he left the lot, he turned a corner and nearly slammed into a man in a dark coat stumbling along the sidewalk. The man's eyes were wild and unfocused. His head jerked left and right, as if tracking something no one else could see. Izuku froze. Something in the man's shadow writhed. A shape peeled itself away from the man's feet. A thin, spidery creature with a skull-like face and twitching arms crawled along the concrete, gurgling wetly. Izuku's breath caught. Curse. He looked around. The street was empty except for a few cars hissing past in the distance. He started to back away, but the curse lunged at the man, claws extended. No! Izuku darted forward, grabbing the creature around the middle. A wave of disgust surged through him as cold, rubbery flesh squirmed under his fingers. The curse shrieked and twisted, slashing at his forearm. Izuku yelped as claws tore through his sleeve and nicked his skin. Dark blood oozed from shallow cuts. The curse reared back, jaws splitting wider than its face. Rows of glassy teeth glistened in the streetlight. Panic clawed at Izuku's chest. His legs screamed at him to run. Stop hesitating, Sukuna growled. Hit it. Izuku clenched his teeth and swung his fist. But there was no cursed energy behind it, only a normal human punch. His knuckles bounced off the creature's skull with a dull thud. The curse shrieked and slashed again. Izuku fell back, stumbling into a pile of garbage bags. Pain lanced through his shoulder. He bit back a cry. You'll die like this, Sukuna snarled. Focus your rage. Now. Izuku squeezed his eyes shut. He thought of the woman last night, of the terrified civilians, of how powerless he'd felt every day of his life. Something flared inside him. He shoved that heat into his fist and swung. Red energy flashed across his knuckles. His fist slammed into the curse's head. There was a muffled crack, and the creature burst into black smoke that curled away into the night. Izuku staggered, gasping for air. His hand throbbed like it had been dipped in boiling oil. The man in the coat blinked, as if waking from a dream. He stared around in confusion, then took off running without a word. Izuku collapsed against the wall, clutching his bleeding arm. That was sloppy, Sukuna said. But at least you didn't die. Izuku groaned. Shut up. See? You're learning. One day you might even be worth my time. Izuku wiped a trembling hand over his face. The alley seemed to close in around him, shadows pressing in like heavy curtains. He didn't feel like a hero. He felt like a monster pretending to wear a human skin. And worse than that, he couldn't deny the rush he'd felt when the cursed energy finally obeyed him. Izuku slipped into the apartment close to midnight, his school bag hanging awkwardly off one shoulder. His body felt like it had been run over twice. Every step sent throbs of pain from his bruises and the shallow cuts on his arm. The living room was dim except for the glow of the kitchen light. The soft clink of ceramic and a low, anxious voice met his ears. Izuku, is that you? He flinched.
Yeah, Mom.
I'm home. Inko emerged from the kitchen in her pale green bathrobe, her hair twisted up with a clip, eyes rimmed with red as if she'd been crying. A half-empty cup of tea trembled in her hand. Where have you been? She said, voice trembling. It's almost midnight. I've been so worried. Izuku tried to find words, but his throat felt like sandpaper. He dropped his gaze to the scuffed toes of his shoes. I'm sorry, he said. I should have called. Inko set her cup down with a tiny thud and stepped closer, gently tipping his chin upward. Her eyes scanned his scraped face, the flecks of dried blood on his sleeve. Sweetheart, your arm. What happened? Izuku opened his mouth, closed it, then forced a deep breath. He couldn't keep hiding it from her. Mom, there's something I need to tell you. Inko's eyes widened. Tell me what? Izuku's voice wavered as he spoke. I think I have a quirk. She blinked rapidly, startled. Izuku, what? I know it sounds crazy, he rushed on. And I don't completely understand it myself, but a few days ago, after the sludge villain incident, I started feeling something different, like energy. And then yesterday, during that thing downtown, it came out. He hesitated, remembering the feel of raw heat searing along his fists. It's like red sparks, almost like fire, but not. It doesn't look like any quirk I've ever seen. Inko's eyes filled with tears. She covered her mouth, voice thin and small. Oh, Izuku. I wanted to be sure before I told you, he said quietly. I didn't want to worry you if it was nothing, but it's real. I can feel it now all the time. I think this is my chance. Inko stepped forward and hugged him, her arms trembling as she held him close. I'm so proud of you, she whispered. Even if it's scary, you've waited your whole life for this. I'm scared too, Izuku admitted. I don't know if I can control it, but I'm going to try. You will, she said fiercely. You always have. Later that night, Izuku sat on the edge of his bed, staring at the faint scabs across his knuckles. Moonlight spilled across his desk, highlighting the edges of worn notebooks and All Might figurines. He flexed his fingers, feeling a ghost of heat spark beneath the skin. A low, measured voice curled through his mind, cool and almost amused. "It's not much, you know." Izuku swallowed. "You again. You expected otherwise? You and I are bound now." He closed his eyes. "Why haven't you tried to take over? I know you could. That thing you did, when you changed my arm, it felt like you were trying to break through." Sukuna was silent for a moment, then spoke, more calmly than before. "If I were whole, I'd have no trouble. But your body is frail, boy, and your soul is stubborn." Izuku's breath caught. "And besides," Sukuna continued, almost thoughtful, "I am far weaker than you imagine. After the last battle..." Images flickered in Izuku's mind. An older boy with fierce eyes and hair cropped short. A blade of cursed energy severing something deeper than flesh. The sensation of being torn apart at the soul itself. "The one who fought me left scars that will never heal. Even Kenjaku's machinations could only preserve a fragment. What you host now is perhaps 2 fingers worth of my power." Izuku pressed a hand over his chest, heart hammering. 2 fingers? "Out of 20, Sukuna murmured. "Even this small portion exceeds most curses. But not enough to wrest full control, not yet. So for now, I watch, I wait." He paused, voice dropping into something softer, almost like he was mocking him. "And you will learn. Because if you die, I die with you." Izuku shivered. "I don't want your power," he whispered. "I don't want any of this." "Liar," Sukuna said, not cruelly, but with the calm certainty of something very old. "I felt your heart when you struck that creature. The thrill, the certainty that no one could hurt you. That is power, and you will crave it again." Izuku looked at his reflection in the dark window. His tired eyes, the faint glow still coiled behind them. "I'll learn to control it," he said quietly. "But I'll never let you have me." "We'll see," Sukuna murmured. "We have time." High above the city, All Might stood on a rooftop, watching the last emergency lights fade to darkness. He frowned, arms folded, the wind tugging at his yellow hair and red cloak. Midoriya. He remembered the boy from the sludge villain. Small, terrified, with no way to save himself. But yesterday, he'd seen something different. A burst of red energy, a defiant stance against an unknown threat. Some kind of stockpile-type quirk, maybe triggered by stress, All Might thought. It isn't uncommon, though I've never seen anything quite like that before. He felt a reluctant smile tug at the corner of his mouth. "You're brave, young man, and you might have a chance to stand among heroes after all." He watched the quiet streets a moment longer, then turned and leapt away into the night. Back in his room, Izuku lay down, pulling the blanket tight around his shoulders. His mother's words echoed in his mind like a quiet shield. "You're going to be an amazing hero." He closed his eyes, and despite the ache in every bone, a small spark of determination settled deep in his chest. Even as he drifted toward sleep, he felt Sukuna watching, but he didn't look away. Morning sunlight leaked through Izuku's curtains. He opened his eyes slowly, muscles screaming in protest as he tried to sit up. He felt like he'd been trampled by a herd of villain mechs. Ugh! He rolled out of bed and shuffled to his desk. His notebooks lay open where he'd left them, pages scrawled with messy theories. Cursed energy? He'd written across the top of one page, underlined 3 times. He flipped through sketches of red sparks and swirling patterns. Notes from the fight replayed in his mind. How it felt like pressing against a barrier every time he tried to pull more power out. How the energy crackled and bit at his skin if he forced it too quickly. Sukuna's voice curled lazily through his skull. "Your body's still pathetic." Izuku scowled. "Good morning to you too. Don't get snippy with me, boy." You'll tear yourself apart if you keep channeling cursed energy blindly. Izuku's hand paused over his pencil. So you admit it's dangerous? Everything worth power is dangerous, Sukuna said. But there are rules. Flow, control, balance. You're shoving it out like some cheap fireworks display. It's pathetic. Izuku grit his teeth. Then tell me how to do it right. Why should I? Sukuna drawled. If you blow yourself up, that's one less problem for me to solve. Izuku closed the notebook and stood. Fine. I'll figure it out myself. Sukuna's laughter echoed faintly in his chest, but he said nothing more. He slipped out of the apartment while his mother was still half asleep, mumbling that he was going for a run. Outside, the sun felt too bright, the breeze too cold against the bruises along his ribs. People moved through the streets chatting and laughing, as though monstrous curses hadn't prowled the shadows the night before. I guess it's better they don't know, Izuku thought. They'd just panic. A few blocks away lay an abandoned lot, ringed by a crumbling fence. Rusty metal sheets leaned against the walls, weeds tall enough to brush Izuku's knees. The perfect place to be alone. He hopped the fence and scanned the clearing. Okay, let's try this. He closed his eyes and reached inward, groping for the warmth that curled in his chest, the same heat that had surged through him during the fight. First, there was nothing, only the drumbeat of his own pulse. Then he felt it. A thin trickle of red lightning. Sparks danced along his fingertips, flickering like candlelight. Okay. He focused, trying to imagine the energy wrapping around his hands the way he'd seen it happen before. For a moment, it obeyed. Crimson tendrils curled along his skin, pulsing gently. Good. But then it slipped out of his grasp. Wham! A shockwave burst outward. Dust and pebbles exploded from under his feet. He staggered back, coughing. Damn it! Sukuna's voice rang out, dry and faintly amused. See? No fines. It's like watching a toddler try to juggle knives. Then teach me, Izuku shouted at empty air. Stop criticizing and just tell me how to control it. Silence stretched. Then, in a low tone, Sukuna murmured. Focus on your core. Feel the center of your belly, like a knot of heat. Don't push outward. Let it drip like water through your fingers. Too fast and it'll tear flesh from bone. Izuku blinked. You're helping me? Don't mistake this for kindness, Sukuna scoffed. If you die, I vanish with you. I'm simply protecting my investment. Izuku took a shaky breath, closed his eyes again, and searched for that knot of heat. He tried not to shove it outward this time. Just let it flow. Sparks shimmered along his knuckles. They glowed softly instead of exploding. He stared at his hand, awe rippling through him. I did it. For 5 seconds, Sukuna grumbled. Try holding it for longer next time. Do you even understand what you're doing yet? Sukuna asked. Izuku frowned. What do you mean? I'm learning to use cursed energy. No, Sukuna cut in. You're learning to make it react. That's not the same as understanding it. You're trying to force it like a quirk. But this isn't some biological mutation. This is sorcery. His tone was calm, but firm. Cursed energy flows from the soul, not the body. Izuku blinked. Then how do I control it? Start with this, Sukuna said, voice shifting into something vaguely instructional. You have 2 things to worry about, reserves and output. Think of it like this. Izuku felt an image press into his mind, visual, almost tactile. A reservoir of gasoline, Sukuna said. Your cursed energy reserves are the size of that tank. The bigger your tank, the longer you last in a fight. But your output, that's your engine. How much power you can safely burn per second. Izuku nodded slowly. So it doesn't matter if I have energy if I can't use it fast enough. Correct. A large tank with a weak engine makes you slow. A small tank with a massive engine burns out in seconds. And in your case, you're leaking fuel. Izuku grit his teeth. So, what do I do? Train both. You'll need to, Sukuna replied. But for now, stop wasting output. Don't try to blast everything. Channel, focus, compress. He felt the cursed energy shift around his hands, as though reacting to the lesson itself. The sparks curled in tighter patterns now, less chaotic. I think I'm getting it, Izuku murmured. Cursed energy. It's alive. It's emotion, Sukuna said, filtered through control. They're the fuel. But willpower, that's the steering wheel. Too much fuel with no wheel and you crash. Too much control and no fuel and you go nowhere. Izuku lowered his hands, breathing hard but steady. He glanced at the ground where a patch of gravel had been scorched into glass from his earlier misfire. Izuku lowered his hands, chest heaving. Despite the sweat on his forehead, he couldn't help smiling. He dusted his pants and sat on a half-collapsed concrete block. So I need to train cursed energy and my body. Obviously. And learn combat. Naturally. And also figure out what's going on with you. Now you're being greedy, Sukuna said dryly. Izuku smiled, just faintly. The back and forth was weirdly grounding. For all of Sukuna's threats and menace, he had rules, logic, and that made things feel just a little less chaotic. For the first time, he felt like this power wasn't just chaos waiting to kill him. Maybe, just maybe, he could shape it into something good. That night, Izuku opened his hero notebook again, but not to add new entries. Not yet. He flipped to the old UA prep section. Tips on the practical exam. Analysis of past performances. Quirk comparisons. The kinds of things he used to scribble when the idea of having a quirk was just a daydream. His gaze landed on a line he'd written a year ago, almost angrily. They won't even let me try. But now he could. He reached for a clean page and wrote something new. Cursed Energy Training Plan Week 1. Daily Stamina Drills. Control exercises, compression, redirection. Breathing techniques for output regulation. Impact testing. Start small, glass, metal. Muscle conditioning, body lag between energy usage. He paused, tapping his pen against the margin. Then, without fully realizing it, he added another line. Goal: make it into UA my way. Morning sunlight spilled over Mizutafu's bustling sidewalks. The streets buzzed with students, office workers, and the chatter of shopkeepers hawking steamed buns and fresh fish. Izuku stood at the curb, waiting for the light to change. A gust of wind caught his hair, blowing it into his eyes. Despite everything that had happened the past few days, part of him still felt normal. He glanced around, watching a pair of pro-heroes across the street. One was a tall woman in bright teal armor who created swirling whirlpools of water as she directed traffic around a minor accident. The other was a stocky man with metallic arms, carefully lifting a crushed delivery truck off the curb. Kids pressed against the sidewalk railings, pointing and cheering. Their eyes were wide with the same awe Izuku had felt his entire life. He realized, with a pang, that he still felt it too, even after everything. Sukuna stirred in his mind. Pathetic, he said, though there wasn't much venom in it. Gawking at fools in costumes. Izuku scowled. They're heroes. They help people. So you think, Sukuna murmured. And yet, when the monster appeared, did any of them help you? No, it was you alone. Remember that. Izuku fell silent as the light changed. He hurried across, his bag bumping against his side. He ended up wandering into a small convenience store. Rows of neatly organized shelves greeted him. Bright labels promising energy boost and hero-licious snacks. Izuku grabbed a melon bread and a sports drink, then hesitated near the magazine rack. A glossy hero magazine caught his eye. Across the cover in bold letters. UA entrance exam. Tips from the top 10. He felt his chest tighten. It's still weeks away, he reminded himself. I've got time to figure things out. He opened the magazine. Pages fluttered past images of pro heroes offering advice. Control your power. Don't panic under pressure. Think 3 steps ahead. Izuku swallowed hard. That's easy for you guys to say. You have quirks that make sense. Are you going to keep sighing over children's picture books all day? Sukuna drawled. Izuku begrudgingly snapped the magazine shut. Humph. You won't learn anything useful from that trash. If you want power, you should be out there bleeding for it. Izuku ignored him and paid for his things. The cashier, a tired-looking college student with messy hair, gave him a polite nod. Studying for UA? He asked, spotting the corner of the Hero magazine peeking from Izuku's bag. Izuku blushed.
Yeah, kainde.
Good luck, kid, the cashier said. I tried last year. Didn't even make it past the written test. He gave Izuku a thumbs up anyway. Izuku smiled, trying not to let the anxiety show. Outside, Izuku sat on a bench under a row of cherry trees. Pink petals drifted down onto his hair and shoulders. He tore open the melon bread and took a bite, letting the sweet taste distract him. This is ridiculous, Sukuna grumbled. You should be meditating, or learning how to weaponize your energy, not stuffing your face with sugar. Izuku wiped crumbs off his chin. Even sorcerers have to eat. Humph. For a few minutes, Izuku just watched people passing by. Couples laughing, students in uniform. A small child squealing as a street performer created balloon animals. Life, ordinary and bright. He stared at the dust swirling across concrete and found his mind drifting toward a question that had been gnawing at him for days. Sukuna, there's something I don't get. That's a surprise, Sukuna retorted lazily. You barely comprehend your own shoelaces. Izuku rolled his eyes. Seriously, there used to be so many villain attacks, so many weird incidents. People blamed quirk mutations, but was that all curses? Cursed spirits, I mean. Sukuna hummed, a low, considering sound. Some, not all. This world brims with negative emotions, and curses feed on it. But lately, he paused. Lately, there's been fewer fresh curses born. It's as though the entire ocean of negative energy has grown shallow. Izuku blinked. Why? 2 reasons, Sukuna said. 1. The creatures you call heroes keep people hopeful. Hope suppresses fear, and fear breeds curses. The more your society puts faith in those flashy fools, the fewer pure curses emerge. He continued, voice cooling. 2. Kenjaku's final gambit. That twisted bastard pulled much of the world's lingering cursed energy into a single focal point, in Shinjuku. The aftermath of that battle still ripples. The density of curses in your world has thinned because the balance was violently disrupted. Izuku swallowed. So, that giant monster attack a few days ago. Probably one of the leftovers, Sukuna said. A scrap of the old chaos, leaking through the cracks. He fell silent, voice suddenly distant. But make no mistake, it won't stay calm forever. The ocean always rises again. He sighed, leaning back against the bench. I can't mess this up. I can't lose control and hurt anyone. UA's my dream, but I can't bring chaos with me. After finishing his snack, he made his way back toward the abandoned lot. The moment he slipped through the fence, his expression hardened. Okay, training time. Sukuna's tone turned cool and clinical. Then listen carefully. First lesson today, cursed energy reinforcement. It's how you keep your body from shattering when you punch above your weight. Izuku nodded. So, like strengthening my limbs with cursed energy? Yes. Think of it like wrapping steel wire around weak wood. Your bones are glass. Your flesh is paper. Unless you reinforce it, even a small burst of cursed energy will tear you apart. Izuku clenched his fists. All right, let's try it. He focused inward, searching for the knot of heat Sukuna kept mentioning. This time, he tried not to shove it outward. Instead, he imagined it soaking into his muscles and bones, binding every fiber tighter. A slow red glow pulsed under his skin. Good, Sukuna murmured. Keep it gentle. Don't flood it. Drip feed. Izuku tried to step forward, and nearly collapsed as his legs buckled under a wave of dizziness. Gah! He dropped to one knee, clutching his chest. His vision swam with red sparks. You're draining your reserves too fast, Sukuna said. Pull back. Let it settle. Izuku gasped. Okay. He forced the cursed energy to ebb, feeling it recede like water draining from a tub. The ache in his muscles faded. When he finally stood again, sweat poured down his face. I'm getting there, he panted. Slowly, Sukuna agreed. But don't mistake flickering lights for mastery. It takes years to refine cursed energy properly. Izuku looked down at his trembling hands. I don't have years, he said softly. UA's in a few weeks. Then train faster, Sukuna said. Or die trying. Either way, it'll be entertaining. Izuku glared. Gee, thanks for the pep talk. A sudden shout made him freeze. A few boys from a nearby middle school had wandered into the lot, curiosity getting the better of them. One of them stared at Izuku's red-sparked hands. Whoa, that's so cool. Izuku quickly clenched his fists, cutting off the glow. It's just a quirk, he stammered. Not dangerous. The kids ran off laughing, one of them imitating explosive noises. Izuku sagged, rubbing his temples. That's gonna happen a lot, Sukuna said dryly. You're flashy. People notice flashy. Yeah. Izuku muttered. That's what I'm worried about. He spent the next hour drilling cursed energy reinforcement in bursts of 5 seconds, 10 seconds, then 15. Every time his body screamed a little less, but the exhaustion crept deeper. When he finally staggered out of the lot, the sun hung low in the sky. His phone buzzed. A text from his mother. Mom, dinner tonight? You look tired, baby. Please come home. Izuku smiled, despite how wrecked he felt. He typed back. Izuku, be home soon. Training hard. I'm gonna make it into UA. He hit send. Sukuna was quiet for a moment. Then softly, you truly believe that, don't you? That you can become a hero? Izuku lifted his chin. I have to believe it, or there's no point to any of this. Sukuna let out a low, dark chuckle. Izuku clenched his fists tighter. And beneath the fading sunset, he took his first step toward tomorrow. Extra scene. Izuku sat at his desk long after midnight, his notebook unopened. A single lamp cast a circle of soft yellow over his scattered pages. His heart still raced when he thought about the power inside him. How it burned. How it hurt. But the terror that used to paralyze him had shifted. It was quieter now. Not gone, but tempered, shaped. He leaned back and exhaled slowly. I'm not as scared anymore, he said aloud. Sukuna stirred in the back of his mind. Not gloating. Listening. I think I was more afraid of being powerless than I ever was of being cursed. Another pause. I still don't trust you, but I've stopped pretending you're not real. I've accepted that you're here, and somehow that makes it easier. Acceptance is the first step to wielding power without destroying yourself, Sukuna said, voice unexpectedly calm. You've ceased to flinch. That alone makes you better than most. Izuku gave a half-laugh, rubbing the back of his neck. Guess I've been living with fear so long that making room for something even darker didn't leave much space for panic. He turned toward the window, where the city lights pulsed like stars. I'll use this power. I'll carry you if I have to, but the path I walk is still yours, Sukuna finished. For a moment, the room felt balanced. Not safe, never safe, but not a battlefield either. Just a boy and the monster in his ribcage, both too tired to keep lying to themselves. He didn't notice when he fell asleep, head resting on his folded arms, the last of the cursed energy sparks flickering out. And in the quiet, Sukuna watched, not intruding, not yet, just waiting. Morning light streamed through the window, painting pale stripes across Izuku's ceiling. He stared at it, eyes dry, body stiff under the weight of his blanket. It still felt unreal. Cursed energy, the king of curses himself, coiled somewhere behind his ribs. His body felt the same as always, skin and bones and anxious sweat, but beneath that surface, something glimmered. And once he noticed it, he couldn't unfeel it. "You'll hurt your brain if you keep thinking so loud, brat." Sukuna's voice cut through the quiet like a blade slipping between pages. Izuku scowled up at the ceiling. "You're the one in my head. I think I get to think as loud as I want." "A fair point," Sukuna conceded, sounding faintly amused. "But perhaps you should learn to focus. That energy you've inherited isn't just sitting idle." Izuku blinked, startled. "What do you mean?" Sukuna didn't answer right away. Izuku felt him shifting, like a huge cat stretching in a small cage. "Close your eyes," he said finally. "Listen." Izuku hesitated, but curiosity, and a spark of stubbornness, pushed him to obey. He inhaled slowly, letting his eyelids fall shut. At first, he felt nothing except the weight of the morning pressing against his skin, the soft rustle of his bedsheets, the distant purr of traffic. Then, he felt it. Something deep in his chest thrummed gently, like the plucked string of a shamisen. The sensation spiraled outward, brushing against the inside of his ribs, sliding into his arms and legs in faint, trembling currents. It was quiet, but undeniable, a soft glow in the darkness behind his eyelids. He sucked in a breath, eyes flying open. "Oh," he whispered, "it's there." "Of course it's there," Sukuna said. "Cursed energy is merely your emotions, your fear, anger, desperation, transmuted into power. Now that you've accepted me, your channels are less blocked." Izuku frowned. "Channels?" "Pathways inside your body," Sukuna explained. "Energy flows through them. Shape them well and you can create techniques. Fail and you'll tear yourself apart." "That's comforting," Izuku muttered. "I try my best." He rolled over, pressing his face into the pillow. "Will it get easier?" "Yes," Sukuna said, "if you survive long enough to practice." Izuku groaned. "Not reassuring." "Then stop being weak." Despite himself, Izuku let out a tiny laugh. A week ago, he would have been too terrified to even speak to the voice inside him. Now he was arguing with it before breakfast. Was that progress? He finally rolled out of bed and trudged into the kitchen. The smell of miso soup and rice hung in the air. His mom stood at the stove, humming under her breath, her hair tied back in a soft green scrunchie. "Morning, Zuka-kun," she said, glancing over her shoulder. "You look tired." He pulled out a chair and sank into it, resting his chin in his hands. "Didn't sleep much." She set a bowl in front of him. "Still thinking about the other day?" Izuku stared into the soup. Tiny cubes of tofu bobbed gently in the broth. "Kind of," he admitted. Inko came around the table and sat down beside him, her expression soft. "I've been thinking too." She reached over and patted his hand. "I know you've always wanted a quirk, and I know things didn't happen the way either of us imagined. But I'm proud of you." Izuku blinked, throat tightening. "Mom!" She pulled over a folder from the counter, a slim manila thing, dog-eared at the corners. His name was written in black pen on the tab. Inko opened it, revealing pages stamped with official seals. His quirk registration papers. The box labeled quirk still read. None. I think we should go update this, she said gently, before UA stops taking applications. Izuku stared at the page, a cold sweat breaking out along his spine. Oh, right, he said weakly. You'll need to tell them what your quirk is. Inko went on, in that careful voice parents used when talking about dangerous things. Or at least what it looks like. Izuku swallowed. Mom, it's complicated. I know. She squeezed his hand. But we'll figure it out. Even if it's complicated, you're still you. She's very perceptive, Sukuna murmured. Izuku glared into his soup. What do you mean? Merely observing. Inko sat back and tilted her head. So, have you thought of a name for it yet? Izuku's mouth worked soundlessly. Inko smiled, trying to lighten the mood. Something heroic, maybe? Red lightning, Izuku tried. Or surge. Or voltage? Inko tilted her head again, unconvinced. Izuku dropped his face into his hands. Izuku scratched his neck, heart thudding. Something flashy and vague. Something that didn't sound like King of Curses, vengeful spirit of ancient Japan. Call it shrine, Sukuna suggested dryly. Absolutely not, Izuku hissed under his breath. Inko blinked. Did you say something, sweetie? Izuku froze. And nothing. They headed out after breakfast, Inko fussing over his hair the entire walk to the train station. The streets felt too bright, too normal. People moved past them chatting about shopping sales, weekend plans, and the latest hero rankings. Izuku kept glancing around, half expecting someone to point and shout. Hey, isn't that the kid who shot red lightning the other night? But nobody did. He tried to remind himself. People here saw explosions, laser beams, and giant hands every day. A weird red glow didn't stand out that much. Right? Right. He took a deep breath. As they waited on the train platform, Izuku felt it again, that low, gentle pulse in his chest. It wasn't frightening anymore, just present. A silent reminder that he wasn't who he'd been a week ago. You're tuning in faster than I expected, Sukuna murmured. Your instincts are sharp. You might yet survive this. Gee, thanks for the vote of confidence, Izuku muttered. Don't misunderstand, Sukuna said, voice turning cool. You are still fragile. But even fragile things can become dangerous if shaped correctly. Izuku shifted his weight, feeling the train's distant rumble through the platform. You're watching all this, right? He asked under his breath. Our world, the way people live here. Of course. Sukuna's voice was thoughtful. Your society fascinates me, so obsessed with order, yet built on trembling fear. Izuku swallowed. Do you think it's wrong? No. Sukuna paused, considering. Merely temporary. The train roared into the station. Izuku stepped forward, bracing himself. He was going to have to explain himself to government officials, sign papers, and put a name to a power that came from a monster. But somehow he didn't feel like running away. He glanced at his mother beside him, her face determined despite the worry lingering in her eyes. He took a deep breath. Okay, he said softly. Let's do this. The Mizutofu Municipal Quirk Registry was tucked into the bottom 2 floors of a concrete government building near the train station. Inside, the lobby smelled faintly of disinfectant and old paperwork. Rows of plastic chairs held parents and kids in various states of excitement or boredom. Screens on the wall flashed reminders about quirk update deadlines for high school applications. Izuku stood near the entrance, trying not to fidget. His mother signed them in at the counter. A bored-looking clerk handed her a small number slip and waved them toward the waiting area. Izuku stared at the slip in her hand as though it might explode. You're trembling, brat, Sukuna said, low and amused. Are you truly so frightened of government clerks? It's not just that. Izuku hissed under his breath.
I'm
about to commit quirk fraud. Basically, fraud is a mortal concern. Izuku squeezed his eyes shut. I don't want to get arrested, okay? Or disqualified from UA before I even apply. Then lie well. Not helping. A little boy in a bright red jacket zoomed past him, leaving a faint trail of smoke from his shoes. Mom, look, my quirk got stronger again, the boy yelled, grinning over his shoulder. His mother laughed and said something about needing new shoes before he burned holes in these ones too. Izuku swallowed, throat dry. He sank into a plastic chair beside his mom. Inko laid her hand gently on his knee. You're going to be fine, she murmured. We'll just keep it simple. Izuku whispered, I don't even know how to explain it. Then don't over-explain, she said firmly. You've always gone on and on in your notebooks. Just say what it looks like, not every detail. Izuku blushed. That's fair. Your mother is wise, Sukuna said. Do not attempt to explain me. There are no words in this world for what I am. Izuku thought of trying to tell some government official about sorcerers, fingers, curses, and energy that comes from the soul. He nearly broke out in hives. Good point, he muttered. After nearly 40 minutes, a small screen chimed and flashed their number. Come on, Zuku-kun, Inko said. They followed a staff member down a short hallway. The woman led them into a small cubicle with frosted glass walls and a laminated sign that read, Quirk Registry, Updates and New Declarations. Inside the registry office, Izuku sat on edge while a government clerk named Minobe reviewed his digital file. The man looked tired, like someone who'd seen every power from mood-altering hair to jet-propelled flatulence. Quirkless until now, huh? Minobe asked, adjusting his glasses. That's rare. Not impossible, but very rare at your age. Izuku nodded stiffly. It just happened. Right? Minobe tapped his tablet. Let's get started. Can you describe the ability? Izuku took a deep breath. It's a red energy that builds up around me. It reacts when I'm stressed. Oh, and it burns things if I don't control it. Minobe's brows furrowed. Burns? How? Flames? Radiation? Heat wave? Izuku fidgeted. Not exactly. It's more like pressure. Like the air gets heavy, and then things crack or melt. That was putting it mildly. Last time, the pavement had bubbled and a billboard had nearly collapsed. Minobe stopped typing. I'm going to be honest, Midoriya-kun, he said. Because of your age and the nature of the quirk, we're required to conduct an on-site demonstration. We've had people try to falsify quirks before to cheat their way into top schools. Izuku's heart stopped. Demonstration? Minobe stood and nodded toward a side hallway. We have a quirk isolation room on this floor. It won't take more than 10 minutes. I'll need you to produce the effect you described in a controlled space. Is that okay? Izuku looked at his mom. Inko smiled gently and gave him a supportive nod. You can do this, Zuku-kun. He swallowed hard and stood.
yeah.
Okay. The room reminded him of a bank vault crossed with a school gym. The walls were reinforced steel, the floor marked with old scorch lines and claw scratches from past testees. A camera hung in one corner, and a two-way mirror took up one wall. Standard protocol, Minobe said, stepping back. No combat test, just a proof of activation. Can you show us what this energy looks like? Izuku stood in the center, the sterile lighting humming above. His hands trembled. You don't need to know. You need to act. Feel the rhythm. Let it rise. Izuku closed his eyes. He took a shaky breath, focused on that low pulse inside his chest. The cursed energy was waiting, tense, coiled like a sleeping muscle. It didn't roar. It whispered. He reached for it. A faint red shimmer sparked around his fingertips. It stuttered once, like a broken lighter, then again brighter. A halo of thin red energy hissed into view around his body, crackling like electricity without a sound. The floor beneath his feet faintly blackened, but didn't break. Izuku opened his eyes. A soft glow surrounded his arms, flickering with barely contained heat. Minobe's voice crackled over the intercom. Fascinating. Can you control it? Move it. Izuku exhaled slowly. He raised his hand, palm out, and tried to will the energy forward. A red arc extended from his fingertips like a short whip, then snapped back into his palm. It scorched a black line on the ground. He flinched but didn't panic. The glow faded. Silence. Then Minobe's voice again, quiet but impressed. Well, that's certainly legitimate. Back at the desk, Minobe updated the registry file. Looks like a mid-level energy-type quirk. Rare form, adaptive, some potential hazard signs, but nothing you can't grow into. He glanced at Izuku. Did you say you had a name for it? Izuku hesitated, glancing at his mom. Then he looked down at his hands. Cursed energy, he said quietly. Minobe blinked. That's a bold name. Izuku wilted. I can pick something else. Minobe sighed. No, it's fine. Kids your age like edgy names. The clerk typed it in without much fuss. All right, you're officially registered. Since you're applying to UA, they'll probably confirm your quirk profile test at the entrance exam. Be ready. The air outside the registry building was crisp and cool. Izuku drew in a shaky breath. The slip of paper confirming his quirk registration folded tightly in his pocket. Inko squeezed his arm as they merged into the midday foot traffic. You did so well in there, Izuku. Izuku shrugged, trying to hide the tension winding his shoulders tight. I almost melted the floor. She chuckled. Only a little, and you stopped yourself. That's the important part. Izuku rubbed his eyes. I thought I'd mess it up completely. But you didn't. She tilted her head, studying him. That's what heroes do, you know? They're scared, but they keep going. They stopped at a crosswalk. Izuku scuffed his sneaker against the curb. Do you think I did the right thing? He asked quietly. Not telling them everything? Inko's gaze softened. Zukakuin, you told them what you know. That's not a lie. Izuku chewed his lip. But it felt like one. I know. Her voice was gentle but firm. But your quirk is new. You're still learning what it does. You don't have to have all the answers right away. She reached up and smoothed a piece of hair off his forehead. Besides, quirks can be strange sometimes. You'll figure it out. Izuku hesitated. Then he whispered, You don't think I'm dangerous, right? Inko cupped his face in both hands. I think you're my son, she said firmly. And you've always wanted to help people. That doesn't make you dangerous. That makes you good. Izuku blinked hard, fighting the sting of tears. But it's strong and scary, and I don't even understand it yet. That's why you'll train, she said, and why you'll be careful. You've always been careful, Izuku. She's right, Sukuna murmured inside him. You've survived me this long. You might survive a bit longer yet. Izuku grumbled silently. They paused near a convenience store. Inko rested her hand on his shoulder. Let's get something sweet, she said. You deserve it after today. Izuku cracked a small smile. Melon bread. Of course. They headed inside together. Outside, the world bustled on. Cars rolling past, kids in hero t-shirts darting between shops, music playing from store speakers. And in the middle of it all, Izuku let himself believe, just a little, that he might still become a hero. You're soft, brat, Sukuna remarked lightly. Izuku rolled his eyes. Please don't talk about killing while I'm picking bread. No promises. For the first time that day, Izuku laughed. Later that afternoon, Izuku stood in an empty stretch of a riverside park, feeling the winter wind cut across his cheeks. The trees were mostly bare, branches rattling like dry bones overhead. The water of the river glimmered pale silver under a weak sun. He'd chosen this spot because it was quiet, and because no one would panic if he accidentally burned a hole in the ground. He rolled his shoulders, shaking out the last traces of nervous energy. He pulled out his battered hero analysis notebook, flipping to a page he'd scribbled the night before. Midoriya's cursed energy drills. Pulse control, on-off switching. Energy shaping, hands versus whole body. Strengthening physical blows. Distance projection, small scale first. He stared at the list, a cold breeze tugging at the pages. You look ridiculous, Sukuna's voice drawled from inside his chest. Standing there with your scribbles, like a child pretending to be a soldier. I need a plan, Izuku muttered. I can't just flail around and blow up sidewalks. Flailing is amusing, though. Izuku planted his feet and closed his eyes. He focused on the pulse he'd begun to feel more clearly over the past few days. It was like a faint, endless heartbeat deep under his ribs. The more he focused, the louder it seemed to get, until it was almost a quiet roar in his ears. He inhaled, exhaled. Okay, pulse control. He opened his eyes and concentrated on turning the power off. For a moment, the air felt calm. His fingers stopped tingling. The warmth in his chest ebbed, leaving him feeling almost hollow. Then he let the power swell back in. Thin red sparks danced around his knuckles, flickering like static electricity. He grinned. See? I can shut it off. Sort of. Fascinating, Sukuna sneered. You're learning to do what a toddler does with a light switch. He scowled down at his notes. Okay. Next is energy shaping. He lifted his right hand, palm open. The cursed energy gathered there in a hazy, trembling glow. It coiled around his fingers, hot and restless. He tried to compress it, imagining a ball of power the size of a marble. Instead, the glow sputtered and flared out like an angry flame. A thin bolt of red cracked sideways into the ground. A patch of grass hissed and smoked. Izuku let out a panicked noise. Ah, crap, crap, crap. He stomped on the singed grass, flailing until the tiny spark died. Graceful, Sukuna said dryly. Truly the poise of a future hero. Izuku wiped sweat from his forehead, cheeks burning. I'm trying, okay? He glanced up and down the riverbank. Thankfully, no one seemed to have noticed. He took a few deep breaths. Okay, let's try strengthening. He balled his fist, trying to push the cursed energy down into his muscles. He pictured the tendons and bones of his forearm wrapped in that hot red glow. He threw a light punch at the air. The air whuffed like a tiny sonic boom, but the recoil nearly wrenched his elbow out of its socket. Ow! He staggered backward, cradling his arm. You pitiful child, Sukuna laughed. It's entertaining to watch you fail. Izuku clenched his teeth. There was a brief, grudging silence in his chest. Sukuna said at last, Very well.
Listen, brat.
Feel the power as water, not fire. Let it flow along your bones, not explode outward. You keep trying to blast it. Instead, guide it. Izuku frowned in concentration. Output and reserves. He inhaled slowly. This time, he didn't shove the energy outward. Instead, he tried to pour it in a thin trickle down his arm. A soft scarlet glow suffused his skin. When he punched the air again, the motion was fast, but not jarring. A faint pop of displaced wind echoed through the park. Izuku gasped. I did it. Barely, Sukuna sniffed. But a start. Izuku beamed. Okay. Last one, distance projection. He took several steps back, planted his feet and held his palm out. He gathered cursed energy like a coil of heated wire. Then he thrust his hand forward. A thin red arc shot out, like a whip of light, and flicked against a patch of frozen reeds. The reeds sliced in half, sizzling at the edges. Izuku stared at them, breath fogging in the cold air. He whooped, grinning. I did it! Then he realized his shoes were smoking again. Ah! He stumbled back, stamping the grass. Brilliant work, Sukuna said, sarcasm dripping. At this rate, the only curse you'll exorcise is yourself. Izuku groaned, dragging his hands down his face. I'm gonna need so much practice. He picked up his notebook again and wrote furiously. Notes. Keep energy inside bones first. Control small amounts, don't overdo it. Distance attacks equals possible but unstable. Check shoes for burns. He blew out a shaky breath. Despite the small mishaps, his chest felt lighter. A spark of real hope flickered there. A certainty that he could learn this, that he could own this power instead of fearing it. Remember, brat, Sukuna murmured in the depths of his mind. This energy is born from negativity, rage, fear, pain. If you wish to control it, you must first accept those truths. Burying them makes you weak. Izuku frowned. I'm not gonna become evil just to be strong. Who said anything about evil? Sukuna mused. I simply said, accept it. Your heroes build smiles atop trembling hearts. Why should you be any different? Izuku fell silent. He glanced out at the river, where sunlight danced like shards of glass across the ripples. I'm going to be a hero, he whispered, even if my power came from something scary. Good, Sukuna said. Otherwise, this world would bore me to death. Izuku rolled his eyes. You're insufferable. Flattery will get you nowhere. Despite himself, Izuku cracked a smile. He closed his notebook, tucked it under his arm, and turned back toward the city. His shoes were still warm but not charred. Progress. Today he'd made cursed energy obey him, even just a little. And that meant everything. Extra scene. The sun was low when Izuku finally trudged up the steps to his apartment building. His legs ached from hours of testing cursed energy, and his hair still smelled faintly of scorched grass. Inko was waiting in the living room when he came in. She glanced up from folding laundry, eyes softening at the sight of him. Welcome home, Izuku. I'm back, he said, voice tired but lighter than it had been that morning. Inko peered closer. Did you burn your jacket? Izuku laughed weakly and held out the sleeve. The cuff was singed black, threads curled like burnt hair. I'm learning, he said. Inko gave an exasperated sigh, but she smiled as she reached to ruffle his hair. Please don't set yourself on fire before the UA exams. No promises. She disappeared into the kitchen, muttering about dinner. Izuku headed for his room, dropping his bag by the door. He kicked off his shoes and collapsed onto his chair. The soft evening glow spilled over his desk, turning the clutter of notebooks and pens into gold-tipped chaos. He pulled his hero notebook toward him, flipping to the newest section titled Quirk, Cursed Energy, Midoriya Izuku. Izuku's pen hovered over the page. He jotted down fresh notes from his practice. Feels like a heartbeat under my ribs. Hard to control output needs focus like water flowing. Physical hits stronger if I wrap energy around bones. Distance attacks equals possible but dangerous. Emotional state seems connected to how much power leaks out. He chewed the pen cap, staring at his handwriting. Izuku murmured, I want to be a hero who knows what he's doing, not someone who destroys a whole street by accident. Admirable, predictable. Izuku ignored him, tapping the notebook. How did you figure this out? Back in your world. For a long moment, Sukuna was quiet. Then he said, I learned from killing, from surviving, from testing my limits on those who were foolish enough to challenge me. Izuku shivered. I'm not doing that. Then learn faster. Izuku scowled. I am learning. Slowly. He let out a frustrated breath, closing the notebook with a soft snap. He stared at his reflection in the dark window. His hair was a mess, his eyes rimmed with exhaustion, but there was a spark in them now. Something new. I'm gonna get this under control, he said aloud. I'm gonna make it mine. We'll see, Sukuna murmured. This world is not yours alone, brat. It will test you, and so will I. But there was no anger in Sukuna's voice, only a cool amusement. Izuku felt his chest tighten, not from fear, but from a sense of urgency. Yue was still a few weeks away. He had time, but not much. He cracked open his notebook again, scribbling one last line before bed. I will become a hero, no matter what. He snapped the light off, fell onto his pillow, and stared at the ceiling until sleep took him. Izuku Midoriya woke before dawn, the sky still a pale wash of cold blue. He lay on his side for a while, eyes half-lidded, listening to the low thrum in his chest. It was always there now, cursed energy. A hidden tide that pulsed beneath his ribs, neither warm nor cold, like a second bloodstream coiling and shifting through muscle and bone. He'd begun to sense its moods. Sometimes it churned like a storm, sometimes it lay quiet and glassy as a pond, but it never vanished entirely. It's not all bad, he said finally, voice soft. I can feel it getting a little easier to control. Sukuna was silent a moment. Then he replied, yes, you've begun to shape the flow. It bends to your will more readily. Your instincts are sharpening. Izuku opened his eyes. Then why does it still feel so heavy? Because it is. Even at its weakest, cursed energy is born of malice and fear. You carry those seeds inside you now, and the weight will never vanish. Izuku pulled the blankets closer, shivering despite the heat radiating off his own skin. I still want to be a hero. So you say. By the time he stumbled into the bathroom, sunlight was gleaming off the frost on the balcony railing outside. He turned on the sink. Water splashed over porcelain, echoing in the cramped apartment. When he picked up his toothbrush, a faint flicker of red light sparked along the plastic handle. He jerked his hand back with a yelp. Sukuna's voice rumbled, dry as dust. Are you planning to purify your enemies through dental hygiene? Izuku grimaced, shaking out his fingers. I'm trying not to blow up my toothbrush, thanks. He tried again, forcing himself to breathe slow and deep. He pictured cursed energy flowing gently instead of spiking outward like claws. This time the toothbrush only shivered faintly in his grip. No sparks. He released a shaky breath. Progress. Barely. Outside, the sky was the color of tarnished silver, low clouds promising snow. Izuku pulled his scarf higher around his chin as he walked towards Aldera. He passed shriveled trees, piles of old slush at the curb, and convenience stores with hero posters peeling off their glass doors. But even in mundane surroundings, Izuku could feel how different he was now. It was as though the entire world existed on two overlapping planes, one normal and bright, filled with people bustling to school and work, and another layer underneath, darker and laced with an invisible tension. This place crawls with power, Sukuna murmured. Yet so few understand the true cost of wielding it. Izuku tightened his scarf. I'm still figuring out the cost. You are a vessel. You have no other choice. Flicker of dark humor tinged Sukuna's tone. And besides, it amuses me to watch you stumble through this world, to see whether you'll break from the weight of what you carry. Izuku felt his pulse thudding in his ears. So, you're just watching? I am no hero, nor am I your mentor. I will offer you scraps of guidance where it suits me, because your survival benefits me. The voice softened into something almost thoughtful. And because I would rather see this strange new world with my own eyes than rot in the darkness of your soul. Izuku tightened his fists. I don't want you hurting anyone here. Sukuna snorted. Then learn to control me, and yourself. But understand this, child. A faint chill skated over Izuku's spine, as if an invisible claw traced his nerves. I am not your power. I am not your friend, and I will not protect you. Izuku blinked rapidly, throat dry. But you're not going to try and destroy my life either? Not unless you bore me. Izuku huffed out a shaky laugh, tension easing the slightest bit. You're the worst. I know. Izuku walked the last few blocks in silence, processing the weight of it all. Sukuna might be a monster, but he was also for now a prisoner, and strangely, that gave Izuku a fragile sliver of confidence. Halfway down the block, Izuku froze as he noticed a dog barking furiously at him from behind a fence. His hackles were raised, teeth bared. For a second, he felt cursed energy stir like a sudden spike of static. The dog whimpered, slinking back. Izuku winced. I'm scaring animals now. All creatures sense predators, Sukuna said. Your aura bleeds threat even when you wish it didn't. A few minutes later, Izuku arrived at his destination. Aldera Middle buzzed with chatter and slamming lockers. Students crowded the halls, gossiping about hero schools, training programs, and pro-hero scandals. Izuku slipped to his desk, trying to blend in. He stared down at his notebook, fingers unconsciously tracing lines of kanji across the margin. Cursed energy. Feels like heat under my skin. Tingles in fingers. Can be gentle or violent. Emotional triggers matter. People sense it subconsciously. Sukuna read over his shoulder. Your notes amuse me. You analyze like a scholar. But power doesn't care for words. Cares for survival. Izuku scowled lightly. If I'm going to train, I need to understand what I'm working with. Training means risk. Sooner or later, someone will see the cracks in your disguise. Izuku sighed. That's why I've been looking into quirk gyms. The padded cages. Izuku rolled his eyes. Sukuna grumbled. Training rooms are cages. True power requires a battlefield. I'm not using random civilians as practice dummies. At lunch, he sat by the window, gazing out at gray clouds. He lifted his chopsticks and felt a faint prickle of cursed energy coiling down his wrist. He froze, willing it back. The spark fizzled, leaving only a faint shimmer in the broth. You're getting better, Sukuna remarked. Your control is tighter, but not perfect. Izuku lowered the chopsticks, chest tight. It's like trying to hold my breath all the time. Then stop fighting it. Sukuna's voice dropped, deep and resonant. You're trying to crush your nature instead of wielding it. There's a difference. Izuku blinked. But heroes don't wield malice. Foolish notion. Power is power. Only how you use it matters. Izuku stared out the window, feeling the weight of that truth settle over his shoulders like snow. When classes ended, Izuku slipped away from his classmates and ducked under the awning outside the gym building. He pulled out his phone and stared at an open browser tab. Quirk training gyms, safe spaces for developing powers. Sukuna hummed but didn't reply. Izuku kept walking, snow crunching beneath his sneakers. He passed rows of houses with hero posters in the windows, each smiling champion a silent reminder of what he still wanted to become. He couldn't help imagining it. The soft floor mats of the quirk gym. The electric blue safety walls. Coaches with clipboards asking what his quirk could do. And the inevitable moment when he'd have to stand there and say, "My quirk is cursed energy." Izuku swallowed. He still didn't know how people would react to that. But even so, a determined spark flickered in his chest. He couldn't keep training in Riverside Parks forever. If he wanted to get into UA and not accidentally torch the exam grounds, he'd have to risk it. He turned the corner and broke into a jog, breath fogging in the chilly air. So eager to risk exposure, Sukuna mused. How heroic of you. Izuku grinned faintly. Heroism's kind of the whole point. Humph. Sukuna's tone was dismissive but not mocking. That night, the smell of grilled fish filled the tiny apartment as Izuku slipped off his shoes. Inko stood over the stove, wooden spoon in hand. Izuku, did you have any incidents today? Izuku hesitated, then said softly, No, nothing bad. I'm working on it. She turned, worry lining her gentle face.
I'm glad.
But it's still so new, this quirk of yours. You're sure you're safe to keep practicing alone? Izuku offered a small smile. I'm looking into a quirk gym, somewhere I can train without accidents. Inko relaxed a fraction. That's good. I just want you to be careful. UA is important, but your safety is more important to me. He lowered his eyes, warmth filling his chest. Thanks, Mom. Later that night, Izuku sat cross-legged on his bed. The city lights flickered outside the window, glowing orange through drifting snow. He scribbled in his notebook, murmuring to himself. Cursed energy feels like part of me now. Stronger when I'm afraid. Training is the only way to keep it from hurting anyone. Sukuna stays quiet unless he sees me slipping. He dropped his pen and stared at the page that said, I'm still going to be a hero. Outside, Mizudafu slept under falling snow. And within Izuku, cursed energy hummed softly, no longer quite a stranger's power, but not entirely his own. When Izuku woke, his alarm was blaring like an air raid siren. He slapped it off, squinting at the pale light crawling through the curtains. Snowflakes were drifting lazily outside, swirling around the edges of the windows. He lay in bed a moment, listening to his own pulse. There was a new steadiness to the energy inside him. It no longer roared like a storm whenever he moved. Instead, it felt like a silent current, flowing along pathways he was just beginning to map. Your bond grows stronger, Sukuna murmured. Each day, your body molds itself further around my power. Izuku swallowed.
I'm glad.
Because I need control, and I'm done waiting around. He kicked off the blankets, feeling determination sink into his chest. Today, he whispered to himself, I'm getting better at close combat. I can't just rely on blasting energy around. An hour later, Izuku found himself standing in front of a low, modern building tucked between an office block and a pharmacy. A large wooden sign read, Kawabi Dojo, Quirk Training Self-Defense. Certified Hero Trainers. Through the glass windows, he glimpsed sparring mats, wooden dummies, and rows of punching bags. Voices echoed inside, thumps of fists striking pads, the occasional bark of instruction. Izuku sucked in a breath. Afraid? Sukuna's voice asked silkily. Of course, Izuku muttered under his breath. But I'm going in anyway. A bell chimed as he pushed the door open. Warm air rushed over him, carrying scents of sweat and old floor polish. Several teenagers were practicing punches under the eye of a tall, lean man with close-cropped hair and a deep scar across one cheek. The instructor turned, dark eyes sharp as glass. Welcome, he said in a deep baritone. Name? Midoriya. Izuku Midoriya. New, the one who called in yesterday? Izuku nodded. Yes, sir. I recently manifested my quirk. I want to train my control and close-quarters combat. The man studied him. You don't look like a brawler, but I've seen Otter. He jerked his thumb toward the back. Go change. We'll test your basics. The changing room smelled of dust and old fabric softener. Metal lockers rattled as students slammed doors shut. Izuku grabbed a GI, soft black cotton, surprisingly heavy, and slipped into it, tying the belt tight around his waist. Stepping back onto the floor, Izuku's eyes immediately darted toward the other trainees. He couldn't help it. It was as natural as breathing for him to analyze. Trainee number 1, Pyro Palms. A girl with a high ponytail was striking pads with blazing fists, each hit sending sparks fluttering like fireflies. Flame intensity moderate. Good speed. Lacks precision. Trainee number 2, Rubber Frame. A tall boy was stretching his arms like elastic, slamming mitts from impossible angles. Quirk elasticity approximate 300% normal length. Slower retraction speed. Weakness equals potential tangling. Trainee number 3, Echo Voice. Another kid was sparring by yelling sharp syllables. His voice created shimmering pressure waves in the air, making his partner stagger back. Sonic Quirk. Range 5 meters. Potential non-lethal crowd control. Eardrum protection needed. Izuku's eyes flicked rapidly over each trainee, collecting data like puzzle pieces. Obsessed with details, Sukuna murmured, "You'd catalog your own heartbeat if given the chance." "It helps me plan," Izuku whispered. Under his breath, "Heroes have to be able to read fights. Heroes also have to strike decisively. Your precious observations will mean nothing if you die in hesitation." Izuku's throat tightened. He forced his gaze away from Pyro Palm's crackling fists. Sweat and faint dust lingered in the air. The walls were covered in framed newspaper clippings of pro heroes endorsing the dojo. The instructor, who introduced himself curtly as Kawabi-sensei, stood waiting with padded mitts strapped to his hands. "Show me how you'd attack," Kawabi said. Izuku took a deep breath. He fell into a cautious stance, fists raised. "Your form is timid," Sukuna murmured. "No killer intent." Izuku ignored him and lunged forward, throwing a quick 1-2 punch. Kawabi blocked both easily, raising an eyebrow. "Not bad for a beginner, but you're holding back. Don't pull your strikes." Izuku flushed. "I don't want to hurt anyone." "Power without control is useless," Kawabi said. "But power without willingness to strike is equally worthless." Inside, Sukuna's voice coiled around his thoughts. "Your strikes are still soft. You must learn to commit every ounce of power, or someone stronger will crush you." Izuku nodded and stepped into stance. He threw several quick jabs and a low kick, shifting weight like he'd seen in online videos. Kawabi grunted. "Your footwork's decent. Upper body stiff." Izuku dropped his hands, wiping sweat already gathering at his temples. "I've never had combat training before." "Then we'll fix that. Again." Kawabi circled him slowly. "Power like that is dangerous. You're generating concussive force on impact. If you slip up, you'll shatter your own bones or your opponent's skull." After a few minutes, Kawabi called a halt. He wiped sweat from his brow and stared at Izuku for a long moment. "You've got potential," Kawabi said finally. "Good instincts. Fast eyes. Your footwork's already improving." Izuku brightened, chest swelling. "Really? But..." Kawabi raised a finger. "You're terrified of hurting people. That's your biggest obstacle. You keep pulling back at the last second." Izuku flinched. I don't want to injure anyone." "Intent matters," Kawabi said. "But hesitation will get you killed. You have to learn to hit with everything when it counts." Izuku nodded, though his chest felt tight. While Kawabi gave instructions to other students, Izuku stood off to the side, catching his breath. He found himself watching the other trainees again, mind automatically analyzing. Pyro Palms was working on controlled bursts. Her flames had shrunk to delicate blue tongues. Izuku could almost see how she regulated oxygen flow around her hands. Rubber Frame practiced dodging by bouncing off walls. Izuku noted how momentum sometimes left him spinning helplessly. Echo Voice experimented with softer tones, creating subtle concussive pops rather than giant shockwaves. Mental note: their quirks all share one thing: emotional triggers. My cursed energy reacts the same way. I need to learn to stay calm. Your curiosity is commendable, Sukuna murmured. But your enemies won't give you time for notes. Izuku crossed his arms, watching rubber frame rebound off a punching bag. Still, knowledge is power. Knowledge is only useful if your fists follow. Kawabe called him over. Midoriya, sparring time. You'll be paired with Ojiro. A blond boy stepped forward. He was about Izuku's height, wiry but solidly built. His expression was calm, polite, but his eyes were sharp, measuring. Hey, Ojiro said, extending a hand. Mashireo Ojiro. Nice to meet you. Izuku blinked at the tail swishing behind Ojiro. Why your tail? It's huge. Ojiro chuckled. Yeah, I get that a lot. Kawabe clapped sharply. Ojiro, Midoriya, front and center. Izuku stepped forward, trying not to show how badly his knees were shaking. Light contact only, Kawabe ordered. No quirks unless I say. Ojiro nodded. Good luck. Izuku bowed. Good luck to you too. Ojiro struck first. A low, snapping kick aimed at Izuku's shin. Izuku stumbled back, arms flailing. He almost fell on his butt. Ojiro hesitated, tail flicking. You okay? Izuku forced himself upright.
I'm okay.
Ojiro pressed forward again, rhythm crisp and controlled. His strikes were quick but not reckless, each movement precise. Ojiro closed the distance with blinding speed, feet silent on the wood. Izuku barely saw the short punch aimed for his chest. He twisted sideways, arms sweeping down to deflect. Decent instinct, Sukuna murmured, but clumsy footwork. Ojiro flowed into a low kick. Izuku jumped back, arms pinwheeling, but Ojiro's tail snapped forward, hooking Izuku's ankle. With a sharp tug, Ojiro yanked Izuku's foot out from under him. Izuku crashed onto his back, air exploding from his lungs. Ow, ow, ow. Ojiro leaned down, offering a hand. Sorry, I use my tail a lot. Bad habit. Izuku grabbed his hand, face red. No, it's a good strategy. I just have to adjust. Ojiro smiled. Let's keep going. Kawabe barked. Midoriya, try a counterattack, use your quirk this time. Ojiro, you too, light contact. Izuku nodded, nerves jangling. He forced a thin stream of cursed energy into his arms. Ojiro shot forward. This time Izuku sidestepped, trying to imitate Kawabe's earlier footwork. He snapped out a quick jab. His cursed energy fizzed faintly, tinging the blow with a reddish glow. Ojiro moved in. A rapid left jab snapped toward Izuku's chin. Izuku blocked, feeling his own cursed energy flare under the strain. Ojiro pivoted, spinning into a back kick. His tail lashed around in a perfect arc, aiming for Izuku's side. Izuku ducked low. He threw a quick palm strike forward, cursed energy pulsing down his arm. A soft thud landed against Ojiro's chest. A faint glow blossomed across the fabric of Ojiro's GI, but the force was less violent than Izuku expected. Ojiro staggered one step back, blinking. Whoa! That was warm? Izuku pulled back instantly. Sorry. Sorry. I'm still learning how to. Don't stop mid-fight, Kawabe roared. Ojiro lunged in with a spinning heel kick, tail whipping forward in a blur. Izuku ducked under the tail strike, adrenaline screaming through him. Even as he fought, Izuku couldn't stop his analysis brain. Ojiro's style. Heavy forward momentum. Slow to reset stance. Weak guard on left flank. Ojiro's gaze sharpened. Okay, let's see how your defense holds up. He lunged forward in a sudden flurry of strikes. 2 fast jabs. A low sweeping kick. tail flicking out like a whip. Izuku deflected the first blows, but the tail cracked across his side like a bullwhip, knocking him sideways. Gah! Izuku gasped, clutching his ribs. Kawabe strode closer, arms crossed. Midoriya. Izuku straightened. Yes, sensei? You fight like someone trying to guess the questions on an exam instead of reading the room. Izuku flushed. Kawabe stepped beside him, eyes sharp. Ojiro isn't a brawler. He uses pressure, distance, finds weak points. Watch how he's baiting your lead leg every exchange. Izuku blinked. I didn't even notice. Ojiro scratched the back of his neck. It's nothing fancy, just habit. It's deliberate, Kawabe countered. You see? Intent. Learn it, or next time your ribs won't just sting. They'll crack. He looked between them. Resume, 60% speed. Midoriya, initiate this time. He's reading you like a scroll, Sukuna said coolly. You think too much. Fight. Izuku staggered upright, sweat beading on his forehead. He forced a deep breath. He focused his cursed energy until it hummed quietly through his limbs, without flaring out of control. Ojiro darted in with another thrust kick. Izuku pivoted and stepped inside Ojiro's guard. He thrust a quick punch toward Ojiro's shoulder, the strike glowing faint red. Ojiro absorbed it with a grunt, tail wrapping defensively around his waist. Kawabe raised an eyebrow. Better, but you let the power dictate the move. It should be the other way around. Izuku shook out his hand, breathing hard. Understood. Nice adjustment, Ojiro said, panting slightly. You're not overloading it anymore. Izuku offered a shaky smile. Thanks, I'm trying. But Ojiro didn't stop. He shifted angles and slammed his tail down toward Izuku's knees. Izuku raised his arms instinctively, trying to block. The impact rattled through his bones, forcing him backward 3 steps. Ojiro pressed forward, throwing an elbow strike toward Izuku's temple. Izuku ducked low. His cursed energy flared involuntarily, red light blooming along his spine. He spun and thrust an open palm toward Ojiro's chest. Ojiro pivoted, aiming a hard punch at Izuku's ribs. Izuku's eyes went wide. He thrust both palms forward on instinct. A short, controlled burst of cursed energy erupted, red light blooming outward. Ojiro skidded back several feet, blinking in shock. He touched his chest where the pulse had hit. That felt like getting pushed by a blast of wind. Kawabe stepped in, eyes narrowing. Midoriya, how much power were you using? Izuku gulped. Like 80%? Next time, try 10. Izuku bowed deeply. Yes, sensei. Ojiro straightened, dusting off his GI. You're way stronger than you look, Midoriya. Seriously, that quirk's no joke. Kawabe clapped his hands. Good work, both of you. Go cool down and stretch. Midoriya, you and I will train control drills next time. Good first day, Midoriya. You've got raw talent. Izuku bowed deeply. Thank you, sensei. But remember, control isn't just physical. It's mental. Train your mind as hard as your body. Otherwise, you'll be a danger to everyone around you. I will, sir. Ojiro gave him a thumbs up. See you next session, Midoriya. Outside, the afternoon sun had melted snow into rivulets running down the gutters. Izuku rubbed his arms, feeling faint warmth still pulsing in his veins. You're growing, Sukuna observed, but you remain soft-hearted. You hesitate too much. He exhaled, breath misting in the winter air. For once, he wasn't terrified of what was inside him, just focused on what was ahead. And for the first time in a long time, he felt strong enough to believe it. Izuku pushed himself up, hair sticking in wild spikes. The second pulse of cursed energy was gentler than it had been weeks ago. It no longer felt like foreign needles under his skin. Instead, it felt almost comfortable, warm, like an extension of his own limbs. He blinked at the soft golden light stretching across his walls, then flexed his fingers instinctively. A faint warmth stirred beneath his skin. A breath, a pulse, a flicker of something unnatural. Cursed energy, still there, still his, and oddly familiar now. Not safe exactly, but not foreign anymore either. He let the sensation settle before moving. The warmth didn't roar or threaten. It just was like a second heartbeat. Morning, he murmured to himself. A quiet chuckle echoed faintly inside his mind. You're starting to wear it well, brat. Izuku didn't jump. Sukuna's voice didn't carry malice today. It hovered more like an observation, mild, contemplative. It's not exactly a fashion statement, Izuku replied, drying his face. It's just getting easier. That doesn't mean I'm happy about it. Sukuna. Easier means it's becoming part of you. You don't flinch from it anymore. That's good. It's not good. It's just necessary. Still denying it, humph? Izuku opened the window and let the winter air hit his face. I'm not denying anything. I'm just not letting it change me. No answer this time. Just the rustle of cold wind and the sound of birds somewhere on the wires. He swung his legs off the bed. His feet hit the cold floor, and for a second he stared at his trembling hands. The air around them barely shimmered, invisible threads of cursed energy dancing close to his fingertips. He clenched them into fists. He moved through his routine almost automatically. Brush teeth, wash face, scroll the hero news on his phone. All Might was trending again, another daring rescue out in Kyushu the night before. Izuku paused, thumb hovering over the video thumbnail. A small smile tugged at his lips. Maybe his heart didn't race the way it used to, but seeing All Might's smile still reminded him why he wanted to be a hero. Morning, sweetie, Inko called from the stove, her back turned as she flipped eggs onto 2 plates. I made them with sesame oil this time, the kind you liked last month. Izuku stepped into the kitchen, warm light casting long shadows across the floor. He inhaled deeply, the scent was perfect. Thanks, Mom, he said, sitting at the table. Smells great. She glanced at him as she brought over the plates, her smile tinged with quiet worry. You slept all right? You've been waking up earlier and earlier. Yeah, just got a lot on my mind. Inko sat down across from him, folding her hands. Is this about the dojo? Izuku blinked. A little. I've been pushing myself. I want to be ready for UA. You've always worked hard, even before all this. Her eyes drifted to his hands, then back up. But this quirk of yours, you're still learning it, right? Izuku nodded slowly. It's not like other quirks. It's more physical but emotional too. It's tied to how I feel. That sounds complicated. It is. He stirred his rice quietly. But I think I'm getting the hang of it. I don't hate it anymore. You don't hate it, she echoed. But do you like it? That gave him pause. I don't know yet, he said honestly. It's strong. It listens when I move and it helps when I fight. But sometimes it wants more than that. Like it's urging me forward. Inko reached across the table and squeezed his wrist. That doesn't mean you have to follow where it leads. You're still you, Izuku. He nodded, grateful for her grounding touch. Thanks, Mom. Snow flaked down in lazy spirals as Izuku tugged on his coat and backpack. Inko fussed at the door, brushing a bit of lint off his collar. You've been going to that dojo a lot lately. It helps, he said. Getting stronger. Just don't overdo it, all right? If anything feels strange or painful, I'll come home, he promised. She nodded, pressing a thermos into his hands. I made barley tea. Should help you relax a little. He smiled and turned to leave, but paused at the edge of the sidewalk. She stood there in the doorway, arms wrapped around herself. "Mom, I know you're trying your best," she said quietly. "And I trust you. Just don't forget that even if this quirk makes you feel different, you don't have to go through it alone." "I won't," he waved. "See you tonight." As he walked towards Aldera, Izuku felt a strange quiet settle around him. It wasn't heavy like it used to be. Cursed energy pulsed faintly beneath his skin. No longer a storm, more like a tide. He breathed in, out, balanced. "You're calmer than I expected. It's not like I'm happy you're in my head. Yet you're learning to work with it. That's what I said would happen." Izuku frowned but didn't argue. "You remind me of that brat. He thought he could wield me without consequence. Believed power was something you could use and then put back on the shelf. What happened to him? He finally understood what he was and what I was. That's when he awakened. Not by resisting, by accepting. He lost himself?
No.
He stopped pretending he wasn't already changed. That's what made him strong. You'll see eventually. I don't want to lose who I am. Then be strong enough to carry both." Izuku didn't reply. The words stayed with him, curling around his ribs like smoke. Aldera's corridors buzzed with the noise of lunchtime. Students spilled out of classrooms carrying bentos, trading snacks and chatter. Laughter bounced off beige-painted walls, mingling with the squeak of shoes on polished floors. Izuku sat alone at the windowside table, his chopsticks hovering over his bento. Outside, snow drifted down in pale curtains. Sunlight caught the white flakes, turning them to glitter before they melted on the glass. A few months ago, the cafeteria felt like a battlefield. Now it was quieter, at least for him. He toyed with a slice of tamagoyaki, lips twisting into a faint smile. After my quirk showed up, people wouldn't leave me alone. Questions, rumors, even teachers kept pulling me aside to ask if I was sure it wasn't dangerous, or if I needed to talk to someone. He stabbed the egg gently with his chopsticks. It was overwhelming and kind of exhausting, but eventually the hype died down. People found other things to gossip about. New drama, new rumors. He took a small bite, savoring the sweet flavor. I guess I'm not ignored anymore. Not like before. It's friendlier now. Not perfect, but better. A few classmates passed his table, waving or nodding. One girl even flashed him a quick thumbs up before returning to her friends. Izuku offered a shy wave back. Kaminaga even traded me his extra pudding cup last week. That would have been unthinkable a year ago. From somewhere deeper in the cafeteria, an angry shout rang out. Sharp, familiar. "Move it, extras." Izuku winced, instinctively ducking lower in his seat. Bakugo, well, other than the occasional snarl, he mostly ignores me now. He's been busy focusing on his own UA prep. It's weird. I used to wish he'd leave me alone. Now the silence feels complicated. A mild chuckle stirred in the back of his mind. Izuku huffed under his breath. Almost instinctively, he said, "I'm not nostalgic. I'm just noticing things." Sukuna gave a low, scoffing laugh. "TCH. Keep telling yourself that. Sooner or later, they'll remember you're dangerous. This peace won't last." Izuku's shoulders stiffened, but he forced himself to keep eating piece by piece. Across the cafeteria, Bakugo slammed a tray down next to his friends, scowling at nothing in particular. "He hasn't picked a fight with me since I got my quirk. That's probably for the better." The bell rang, scattering students into the corridors. Izuku walked toward his classroom, pulling his scarf tighter around his neck against the cold gusts that swept through the open windows. A couple of boys from another class nodded at him in passing. "Midoriya, that new quirk still working out?" "Yeah," Izuku said with a quick smile. "Still practicing." "Man, how lucky. I'm still stuck with mine. My hair glows in the dark. That's it." Izuku laughed softly. "Hey, Heroes come in all types. They waved and disappeared around the corner, chattering. I'm not the invisible nobody I used to be, but I'm not exactly popular either. Just somewhere in between. And for now, that's enough. Izuku settled at his desk, twisting his pencil between his fingers as the teacher lectured on modern hero laws. His eyes drifted to the snow drifting outside. Inside his chest, cursed energy pulsed slow and steady, not raging, not clawing to break free, just there, waiting. I'm still figuring it out, but it doesn't scare me like it used to. I just don't want it to swallow me or change me into something else. Change is inevitable, brat. The only question is whether you steer it or get swept under. Izuku sighed, pressing his chin into his palm. I don't want to be swept anywhere. I want to stand my ground. The lesson droned on, Mr. Sato's voice reciting hero regulations in a flat, almost hypnotic cadence. Izuku stared out the window, eyes half-lidded as snowflakes traced delicate spirals against the glass. This is my last week at Aldera. He blinked, as if the thought had surprised even him. Just a few more days of this classroom, this desk, these halls. Then winter will end, and Yue will be there waiting for me on the other side. A tiny chill slipped down his spine, not the cold seeping through the drafty windows, but the electric thrill of everything about to change. I spent years dreaming about Yue, watching it from afar, thinking it was impossible. And now, he flexed his fingers under the desk. Cursed energy coiled faintly beneath his skin, like a cat stretching in sunlight. He could feel it there, steady, obedient. I'm stronger than I was. I can't say I'm not scared, but I'm not frozen anymore either. He swallowed, watching fat flakes fall in lazy spirals. Yue isn't just an entrance exam. It's my whole future. A place where I'll either prove myself or prove that I don't belong. He glanced at the faint shimmer around his fingertips. It vanished quickly, sucked back beneath his skin. I can't mess this up. I have to be ready. For the exam. For the teachers. For the other students. A flicker of memory passed through him. Ojiro's measured strikes in the dojo. The instructor's voice barking corrections. The feel of cursed energy pouring through his arms as he blocked a kick. He drew a deep breath, pressing his palm against his desk to steady himself. A few more days, that's all. I just have to keep pushing until then. You're trembling, brat, and not from the cold. Izuku didn't look up. It's not fear, he whispered. It's anticipation. Call it what you like. You're on the edge of your own blade, whether you admit it or not. Izuku let out a shaky laugh. He sat a little taller, the snow continuing to swirl outside the glass. 1 week later, glinting off rows of folding chairs, banners of Aldera Junior High hung from the rafters, fluttering gently in the faint breeze from ceiling fans overhead. The place buzzed with the rustle of pressed uniforms and the click of cameras. Parents crowded the bleachers, leaning forward, waving phones in the air. Teachers lined the stage, wearing crisp suits and polite smiles that already looked tired. Izuku stood in the middle of Class 3C, stiff in his clean uniform. A paper program crinkled in his hands as he shifted from foot to foot. I blinked, and a whole week vanished. Suddenly it's here. Graduation day. My last day at Aldera. He swallowed, eyes scanning the crowd. I should be happy, and I am, sort of, but there's this weird feeling in my chest, like I'm already standing at the starting line of the next race. The principal droned on from the stage. We're so proud of all you young men and women who have worked so diligently. Izuku only half listened. His thoughts kept looping back to Yue, to the looming entrance exam, to Kawabi-sensei's dojo, where he'd learned how to ground himself and stop overthinking every move, to sparring matches that left his knuckles bruised and his control shaky, and to the memory of that night in the city, the monstrous curse, the way red light had flared from his fists, and the secret he now carried like a live wire under his skin. Cursed energy hummed faintly through his body, an uneasy reminder of how much he still had to master. He rubbed his thumb over his palm, feeling a flicker of power shift and settle. It's become normal, almost, not safe but normal. A sharp laugh rolled through his skull. You're far too comfortable with me, brat. I'm not comfortable. I'm just used to you. A thin difference. Remember, power demands a price. The more you rely on me, the closer you walk to ruin. Then I'll walk carefully. Sukuna huffed but fell silent. Midoriya Izuku. His name echoed through the gym. Izuku jerked his head up, heart lurching in his chest. Heat flooded his face as applause rose around him. He shuffled forward, climbing the steps to the stage. The principal handed him a rolled diploma tied with a gold ribbon. Izuku bowed low, trying to ignore how his knees felt like rubber. I did it. I'm finished here. No going back now. As he stepped down, he scanned the bleachers. His eyes found Inko in the second row. She stood up, waving both arms wildly, tears shining in her eyes. Izuku, you're amazing, sweetie. He blushed crimson but waved back. A few kids snickered, but he didn't even mind. The air outside was crisp and bright. Snow lingered in thin patches along the concrete, melting into shining puddles. Parents hugged kids. Teachers posed for photos. Izuku tucked his diploma under his arm, drifting along the edge of the crowd. I might never see most of these people again. He inhaled deeply, letting the cold sting his lungs. Inko bustled over, wiping her eyes with a napkin. I can't believe it's over. You've grown so much. I'm still short, Izuku muttered, cheeks pink. She sniffled and dabbed her eyes again. Thanks, Mom. He looked down at his diploma. Next stop, UA. As the wind rustled the school banners, Izuku stared at the path stretching ahead. His fingers twitched, and he felt the faint glow of cursed energy beneath his skin. It no longer frightened him. This is the start line. He squared his shoulders, exhaling steam into the winter air. I'm ready. The sun was nothing but a pale glow behind city rooftops as Izuku jogged through empty streets. Frost glittered on shop signs and puddles shimmered silver under the early light. Each breath puffed white into the chill air. He felt the faint, comforting thrum of cursed energy under his skin. Izuku nodded along, only half aware. His eyes drifted to reflections in store windows. People hurried by in scarves and coats. He could sense the faint ripple of quirks here and there. Someone with vapor drifting off their hair, another with faintly glowing fingertips. He felt connected to it all in a way he hadn't before, like cursed energy tuned him into the undercurrent of the world. Everything feels more vivid now, even the cold air, the way the light hits the street. He turned into a narrow street lined with shuttered ramen shops and vending machines humming in the silence. Voices cracked the quiet. Empty your pockets. Now. Izuku slowed. Two men loomed over a trembling salaryman backed against a graffiti-smeared wall. One thug twirled a small knife. The other cracked his knuckles. Izuku ducked behind a vending machine, heart hammering. Cursed energy twitched under his skin like a startled animal. Sukuna's voice oozed into his mind, smooth and somewhat expectantly. Well, brat? Gonna keep hiding while the weak bleed? Shut up. I'm thinking. A voice curled into his skull, low and amused. This city's crawling with rats, brat. Why don't we stir the nest? I'm not looking for trouble, Izuku whispered. Too late, Sukuna said, the grin audible in his voice. Besides, consider this your test. And then Izuku felt something horrific happen to his own face. A sharp, tearing sensation bloomed over his cheekbone. A second mouth split open along his skin, lined with jagged teeth, grinning wide. Holy crap, he can do that. Pathetic. That toy knife isn't worth the iron it's forged from. You call those cuts? I've dismantled men with a flick of my claw. Izuku didn't expect to fight that morning. The thugs froze, staring at the mouth twisting on Izuku's cheek. What the hell? The hell's wrong with your face, freak? Sukuna's grin spread further. Come try your rusty toy on me, worm. I'll carve you open like fresh fruit. Izuku slapped a hand over the monstrous mouth, horrified. Stop it. You're making it worse. They're coming, Sukuna said, gleeful. Try not to wet yourself, brat. Knife thug charged first. The sparking quirk thug raised his hand and flickered a small arc of crackling heat that ignited the air. A microflame quirk. Izuku tried to step sideways, just like he'd drilled at the dojo, but the knife caught his sleeve, slicing fabric and grazing his bicep. Pain flared. Real pain. Not the safe, padded impact of sparring gloves. This is real. He ducked as the flame thug threw a palmful of embers. They splattered against the wall, hissing smoke. He choked on the stink of scorched paint. Sukuna's laughter raked down his spine. Pathetic. You're already bleeding. At least try to amuse me. Knife thug slashed again. Faster. Izuku barely deflected it with his forearm. He tried to grab the man's wrist like Kawabe had taught him, but the thug wrenched free and headbutt him. Stars burst behind Izuku's eyes. Focus. Focus. He dodged backward, just in time to see the flame thug exhale and spit a thin gout of fire straight toward his face. Instinct took over. He raised a forearm, cursed energy flooding his skin. A faint surge crackled into existence, diffusing the flames before they reached him. Even so, the heat blasted across his cheek. Nothing like the dojo.
No signals. No bracks.
They just keep coming. Knife thug lunged again. Izuku sidestepped, channeling energy into his leg. He swung a low kick into the man's shin. Bone gave under his foot, less cleanly than in practice, more jarring. The man screamed, stumbled, but didn't drop the knife. Flame thug hurled another spray of embers, forcing Izuku to pivot into the alley's center. The heat grazed his clothes, leaving charred streaks. I can't let them pin me in. He sprinted toward knife thug, feinted high, then dropped into a crouch and slammed a palm strike into his knee. Cursed energy burst at the point of impact. The thug howled and collapsed. Izuku barely had time to turn before flame thug barreled in, fury distorting his face. The man grabbed Izuku's collar with one hand, his other palm flaring hot. You think you're some kind of hero? Izuku caught the man's wrist with both hands, fighting to keep the burning palm away from his throat. The stink of singed hair filled the air. He felt the heat biting through his sleeves. Too close. Too close. Sukuna's voice hissed. You're letting this little worm torch you? Pathetic. Izuku clenched his teeth, cursed energy surging down his arms. He twisted, redirecting the man's momentum into the wall. Brick cracked. The thug slumped, dazed. Knife thug struggled up, clutching his ruined knee. He dragged himself forward, blade trembling in his fist. Izuku turned to face him, chest heaving. A trickle of blood slid down his forearm from the first cut. You're not getting away, the man gasped. Sukuna's mouth widened on Izuku's cheek. You really want to try that dull toothpick again? He licked the air with a long, inhuman tongue. I'll show you what a real cut looks like. Stop egging them on, Izuku snapped. The man lunged, slashing wildly. Izuku deflected the knife with his forearm and slammed his other palm into the man's sternum. Harder this time. The blow reverberated through his whole body. Cursed energy erupted at the point of impact in a velvet burst. The thug's eyes rolled back, and he crumpled to the concrete. Silence fell. Izuku stood panting, fists trembling. His forearm throbbed where the knife had cut him. He could still feel the heat of the flames on his cheek. Nothing like sparring. No rules.
No mercy.
Sukuna's mouth slowly dissolved from his cheek, the grin lingering in his mind. "That was more entertaining," he said, voice dry. "But you still flinch too much. One day you'll understand. Power isn't about hesitation." Izuku wiped sweat and soot from his brow. Sirens wailed in the distance, growing closer by the second. Izuku stood amid drifting steam, blood drying on his cut forearm, sweat soaking the collar of his uniform. The man he'd saved, the salaryman, stared at him with wide, terrified eyes, but beneath the fear, gratitude shone through. Izuku shifted awkwardly, wiping soot off his cheek. His cursed energy felt like a faint echo now, pulsing gently under his skin. "I can't believe this just happened." A voice crackled from a loudspeaker. "Police, drop any weapons and step away." Izuku raised his hands immediately. The two thugs lay groaning on the pavement, one clutching his knee, the other half-conscious. Officers poured into the alley, weapons drawn. One of them, a broad-shouldered man with a close-cut haircut, took a look at Izuku's trembling form and barked, "Kid, you're injured. Don't move." Izuku swallowed hard. "I am not armed. I'm the one who stopped them." Another officer hauled the salaryman to his feet. "You okay, sir?" The man nodded shakily. Thanks to him. Within minutes, the thugs were cuffed and loaded into police vans. An ambulance crew arrived, checking Izuku's arm and gently bandaging the knife cut. But soon, two uniformed officers approached Izuku with stern expressions. "Son," said the taller one, "we're going to have to take you in for questioning. There's potential violation of quirk regulation laws." Izuku stiffened. I was protecting someone. They attacked first." "That may be true," the officer said, softer now. "But using a quirk in public without registration can carry penalties, even if it's self-defense." Izuku felt his chest tighten.
Illégal quirk usage.
"If that goes on my record, UA might never let me in." The officers gently guided him toward a patrol car. The salaryman, pale and anxious, suddenly stepped forward. "Wait," he blurted. "Officer, please, don't charge the boy. He saved my life. Those men would have killed me." The shorter officer shook his head. "Sir, we appreciate that, but laws exist for a reason. Vigilantism is still a crime." The salaryman grabbed the officer's sleeve. "Please, he's just a kid. He only used his quirk to protect me. If this goes on his record, it could ruin his chances. He said he wants to be a hero." Izuku felt heat burn behind his eyes. "He's trying to help me." The officer's eyes softened. He sighed heavily. "It's not that simple." "I'll take full responsibility," the salaryman insisted. "Say I provoked them, or that I begged him to help. Anything. Just don't put this on his record." After several tense minutes and hushed conversations between the officers, the taller one finally spoke. "All right," he said, rubbing the bridge of his nose. "Considering the circumstances, we'll let this slide as a warning. But this goes on temporary incident record. No official charges." Izuku exhaled shakily. The shorter officer leveled a finger at him. "Don't think this means you're off scot-free. If this happens again before your quirk's properly licensed, it won't be a warning next time. Understand?" Izuku bowed low. "Why, yes, sir. Thank you." The salaryman nodded to him, eyes glistening. "Thank you, young man. Truly." Half an hour later, Izuku sat on a bench inside Mizudafu's precinct, an ice pack pressed to his arm. He kept his head low, mortified. A door burst open. "Izuku!" Inko rushed across the room, eyes wide and panicked. Her hands flew to his shoulders, feeling for injuries. "Mom, I'm fine," he mumbled. "It was just some guys trying to rob someone." One of the officers stepped forward. "Ma'am, your son intervened in an armed mugging. He used a quirk he hasn't registered for combat use. Normally, that's grounds for charges." But we're letting it go this time as a warning. A civilian witness pleaded his case. Inko's face went pale. I don't. He just got his quirk. I know, the officer said, voice gentler. Just make sure he understands the laws. We can't have civilians starting fights, even with good intentions. Outside the station, the sun had fully risen, painting the street gold. Inko held Izuku's bandaged hand. Why do you keep getting yourself hurt? He looked away, ashamed. I didn't want that man to die, Mom. She sighed, tears threatening her lashes. I know, and I'm proud of you.
I'm scared.
You're still my little boy, Izuku. He managed a weak smile. I'll be more careful. I promise. As they walked home, Sukuna murmured inside his mind, voice sharp and amused. See, brat? That's what happens when you use power without conviction. One day you'll have to choose. Either cower behind rules or carve your path. Izuku gritted his teeth. Sukuna's dark laughter faded into silence as Mizutofu bustled awake around them. A few hours later, Izuku found himself by the riverbank, the weak winter sun glinting off the gentle current. Inko had gone home to make him lunch, fussing over his torn sleeve and singed coat, but Izuku hadn't followed her just yet. Instead, he leaned on the railing, watching the icy water slip past. His breath came out in pale clouds. I should be heading home, but the adrenaline from the fight had finally drained away, leaving behind a kind of hollow ache, not just in his muscles but in his chest. I thought I was ready, that training at the dojo would make me strong enough, but it wasn't the same. He flexed his bandaged arm gently. Pain pulsed under the gauze. Sparring has rules. A street fight doesn't care if you're scared, or if you hesitate. He could still hear the crackle of fire, smell the scorched concrete, feel the weight of the knife pressing against his arm. And deeper, like an echo, Sukuna's mocking laughter. You flinched? Sukuna murmured, sudden and close in his mind. You second-guessed every move. Izuku didn't reply right away. The wind tugged at his hair, cold and sharp. Finally he said, softly, I still won. You survived, Sukuna corrected. Don't confuse that with winning. Victory is when your enemy stops breathing, brat. Izuku swallowed, gaze locked on the rippling water. I'm not going to kill people. Sukuna snorted. Hero talk, that's fine. Keep your morals. But understand this, power without resolve is just noise. Izuku gripped the rail tighter. Resolve wasn't just fighting, or getting stronger. It was deciding who he wanted to be, and sticking to it even when his body screamed, even when he was terrified. He looked at his reflection in the water. Dark circles under his eyes. A faint glow of cursed energy still pulsing in his veins. I'm not like Sukuna, but maybe he's right about one thing. I have to be strong enough to carry this power without letting it change who I am. A faint breeze carried the distant sounds of the city waking up. Izuku straightened, rolling his shoulders. Yue's coming, he whispered to himself. I have to get stronger. Melting snow pooled on the sidewalks, turning Mizutofu's early streets into a patchwork of wet pavement and gleaming puddles. Izuku Midoriya's breath fogged in the crisp air as he jogged along the river path, his sneakers thudding a steady rhythm against the asphalt. He wasn't running from anything. Or maybe he was. The river sparkled gold under the pale sun, but Izuku's mind was far away, caught between memory and possibility. He couldn't stop replaying the fight, the way the thug's knife glinted under neon lights, the sharp tang of blood, the way the second guy's flames burned hot enough to make his skin sting. And underneath it all, the way his cursed energy had surged forward, eager, wild. He swallowed. It hadn't just been fear that drove him to fight. It had felt good. Powerful. He hated how good it felt. A voice curled through his head. velvet slick and full of mockery. They were pathetic, brat. You should have carved them into ribbons. I barely even needed to step in. Izuku's feet faltered for half a step, then picked up again. I don't want to carve anyone, he muttered under his breath. I want to be a hero. Sukuna gave a dismissive click of his tongue. A hero who flinches from power? You'll die with your guts on the pavement if you keep that up. Izuku exhaled slowly, pushing his pace faster. I'm not flinching, he said. I'm learning. Same thing. Your little dojo fights are baby games. Out there, there's no referee, no bell to save you. You felt it, didn't you? How your body moved better when you stopped hesitating. Izuku didn't answer. His breath came faster, misting in the chill air. By the time he pushed open the glass doors of the Mizutofu Martial Arts Center, more locally known as the Kawabi Dojo, the place buzzed with voices and the slap of feet against mats. The scent of pine cleaner and sweat filled the air. Izuku set his bag down and stretched out his shoulders, wincing as fresh bruises complained. Midoriya, Ojiro called out, waving him over. About time you showed up. Thought you'd be slacking after that fight in the alley. Izuku gave him a dry look. You think I'd skip training? Please, I've barely scratched the surface of this stuff. Ojiro grinned, leaning closer. So, hey, did it feel different? You know, a real fight. Izuku paused. He thought of flashing knives, blood misting the dawn air, and the roaring inside his head. Yeah, he said finally. No rules, no sense of rhythm. This chaos. I couldn't predict half the stuff they tried. Ojiro nodded solemnly. That's why I'm here every spare hour. In a fight, instincts save your skin. He thumped his chest. Brains and guts. My grandpa drilled it into me. Of course, having a tail helps. Izuku cracked a smile. Does it really hurt if someone pulls it? Ojiro groaned theatrically. Bro, don't even joke. That's the worst. Middle school was a horror movie. And you wouldn't believe how many times I've accidentally tail-slapped teachers. Izuku tried to hold back a laugh, and failed. Sukuna's voice floated in, dry as old parchment. Fascinating. Tales of tail injuries. Truly the lore of mighty warriors. Izuku rolled his eyes. A crisp voice cut through the hall. Midoriya, Ojiro, warmed up yet? They both turned. Komori stood nearby in a spotless white GI, hair tied back in a neat red ponytail. She carried herself with a calm, respectful aura. She bowed lightly toward Izuku.
I'm Komori.
Flame quirk. She gave him a friendly nod. Heard you've been working hard. It's nice to finally meet you. Izuku blinked. The respectful tone threw him for half a second. Midoriya, nice to meet you, properly. Ojiro leaned over and whispered, she's a total monster on the mats. Careful. Komori gave Ojiro a mock glare. I'm not that bad. You nearly melted Mishiba's GI last week. Ojiro protested. Komori flushed. That was an accident. Izuku fought the urge to smack his own forehead. Before Izuku could reply, a bark of authority cut through the air. Midoriya, Komori, on the mat. Instructor Kawabi was a solid wall of a man with a buzz cut and the grizzled look of someone who'd seen more street fights than he'd ever admit. His arms were crossed, his scowl as deep as a canyon. Full spar. No pulled punches. I want to see how much you both learned. Ojiro rubbed his neck. Man, Kawabi-sensei, you trying to kill us today? Stop whining. Kawabi jabbed a thumb at Izuku. Midoriya, don't hold back. And if that weird glow of yours comes out, use it. I'm sick of watching you try to hide it. Izuku swallowed hard. Yes, sir. Komori gave Izuku a determined look. I'll hold back a bit. Let's make it clean. Izuku squared his stance. Deal. Komori bounced lightly on her toes, eyes fixed on Izuku with a spark of challenge. Heat shimmered faintly around her fists, making the air between them warp like a mirage. Ojiro leaned over the ropes of the sparring mat, tail twitching. Careful, Midoriya. She sets everything on fire when she gets excited. Komori shot him a sidelong glare. And you still owe me a new sleeve, tail boy. That's Ojiro-san to you. Izuku exhaled slowly, trying to quiet the faint roar of cursed energy in his veins. But he couldn't stop a cold memory from surfacing: a flickering knife, a robber's sneer, and orange flames bursting across the dark street. His eyes snapped back to Komori's blazing palms. Flames, just like that night. A coil of tension tightened inside him, his body leaning forward instinctively, weight on the balls of his feet. Sukuna's voice slithered through his skull, amused. "Oh, recognize that heat, do you, brat? Let's see if you've grown some teeth." Izuku swallowed hard, forcing his focus back to the mat. Kawabe clapped once, sharply. "Begin!" Komori moved like a spark catching dry grass, blindingly fast. Her left fist swung in, blazing orange, and Izuku twisted sideways just in time. The heat grazed his cheek, leaving a faint burn. "Hey!" Komori laughed. "Don't go easy on me, Midoriya." Izuku countered with a sharp palm strike, cursed energy sparking along his forearm. Komori blocked it with her flaming forearm, and steam hissed where cursed energy and fire collided. "She's pressing too close," Ojiro called out. "Pivot out. Don't let her trap your feet." Komori fired back, smirking. "Keep your coaching to yourself, Ojiro-san." She lunged again, feet skimming across the mat as she threw a spinning kick. Heat blazed off her heel, painting a hot arc through the air. Izuku ducked under it, but his heart pounded double time, adrenaline washing icy clarity through his mind. No rhythm, no pattern. It's chaos. Just like a real fight. His breath came faster, muscles tightened. Komori didn't relent. She swept in, feinting low, then snapping a flame-coated fist at his ribs. Izuku blocked, and felt a jolt of raw heat punch through his forearms. "Too stiff," Komori taunted. "You're thinking too hard." "Naha," Izuku hissed, eyes blazing as cursed energy pooled around his knuckles. He lunged forward, throwing a hook. Komori jerked her head aside, but the blow grazed her cheek, leaving a faint sizzling blue spark against her skin. She dropped into a lower stance, flames swirling around her fists like twin vortexes. Ojiro was practically hopping on the sidelines. "Midoriya, circle right." Komori shot him an exasperated look. "I will roast your tail next." Komori surged forward again. The next series of strikes was a blur of red heat and searing arcs. Izuku's body seemed to move on instinct, slipping aside just barely, cursed energy whispering under his skin. He felt the weight of the dojo fade away. His tunnel vision narrowed on Komori's shoulders, hips, and eyes. Every flicker of her muscles telegraphed the next attack. He parried one blazing punch, then slipped in close, slamming a cursed energy-infused elbow into her ribs. Sparks flew where red and orange collided. Komori gasped but didn't back down. She countered immediately, pivoting to throw a sweeping flame kick. It slammed into Izuku's shoulder with searing heat, sending him staggering sideways. Sukuna cackled inside his skull. "Good. Feel it, brat. The edge between control and chaos. That's real combat." Komori lunged in for a final strike, blazing fists hurtling toward Izuku's chest. But Izuku planted his foot and met her halfway, crashing a cursed energy punch against her guard. The air cracked with heat and pressure, a thunderclap of colliding forces. Red sparks hissed against Komori's flames. Both fighters wobbled, steam swirling around them. Kawabe's voice rang out. "Enough!" "Your problem," Kawabe said gruffly, "is you keep waiting for rules. You think a real fight's going to pause and let you adjust. It won't." Izuku swallowed hard. I'm trying. Try less. Feel more." Izuku nodded mutely, sweat dripping from his bangs. Komori lowered her fists, panting, sweat glistening across her brow. Damn, Midoriya, you hit hard. Izuku wiping sweat from his face. You're crazy fast. And your quirk. It's no joke. Komori flashed a grin. Yours either. You've got serious fire under all that polite mumbling. Ojiro bounded over, tail swishing. See? Told you you'd keep up. Komori threw him a playful shove. Shut up, tail boy. You're next. Sukuna gave a long-suffering sigh in Izuku's mind. Ugh, the social rituals of children. I'd rather dismantle someone's spine. Izuku sighed. You're exhausting. Sukuna merely chuckled, low and sharp. The dojo buzzed with movement, but Izuku stood still, gaze fixed on the mats as his thoughts churned. Sukuna's presence flickered to life, his tone unexpectedly thoughtful. Power's only dangerous if you're too weak to wield it. Izuku's jaw tightened as he curled his fingers into a fist. Then I'll get strong enough to handle it. I have to. The dojo door creaked shut behind them, soft thuds of practice swords fading into silence. Outside, the world was sharp and clear. The faint scent of grilled meat from a distant yakitori stand teased the cold air. Izuku and Ojiro emerged side by side, both still slightly sweaty, their breath visible as pale steam. Ugh, my shoulders feel like bricks, Ojiro muttered, stretching his arms overhead until his joints popped. His tail flicked behind him, making little arcs through the air. Izuku grinned, though his own muscles throbbed. I thought I was going to cough up my lungs, but I feel like my reaction time's getting a little faster. Yeah. Ojiro twitched his tail side to side, thinking, I guess it's paying off. Izuku shifted his gym bag higher on his shoulder. Komori's form is getting scarier every week. I thought something was going to crack when she threw me. Ojiro gave a grim chuckle. Well, at least she didn't accidentally light your sleeves on fire. Izuku shuddered. Don't remind me. They headed toward the main street, their steps crunched through leftover snow and scattered rocks. A few cars rolled by, windshield wipers squeaking. Somewhere farther off, a siren wailed and fell silent again. Izuku found himself watching a billboard flickering above a convenience store. It cycled images of heroes in shining costumes, quirks blazing, citizens cheering in the background. The vibrant display reflected in the puddles around their feet. He slowed slightly, still staring at the screen. Ojiro noticed and turned his head, his brow furrowed. You okay, Midoriya? Izuku blinked back to the present. Yeah, sorry. Just thinking. They continued walking. Silence stretched for a few blocks before Izuku tried again. Hey, so, UA's doing an open campus event this weekend. Ojiro gave him a cautious side-eye. Already? The exams are still weeks away. I know, but Izuku bit his lower lip. I thought, maybe we could go? Together. Ojiro's footsteps slowed. He stuffed his hands into his pockets, shoulders hunching slightly under the chill. I dunno, Midoriya. Izuku tilted his head. Why not? Ojiro scratched the back of his head. I mean, it's UA, the big leagues. I'm not sure I'm, cut out for it. Izuku frowned. But why? Ojiro exhaled, his breath a white plume. Because, look at me. I'm not flashy. I've got a tail. People either laugh or stare. I'm good at martial arts, sure, but so are a million other kids. I'm not the type people remember. Izuku felt his chest squeeze. The words echoed too close to home. I used to feel like that, he said softly. Like nothing I could ever do would matter because I didn't have a quirk. Or because I wasn't loud enough or strong enough. But, I dunno. I think there's more than one way to stand out. Ojiro's tail drooped a bit. It's different for you now, though. Now that you've got your quirk. People notice you. Yeah, and it freaks me out half the time, Izuku said, huffing a nervous laugh. Half of Aldera stared at me for a week straight. Then they just stopped. Ojiro arched an eyebrow. Stopped. Izuku nodded. Yeah. Once the novelty wore off, they went back to, well, ignoring me. Mostly. I'm on friendlier terms with some of them now, but it's not like I'm suddenly popular. Ha! Ojiro's gaze dropped to the pavement. They reached a crosswalk. The red signal glowed like an ember. Cars hummed past, windows fogged. Izuku lowered his voice. Listen, I've watched you spar. You're amazing. You're smart and calm under pressure. And you never back down. Heroes don't all have to be big explosions and fireworks. Ojiro gave a faint, humorless smile. Try telling that to the news. Or the crowd. Or the hero agencies. People want flash. Izuku hesitated. Okay, sure, some do. But a lot of people want heroes they can trust. Quiet heroes. Steady heroes. You'd be one of those. Ojiro shook his head. Midoriya, if you and I both go to UA, I'll just fade into the background. And I don't want to waste my shot on something I'm not suited for. Izuku stopped walking. Ojiro noticed too late, turning back as Izuku's voice rose slightly. Don't say that. His eyes glistened. Don't talk like you're a waste. Ojiro's expression shifted, startled. Izuku swallowed. I used to think I was the kind of person who'd always fade out of people's memories. Like, I'd live my whole life and nobody would remember I existed. But that's not true. I've got people who believe in me. My mom. All Might, sort of. Kawabi sense dash. Ojiro's mouth twitched. All Might, sort of? It's complicated, Izuku mumbled, pinking around his ears. Sukuna's voice dripped into his thoughts, dry and disdainful. Oh, riveting. The brat weeps and clings to his equally spineless friend. How heartwarming. You'll be writing each other poetry next. Izuku scowled inwardly. Ojiro blinked. Huh. Nothing, Izuku said quickly. Listen, at least come look at UA. Just see what it's like. You don't have to decide anything yet. Ojiro hesitated, staring down at a puddle. A cold breeze lifted his hair. Ojiro studied him for a long moment. Then his shoulders slumped in a resigned sigh. All right, I'll go. But if it's full of kids with laser eyes and giant monster arms, I'm blaming you. Izuku beamed. Deal. Ojiro gave him a soft shove. And you're buying lunch if it's boring. I said deal. They started walking again. Overhead, the sun dipped lower, casting amber light over the city. Izuku felt lighter somehow, as though a weight had slipped off his back. By the way, Ojiro added, flicking his tail at Izuku's hip, if you start muttering hero stats at strangers, I'm pretending I don't know you. Izuku clutched his chest in mock offense. Ojiro! Sukuna gave a disgusted little scoff. Izuku rolled his eyes. Thanks for the support. Izuku's heart was pounding so hard he could almost feel it echo in his ears as he and Ojiro approached the gates of U Academy. The great stone pillar etched with the school's logo towered above them, and a banner flapped in the winter breeze. UA Open Campus Day. Discover your path to heroics. A handful of students in green visitor badges milled around the courtyard, clustered in small groups or lining up at information booths. Pro heroes wandered among them, demonstrating quirk techniques or answering questions. Wow, Izuku breathed. It's bigger than I expected. Ojiro glanced around, eyes narrowed thoughtfully. It's definitely official. Izuku gave a small grin. Everyone starts somewhere. Ojiro tucked his pamphlet into his pocket. All right, let's see if this place thinks I belong. They stepped through the gates. The courtyard was a wide, open plaza of polished stone, punctuated by statues of UA alumni in heroic poses. To their left, a tented booth displayed shiny brochures labeled Hero Course, Support Course, and General Studies. To their right, a roped-off area held a series of agility obstacles. Rotating pillars, balance beams, and a swinging wrecking ball drill. A voice crackled from speakers overhead. Welcome, prospective students and families, to UA High's open campus. Please enjoy our demonstrations and feel free to ask our faculty any questions. Inside the courtyard, laughter and clipped conversation buzzed around information tables and demonstration stations. A pro hero in a crisp suit was showing off a gravity manipulation quirk to a small crowd. Rings of children reached up to touch the ripples he made in the air. Izuku's shoulders prickled with excitement. Over here, he said, pointing to a white canopy where a genial professor was tapping through slides on a tablet. That's the hero course booth. They wove between clusters of visitors, stepping around a group of middle schoolers who were trying on spare hero masks and vaulting over a low barrier. Ojiro lingered by a neat stack of pamphlets titled, Your Quirk, Your Future. A call over a crackling speaker invited them to the demonstration dome. They climbed bleachers around a circular arena, settling into plastic seats that squeaked. Below, 2 students were showing off quirk synergy. One generating a gust of wind, the other shaping it into spinning shields. Look at how they move, Izuku murmured. Every step deliberate. Ojiro watched for a moment, arms folded. Lot of practice goes into that. After the demo, Izuku tugged at his sleeve again. Want to try the obstacle course? Ojiro hesitated, then followed him to the starting line. The course consisted on rotating poles, narrow beams, and dangling padded balls meant to knock you off balance. But Izuku's feet itched to run. Ojiro went first. He sprinted between the poles, tail balancing him like a tightrope walker, then hopped across the beams without a wobble. 20 seconds flat. He stopped at the end, breathing just a little hard. Now it was his turn. He felt every eye on him, students, instructors, even a couple of passing heroes in uniform. He set his stance, pushed off and moved. Limbs pumped, cursed energy humming beneath his skin, guiding his balance across the beam. He ducked the pendulum ball by an inch, then he sprinted to the finish. 18.4 seconds. Ojiro gave him a sideways grin. Nice. Izuku exhaled. Thanks. They followed a gravel path lined with statues of past graduates' silent monuments to UA's motto, Plus Ultra. Izuku paused before a bronze statue of All Might standing firm against an invisible storm. He read the plaque, Soar above and beyond your limits. It's like they're daring you, Izuku said softly. Be more than you think you are. Ojiro's expression softened. I see it now. UA isn't just for big quirks. It's for people who push themselves, quietly or loudly. Izuku smiled and reached into his pocket for the guest booklet on a small desk by the exit. He signed his name, then wrote Plus Ultra. Ojiro stepped up next, hesitated, then added his name and Plus Ultra beneath Izuku's entry.
Plus Ultra, Izuku whispered. Plus Ultra, Ojiro echoed.
And side by side, they headed home, one still rattling off hero trivia, the other shaking his head but smiling all the same. Before the sun had fully come out to paint the sky, Izuku Midoriya was already up. His alarm buzzed at 5 a.m. in his room, an early start more for nerves than preparation. He'd reviewed hero law until his eyes hurt, plotted out agility strategies, and drilled interview answers. But now, as he stared at his calendar, everything boiled down to a single truth. Today would decide if he belonged at UA. He dressed in the uniform he'd laid out the night before. Crisp white shirt, neat trousers, a backpack with his tracksuit for the practical, and his hero notebook tucked into his breast pocket. Inko's door clicked open behind him. Sweetie, are you sure you've got everything? Her worry was evident in the tight line of her shoulders. Izuku swallowed, smoothing his hair. I'm as ready as I'll ever be, Mom. Thanks for everything. She pressed a lunchbox into his hands. Rice balls shaped like little arrowace with a side of steamed vegetables. Just remember, no matter what, you're my hero. He hugged her, heart pounding. I'll make you proud. Outside, the cold air bit his cheeks, turning steps into white puffs. He boarded the crowded bus towards the Mizutofu train station, lunchbox on his lap, scanning his own reflection in the glass. Green hair slicked back, eyes shining with determination. By 7:30 a.m., the UA campus was alive. The crest above the main gate gleamed, and distant cheers drifted from demonstration areas. He joined a line of applicants waiting to enter the lecture hall for the written exam. Some faces were familiar Aldra middle schoolers, anxious parents, and the occasional Bakugo Katsuki who didn't bother to chat. Sukuna's voice slithered into his head like a snake through dry grass. "You look like you're marching to an execution, brat. Try not to piss yourself." Izuku swallowed, cheeks flushing. "I'm not that nervous." "Sukuna, ha," says the kid, trembling like a newborn fawn. Izuku tried to block him out, focusing instead on counting the people ahead of him, noting quirks he overheard in low conversations. He was so busy scanning the crowd that he didn't notice someone stop short in front of him. He smacked into a smaller figure with a soft thud. "Whoa, oh gosh, sorry." Papers flew from her hands like startled birds. Izuku blurted out a quick apology, dropping to help scoop them up.
Izuku, I'm sorry.
"I wasn't looking. Here, let me help." They both reached for the same form and paused awkwardly. The girl cleared her throat and gave him a quick, polite smile. "It's fine. Big crowd, right?" "Yeah. Sorry again."
I'm Midoriya.
"Uraraka Ochako. Nice to meet cha." Izuku blinked at her, momentarily stunned. She was about his age, a little shorter than him, round-faced and bright-eyed, with hair tied up in a cute bob. There was an easy warmth in the way she smiled despite their collision. There was a pause, the smallest flicker of mutual nerves passing between them. "First time here?" "Not really, actually I came to the open campus last week." He tried for a small smile. "But it feels like half the country showed up." "Well, it is UA." They both laughed, but it was the nervous, uncertain kind. Ochako gathered her papers more tightly and gave him a nod. Izuku noticed her fingers trembling slightly, the same way his were. "Let's both do our best, okay? No sense in worrying about the stuff we can't control." Izuku, "Yeah, good luck, Uraraka." As she disappeared into the crowd, Sukuna let out a sharp, sardonic laugh in Izuku's head. "You almost tripped over your tongue. I'd say you're hopeless, but at least your pathetic stuttering is entertaining." Izuku glared slightly upward as he gathered the last of the papers, ignoring the laughter echoing inside his skull. Ojiro Mashireo appeared beside him, carrying only a small pouch. No tail whipping, no flash, just steady composure. "You look ready." Izuku managed a grin. "We've trained for this." A high-pitched yelp echoed overhead. The norm when it comes to hero speeches. An official atop a balcony overlooking the courtyard began the pre-exam address. "Welcome to all prospective students. Today tests your mind, body, quirk, and spirit. Show us your mettle, your heart, and remember, plus ultra." That same moment the hall doors swung open. Notes in hand, Izuku followed Ojiro inside. After the initial chaos of registration, Izuku found himself funneled into a long hallway with dozens of other applicants. Rows of folding chairs and tables filled an enormous lecture hall. Staff with clipboards paced between the aisles, stern-faced and barking instructions. Izuku sat down at a table near the middle. His pen clicked in his anxious fingers. He glanced around, heart pounding as he sized up the crowd. Some kids looked deadly serious, brows furrowed in concentration. Others leaned back in their seats, oozing confidence like they'd already passed the exam. "Look at these insects sweating over a pile of paper. How pathetic. I've slain armies bigger than this." Izuku pressed his lips into a thin line. "Not helping." A booming voice crackled over the speakers. "Welcome to the written portion of UA High's entrance exam. You have 2 hours. Cheating is immediate disqualification. Begin." A wave of rustling paper swept through the hall as test booklets were distributed. Izuku stared down at the first page, mind blank for a terrifying second. Section A. Quark Theory and Application. Describe how quark singularity theory explains the increase in quark power across generations. Izuku's pencil hovered. Then the words slowly started connecting in his brain. He scribbled down the principle of quarks becoming stronger and more complex, the risks of genetic instability. His thoughts poured out, crammed into neat, organized bullet points. Around him, pens scraped furiously. One kid a few seats over let out a tiny groan and dropped his head onto the desk. Sukuna made a low noise of disgust. Sukuna. All these children straining their minds. Tell me, is this truly what this so-called hero society values? Tests on scraps of paper. Izuku ignored him, flipping to the next page. Section B. Hero Law and Responsibility. List 3 laws regulating quark use in public spaces and explain their importance. His brain shifted gears. He remembered countless nights poring over hero regulation books. His pencil flew as he wrote about public safety laws, licensing requirements, and the penalties for vigilantism. Another proctor passed by, glancing at his paper. Izuku stiffened automatically. So many rules, so many ways to leash power. Pathetic. Quiet, Izuku hissed under his breath. He shook his head and kept writing. Section C. Disaster Scenario Logic. In a situation where civilians are trapped under rubble and a villain is still active in the area, what is your first priority as a hero in training? Izuku chewed the end of his pencil. Rescue operations? Neutralizing the threat? His mind spun with All Might's past rescues, the balance of saving people and preventing more harm. He mapped out his answer, careful and thorough. Weakness. You'd waste your time digging rats out of stones while your enemy cuts your throat. Izuku grit his teeth. Not everyone thinks like you.
Sukuna. No.
That's why so many of them die screaming. Izuku blocked him out and flipped to the next page. Time blurred as he moved through questions on hero law, rescue tactics, common subjects, and first aid protocol. Every answer felt like a testament to nights spent studying by desk lamp. 30 minutes left. His heart lurched, but he added the final calculations and diagrams with extra care.
Bonus SI.
What does being a hero mean to you? For a second, Izuku's pencil snapped. He thought of All Might's grin, of his mom's worried eyes, of the cool rush of cursed energy in his veins, frightening and thrilling all at once. Being a hero means saving people with a smile. It means protecting others, even when it's terrifying. It means not giving up no matter what power you have or don't have. He pressed the pencil to the paper so hard that the tip stilled. Cute words, brat. Let's see if you still believe them after the blood starts spilling. Izuku exhaled sharply and scribbled his name at the bottom. When the tester called time, he leaned back in his chair, exhausted but strangely satisfied. One test down. One giant, terrifying obstacle left to go. After the written exam, the applicants were split into groups and led down another corridor lined with classrooms. Most students assumed they'd head straight to the practical exam, but a few stopped when they noticed names posted outside certain doors. Interview candidates. Please wait to be called. Izuku blinked at the list and spotted his name among the few selected. His heart jumped. They're doing interviews? Now? His legs felt a little weaker than before. A clipboard-wielding assistant gestured towards an open door. Midoriya Izuku? Room 3C. He swallowed and stepped inside. The room was plain. White walls, a large desk, a recording device, and a single figure seated with perfect posture on the other side. The moment Izuku entered, he recognized him. Ectoplasm, the clone-creating pro-hero known for his relentless combat style and sharp discipline. Except, instead of his usual battlefield persona, Ectoplasm sat calmly, arms folded behind a stack of papers. His prosthetic legs clicked faintly as he adjusted them and gave Izuku a measured nod. Sit, he said. His voice was even not cold but not gentle either. Izuku obeyed, back straight, hands resting in his lap. His fingers twitched as cursed energy whispered faintly along his spine. This one has the scent of death on him. I like him. Now's not the time, Izuku thought. Ectoplasm flipped open the file. Midoriya Izuku, Aldera Middle School. Quirk, cursed energy. Unusual classification. He looked up. This wasn't listed in your school records until recently. Izuku nodded. I only awakened it recently, sir. It's physical, reactive to emotion. I'm still training to control it. Define its application. It enhances my body, speed, strength. I can direct it with intention, like reinforcing my limbs or extending it slightly beyond my skin to cushion or strike. Izuku swallowed. It's flashy, and it's reactive. Ectoplasm studied him for a long moment. You're aware unauthorized quirk usage violations are taken seriously. Izuku straightened. Yes, sir. My mother and I registered it 2 weeks ago, right after it first manifested. I haven't used it publicly, aside from self-training. Ectoplasm gave a curt nod. I've reviewed the incident on record, the one involving 2 petty criminals in the 5th district. Officially, your involvement was chalked up to self-defense and quirk manifestation under a moment of distress. Still borderline acceptable. Izuku tensed but nodded. I understand. It won't happen again. Ectoplasm glanced down again and focused on his hero notebook. You've submitted your training logs? Notes on cursed energy? Izuku flushed slightly. Just something I've been building on my own. It's a strange power. I'm still trying to figure it out. That seemed to interest Ectoplasm more than expected. He leaned slightly forward. And how do you intend to balance an unpredictable quirk like yours in a hero setting? Izuku hesitated, then said honestly, by learning the limits of my strength, and how not to rely on it alone. That made Ectoplasm pause. His tone shifted with slight hint of approval, or maybe curiosity. Explain. Izuku's voice steadied a little. After being asked a question about his specialty, my quirk, cursed energy, it reacts to intent. It responds to emotion. That makes it powerful, but it also means it could turn dangerous if I stop thinking like a hero. I want to train until I can use it without being ruled by it. Until it becomes something I can control, not something that controls me. Ectoplasm tapped his pen slowly against the desk. Very well said, and rare self-awareness for someone your age. Flattering you now, is he? Don't get cocky, brat. A few more logistical questions followed: family support, training hours, UA clubs he might want to join. Izuku answered each carefully, not trying to sound perfect, just honest, genuine. Finally, Ectoplasm closed the folder and stood. That's all for now. Good luck on the practical, Midoriya. Izuku stood and bowed. Thank you, sir. He turned to leave, but paused, fidgeting slightly. Ectoplasm-sensei? Ectoplasm raised a brow. Yes. Izuku's face went pink. Could I, maybe, have your autograph? If it's not too much trouble. For a moment, Ectoplasm simply stared, as though processing the question. Then his stern expression softened by the faintest fraction. Very well. He reached for the edge of a blank page and scrawled his signature in crisp, angular strokes. He handed it over with mechanical precision. Izuku accepted it as though it were a priceless treasure, clutching it to his chest. Thank you so much, sir. Ectoplasm gave a single nod. Remember, heroes don't just fight villains. They inspire people. Never forget that. I won't forget, sir. As he stepped out into the hallway again, he exhaled slowly. That hadn't been awful. Could have been worse. He might have asked you for a physical, or dissected you. Thanks for the moral support, Izuku mumbled. Don't mention it. I'm nothing if not generous. Izuku stepped out of the interview room, shoulders tight. A few other students waited along the hallway benches, shifting anxiously or murmuring to one another. The tension buzzing through the corridors was a different kind of electricity than cursed energy, a charged atmosphere of shared nerves. He made his way back into the main lobby. Screens overhead flashed looping footage of UA's pro heroes, showcasing past festivals, rescue missions, and fierce combat clips. They're parading around like circus animals. Is this your future, brat? Smiling for the crowd. Izuku rubbed the back of his neck. Heroes inspire hope. That's kind of the job. Humph. Seems like a waste of blood and teeth. Nearby, an anxious-looking boy with a long nose counted rhythmically under his breath. Another girl clutched a charm bracelet, eyes squeezed shut. Everyone was trying to calm themselves in their own way. Izuku glanced around, taking in the diversity of quirks and the quiet moments between. A boy exhaled a plume of steam from his ears. A girl flexed fingers that turned translucent. Another kid juggled a small flame between his palms, earning a scolding from a passing staff member. It reminded him of how chaotic, yet thrilling, it all was. He found a seat along a far wall and sank into it, exhaling. He pressed the tips of his fingers together, feeling cursed energy hum beneath his skin like a tide rolling in and out. It no longer felt foreign. It felt like a tool he could grasp if he stayed careful. I don't want to crush anyone. I want to save people. Izuku blew out a slow breath. Saving people and staying myself, that's all I need to do. He checked the time on the large digital clock overhead. Still 10 minutes until they'd be called out for the practical. Around him, the buzz of conversations rose and fell. People exchanged hero facts, debated quirk strategies, or simply sat staring into space. He spotted a vending machine at the far end of the lobby and stood, deciding a drink might steady his hands. As he walked over, he kept listening to the snatches of conversation, idle reminders that he wasn't alone. Did you hear Present Mike might be one of the teachers? Think they'll test rescue skills, too? I'm just praying my quirk doesn't crap out under pressure. Izuku lingered nearby, half listening. Their anxious chatter reminded him how big this moment was, not just for him, but for hundreds of hopefuls. They chatter like birds before a storm, as if words will save them. It helps to talk, Izuku whispered, clutching his backpack strap. Not everyone wants to go into a fight blind. I never needed chatter, only blades. Yeah, well, you're not exactly normal. And you are. Izuku winced. He supposed he wasn't, not anymore. He glanced around and spotted a huge projection screen flickering to life above the waiting room. It showed a slick, high-energy montage of UA's campus training grounds bursting with explosions. A familiar deep voice narrated the footage. Future heroes, today is your first step toward greatness. Remember, saving others is the essence of heroism. A ripple of awe swept through the lobby. Some students gasped and pointed. A few even squealed outright. Izuku grinned. Even with everything going on inside him, that voice still sparked hope. A girl with green braids leaned toward her friend, whispering, All Might looks even more amazing in person. Izuku felt a flush of pride for his idol. Then he heard Sukuna, and the grin turned into a frown. That puffed-up fool. He talks about saving others but never mentions the cost. Heroes spill blood same as villains. Izuku sighed. Not the same way. Pain is pain. Corpses are corpses. Izuku rolled his eyes. Could you not put it like that? Would you prefer flowers and sunshine? That's not how it works. Sukuna didn't reply, but Izuku felt the king's presence lurking in his chest. Izuku exhaled, squaring his shoulders. He glanced at the clock again. Almost time. He felt the buzz of cursed energy beneath his skin. It wasn't violent or invasive today, it was just there, waiting for him to release it. He turned, startled to see Ojiro approaching from the crowd. The other boy lifted a hand in greeting, tail flicking behind him. Hey, you look like you're about to pass out. Izuku laughed weakly. I'm fine. Just running through strategies in my head. Ojiro shifted his weight, glancing at the monitors. This place feels huge. And there's so many people. Izuku nodded. It's a lot, but that's why we trained, right? Ojiro offered a faint smile. Guess so, though I'm trying not to overthink it. Don't want to tie myself in knots before the starting buzzer. A loud feedback squeal filled the lobby speakers, followed by a crisp voice. All examinees, please proceed to your assigned gates for the practical exam. UA staff will guide you. Good luck, future heroes. A wave of motion swept the room. Backpacks zipped up. Bottles were chugged. Students surged toward the doors like a slow-moving tide. Ojiro nudged his arm. Guess this is it. You good? Izuku offered a shaky grin. Yeah, more or less. If you faint, I'll pilot your body myself. And trust me, I'd be spectacular out there. Please don't, Izuku hissed under his breath, startling a nearby examinee. Ojiro blinked. What? Nothing, Izuku squeaked. A line of UA staff in bright yellow vests waved them forward. Group A, follow me. Don't stray off the path. Izuku glanced around one last time. He spotted the brown-haired girl from earlier Ochako. He saw her pushing through the crowd, a determined look on her face. Their eyes met, and she gave him a tiny thumbs up. He blinked, surprised, then nodded back. They were shepherded outside into the crisp winter morning. The massive artificial cityscape looming ahead. Tall metal towers, streets, and fake traffic lights stretched out under a pale blue sky. Examinees stared open-mouthed. Holy crap, someone muttered. It's like a real city. It is a real city, another whispered. UA built the whole thing. A large screen flickered to life in the just as the examinees fully stepped through their respective gates. The light dimmed slightly and then, yeah, what's up, future heroes? The booming, electrified voice of Present Mike filled the space, accompanied by his enthusiastic face and wild blonde hair, waving animatedly on the screen. Several students flinched. One girl even gave a small yelp. I'm your DJ and test guide for today, Present Mike Cumin. At you live with the rundown of UA's legendary practical exam. You all ready? Let's go. A few kids clapped awkwardly. Others looked overwhelmed. Okay, tough crowd, listen up. Here's the deal. You'll be dropped into one of several replica city zones custom, built by our support engineers to test your grit, reflexes, and heroic decision-making. The screen shifted to an animated simulation of a city street as robots stomped through intersections. Each zone contains 3 types of enemy robots: non-human, non-sentient, and totally smashable. Your job is to take them down and earn points. Let's break it down. 1-point robots are small fry, zippy, annoying, but squishy. 2-pointers? Bit tougher. You'll know M by the reinforced armor. And the big bad's 3-pointers, oh boy. Those tanky suckers don't go down easy. A cartoon robot was swatted away by a stick figure labeled U. Then another stick figure got steamrolled by a massive bot. Present Mike leaned forward dramatically. But don't get cocky. The 0-point robot is just a bonus obstacle so huge, it's not even worth fighting. Avoid it unless you've got a death wish. Why feel me? The screen zoomed in on the silhouette of a massive 4-legged machine casting a city block in shadow. Students murmured nervously. All right, now get pumped and ready to roll. This isn't just a game, this is your shot to join the top hero school in Japan. Bring that plus ultra energy, baby. The screen cut to black. A quiet murmur spread as the students came to their senses. A few students were pale-faced. Others tightened their gloves or adjusted their gear. Izuku exhaled slowly. 1, 2, 3-point bots. 0-pointers a trap. Fighting scrap metal for points? What a thrilling test of worth. It's more than that, Izuku whispered. It's about judgment, about being a hero. TCH, if you say so, brat. Rows of towering metal gates loomed across the vast artificial cityscape. Gleaming panels reflected pale winter sunlight, and further off, robotic shapes shifted and clicked, almost hidden among steel buildings and faux concrete streets. Everywhere around him, students bounced on their heels, stretched their arms, cracked their knuckles, sparks of quirks flickering to life. Izuku moved with the crowd, shoulders tense but eyes darting everywhere, absorbing every detail. Izuku caught sight of a cluster of hulking silhouettes lumbering through the mock streets. Mechanical arms whirred, red camera eyes scanning back and forth. Now this looks like fun, brat. Izuku tried not to grin, cursed energy pulsing under his skin like second nature. Over the intercom, Present Mick's voice boomed again. Remember, examinees no countdowns here. The moment those gates lift, you move. Being a hero means seizing the initiative. Izuku squared his shoulders, heart hammering so loudly he could barely hear anything else. The staff raised a bright red flag. Metal clanks echoed as gears began to grind. A gust of cold air blasted across Izuku's face as the gate locks disengaged with a deep thud. Don't disappoint me, brat. Steel shutters rattled upward inch by inch and daylight spilled across the road beyond. He saw shadows moving, robot limbs unfurling, red eyes glowing at the sight of movement. Izuku shifted into a crouch, cursed energy ready to strike. "Geo!" shouted Present Mike. And then the gates slammed open. Izuku surged forward, right into a wall of roaring engines and glinting steel claws. Borrowing a move out of Kaken's own arsenal, he dropped into a low stance, cursed energy gathering in his legs. It crackled beneath his skin like a coiled spring, thrumming with barely contained force. He launched himself forward and the world blurred around him. Wind screamed past his ears as he hurtled into the cityscape ahead of the other examinees. Buildings zipped by in smears of gray and steel, a rush of exhilaration overriding even his biggest fears. Now that's more like it. Sukuna's voice coiled around his thoughts. Less whimpering, more bloodletting. Izuku ignored him, skidding to a halt in the middle of a faux intersection. Dust settled around his shoes as he scanned the streets. Robots were already unfolding from hidden panels in the walls, clawed limbs scraping along faux brick. One sprang at him, a one-pointer, all spindly limbs and glowing red eyes. Izuku veered sideways, pivoting on one foot. He lashed out with a sharp punch, cursed energy spiraling around his knuckles like dark flames. His fist smashed through the robot's metal chest with a metallic crack, sending it flying into a lamppost in a rain of sparks. Even at my lowest output, Izuku muttered under his breath, glancing at his shaking hand. These one-pointers fold like paper. Another robot lunged in from the side. Izuku ducked low, drove a stiff uppercut into its core, and felt the entire chassis buckle and collapse. Pests, Sukuna scoffed. Not even worth the effort. You're wasting my time on scrap metal, brat. They're probably made weak on purpose. Izuku shot back, breath misting in the winter chill. So people with non-combat quirks have a chance. Izuku muttered between breaths. That's good. It means heroes come in all kinds. A hero school coddling the weak. How precious. Sukuna drawled, voice thick with contempt. If they can't fight, they shouldn't stand on a battlefield. Izuku rolled his eyes. It's not about fighting. It's about saving people. Humph. So says the boy who just tore that Tin Man's spine out. Izuku sputtered. It didn't even have a spine. Izuku launched himself further into the mock city streets, weaving between fake cars and signs. His eyes darted everywhere, hyper-aware of the chaos blooming around him. From behind, a rush of blue streaked past, engines roaring. carving a clean path through a knot of robots, smashing them aside with precise, engine-powered kicks. Another girl swooped overhead, scaling a nearby wall like a gecko, eyes wide as she scanned for bots from above. Mobility quirks, Izuku realized. They're the only ones who could close the gap so fast. They're built for fast repositioning. Everyone else is still arriving. I need to stay ahead. Two bots lunged from opposite directions. Izuku twisted aside, ducked low, and slammed his elbow into one robot's jaw. The machine's head snapped off, bouncing across the concrete. He pivoted instantly and delivered a side kick into the second bot's chest. The entire metal chassis crumpled in like a soda can. Or maybe they're just fodder to keep you entertained, Sukuna sneered. Izuku ignored his voice, eyes scanning for the next threat. The streets were filling fast not only with robots but with other examinees finally catching up. In the distance, he caught sight of larger shapes moving, bots with bulkier frames, thicker armor plating, and heavy footsteps echoing like drums. Izuku tightened his fists, cursed energy swirling around his forearms like coiling smoke. Two pointers. One of them swiveled its torso, locking onto Izuku. Twin arm cannons hummed to life, gathering light along their barrels. Bigger bodies, tougher armor, different internal structure. Weak points probably around the joints. Oh, these look slightly less pathetic, Sukuna said. Careful you don't snap your own arms, brat. One two-pointer lunged, arm slamming down like a guillotine. Izuku sidestepped, cursed energy flaring along his spine, and smashed a fist straight into the bot's knee joint. Metal crumpled inward, sparking and squealing. The robot staggered, top heavy weight lurching sideways. Izuku spun, driving a heel kick into its torso. The impact rang like a hammer blow. Bolts sheared off. The bot toppled over backward, hitting the concrete with a thunderous boom. A second two-pointer barreled in, swinging both arms wide. Izuku ducked beneath the swing, cursed energy spiraling down his arm. He drove an open palm into the robot's abdomen. A dark shockwave exploded outward. The robot's chest crumpled inward as though crushed by invisible jaws, wires snapping like tendons. It skidded backward in a screech of torn metal. Izuku staggered slightly, feeling the feedback rattle up his bones. He clenched his teeth and shifted his stance. Lunging at another two-pointer approaching from the right, he pivoted under its grabbing claws, slammed his elbow into its hip joint, and then hammered two rapid punches into the same spot. Clang, clang, crack. The bot's entire leg blew apart under the concentrated strikes, sending it crashing to the street in a shower of sparks. Izuku straightened slowly, chest heaving, steam rising from his shoulders into the chilly air. Not terrible, Sukuna said lazily, but they still fall like rotten wood. Izuku sucked in a deep breath, eyes darting across the streets in ASE as dozens of examinees were scattered in all directions, locked in their own battles, until he was forced to refocus on the cluster of bots forming up ahead. A group of one-pointers scuttled into formation tight and tactical. Their lenses clicked in sync, limbs raised, preparing to fire off a volley of mechanical jabs. Behind them, two-pointers stomped forward, each dragging a piece of crushed scenery as makeshift battering rams. And then he saw it. The three-pointer. It stalked forward behind the smaller bots like a metal general, massive saw blades grinding against each other, its gaze sweeping left and right. Steam hissed from its vents as it flexed clawed hands that had crushed dozens of dreams already. Izuku ducked behind a shattered trash bin and quickly sized up the group. 3 levels of threat stacked together. No opening. No gaps. I'll need to break their formation fast and clean before that three-pointer can act. A scream drew his attention just behind him. A student was flung like a rag doll across the road, skidding into a rusted light pole. The boy's hand twitched, but he didn't rise. Izuku's stomach clenched. His fingers curled into fists, cursed energy spiking along his skin in jagged black lines. I can't afford to hesitate. He launched himself forward. The air cracked around him from the sudden burst of power in his legs. He hit the ground like a bolt of green lightning and slammed straight into the nearest one-pointer, exploding it into fragments with a single palm strike. He spun, ducked under a swipe, and kicked a second robot off its feet. The third one-pointer fired a gust of compressed air. Izuku threw himself into a roll, feeling it graze his shoulder like a punch. He popped up and punched through its chest, ripping wires and plating aside in a shower of sparks. The 2 pointers moved in. One swung its massive arm. Izuku deflected it with a burst of cursed energy in his forearm, the pavement cratering beneath him. He countered with a brutal elbow to the bot's spine, followed by a quick jab that blew out its core. The other charged. Izuku dashed to the side, letting it overshoot, and then leapt forward, cursed energy building in his heel. He came down with a stomp that split the bot in half, the impact rippling through the concrete in a spiderweb of fractures. But the street darkened. The 3-pointer lunged, blades shrieking. Izuku rolled to the side. The blades bit deep into the pavement, throwing up shards of concrete and dust. He rebounded off a wrecked car, launched himself back in, and drove a punch into the side of the machine's neck joint. The 3-pointer staggered only slightly but then countered with an arm sweep that clipped Izuku's ribs. He flew back, smashing through a bus stop bench and landing in a heap. Pain radiated through his side. "This one's got teeth, brat." Sukuna laughed. "Excellent." Izuku glared up at the looming robot. "Its armor's too dense. Direct hits won't work. I need to find a weak spot." He coughed, spat blood into his palm, and rose again. He lunged in, feinting left, then snapping his elbow into the robot's lower abdomen. Metal panels buckled slightly. The robot reared back its arm, blade whirring, and drove a chopping blow straight down. Izuku rolled aside at the last instant. The blade buried itself in the pavement, stuck for a split second. Izuku seized the opening. He leapt up, cursed energy blazing around his right arm. He hammered a full-force punch into the robot's neck joint. A shockwave exploded outward. Metal plating split. Sparks fountained skyward like fireworks. The robot shuddered violently, threatening to collapse under its own weight. Izuku landed in a low crouch, panting hard. He surged upward and delivered a final kick to the robot's head. Metal bent sideways with a screech. The 3-pointer's eyes went dark, its massive body swaying before it collapsed face first onto the asphalt. A cloud of steam and smoke curled up from the ruined carcass. Izuku staggered backward, arms trembling, chest heaving. Around him, the last 2 pointers were still trying to rise, mechanical limbs sparking and twitching. "I can't waste time." He darted in, dismantling the remaining bots with quick, calculated strikes. A few seconds later, the entire horde lay in smoking pieces at his feet. Izuku staggered back, breathing ragged, a dull throb blooming under his ribs where he'd taken the last hit. Chaos still raged around him. Before Izuku could snap back, a deep mechanical groan rolled across the artificial city. He felt it first as a shudder in the soles of his feet, like some vast, buried engine rousing itself to life. A second later, it grew louder, vibrating through cracked pavement, rattling glass in the gutted buildings. Students all around him stopped fighting, their heads turning in unison. Even the robots froze, motionless for an eerie heartbeat. Present Mick's voice tore through the silence. "Whoa, listen up, ya little heroes." Present Mick's voice echoed so loud the windows rattled. "You've got 2 minutes left before we move on. Finish up whatever you're doing and get ready to rumble." A sick premonition crawled up Izuku's spine.
No.
Beyond the line of ruined storefronts, the ground bulged upward, buckling concrete and snapping lamp posts like twigs. And then, with a titanic screech of servos, the 0-pointer pulled itself into view. It was even bigger than the simulation had shown. A hulking, four-legged monstrosity bigger than the tallest building in the block. The colossal metal body bristled with segmented armor plates, each one etched with serial numbers and hazard warnings. Its massive arms hung slack for the moment, like the limbs of some slumbering insect. And when its main optical sensor ignited, a single red eye the size of a car headlamp, it swept a ponderous gaze over the battlefield. The effect was instant. Students broke and ran in every direction. Panic shouts echoed between the towers. One boy with bright green hair let out a strangled cry and took off sprinting, tripping over his own feet. A girl with vine-like hair shouted something about teamwork only for a metal shard, flung by the zero-pointer's wake, to slice past her cheek. Blood splashed the sidewalk. She fell screaming. It struck him again, clearer than ever. There were so many of them. So many quirks. So many contenders. And still, he felt apart not because of his power, but because of the voice always waiting in his skull. Ah, Sukuna crooned. There it is, the grand finale. Watch them scatter. Meat that thinks it can outrun the butcher's blade. Izuku swallowed, bile rising behind his teeth. His heartbeat felt like it was trying to split his ribs apart. It's not worth any points, he reminded himself, clinging to the instruction President Mike had shouted. It's a trap, a hazard. You're supposed to evacuate. But even as he thought it, his eyes locked on a side street. A group of students was trying to flee, but the building next to them had collapsed when the zero-pointer emerged. Rubble pinned, blocking their path. One of them, a familiar girl with brown hair and a pink cheeks, was straining to lift a beam off her friend's leg. Her face was a mix of terror and desperation. Izuku's chest tightened, throat closing. Ignore them, Sukuna whispered silkily. They are nothing. You have no obligation. You have no bond. Let them be crushed and look out for yourself. Izuku's jaw clenched. His hands balled into fists, cursed energy flickering along his knuckles. Don't pretend you care, Sukuna continued, his voice almost gentle. You're only thinking of how many points you've racked up, whether you've done enough, whether they'll call your name at the end of this farce. All this fretting about heroism when really you're just terrified of failure. The words hit too close. For a heartbeat, Izuku almost looked away. Then the zero-pointer shifted, lumbering forward. A deep hydraulic hiss rose as its foot descended towards the trapped students. No. Izuku's legs were already moving before the thought finished. He shoved aside a toppled sign, vaulting over twisted rebar. Fool, Sukuna sighed, the word tinged with exasperated amusement. You're going to die for strangers. Shut up. He exploded into a sprint. Cursed energy surged through his calves and thighs, sending him hurtling across the debris-infested road. Broken glass shredded his sleeves. Dust choked his lungs. He didn't care. Students dove away from his path, eyes wide. Some shouted after him, but the words blurred into a dull roar. Ahead, the zero-pointer's claw began to drop. The pinned girl looked up, her face going pale as the shadow swallowed her. Izuku threw every last ounce of strength into his final leap. High above the test grounds, the observation deck of UA High glowed with the shifting lights of dozens of massive monitors. Each screen showed a different slice of the urban battlefield below. Smoke curling through shattered windows, robot limbs clawing at asphalt, and examinees darting between the chaos. Aizawa Shota stood with arms folded, scarf gently swaying, his eyes sweeping the feeds with cool calculation. Some of them are already panicking, the zero-pointer's doing exactly what it's designed to do. President Mike leaned over his shoulder, practically vibrating with leftover adrenaline from his MC performance. Well, yeah, a giant robot popped out of the ground like a kaiju. Can't blame him for running. And the show's only getting started, man. That robot's one hell of a stage prop. Midnight propped a hand under her chin, her cleavage threatening to spill out of her costume as she smirked at one of the closer views. But look there. Some of them are still engaging robots even after the zero-pointer showed up. Bravery or foolishness? I wonder. Cementos crossed his blocky arms, voice a low rumble. It's natural selection. This test is meant to expose those who can keep their heads under pressure. A colossal zero-pointer stomped through the streets, each step sending concrete rippling outward. In the shadow of a fallen building, a single figure strained beneath a slab of rubble, a glimpse of a round face, pink cheeks, and brown hair shaped into a bob. Ochako Uraraka was pinned, her fingers scrabbling against the concrete as dust fell around her. Aizawa's eyes narrowed slightly. If no one reaches her, she's not getting out of that. All Might stood near the center of the room, impossibly broad and radiant in his buff hero form, cape billowing like a curtain. His blue eyes blazed as they fixed on the screen. That young lady, she's trapped. Cementos folded his thick arms, stone face grim. Zero-pointers heading directly toward her. She won't survive the impact. Nizu, perched atop a stack of control panels, his tiny paws folded, ears twitching, watched the scene with keen, dark eyes. Perhaps I should issue an emergency shutdown for Gate 7 Sector C. A risk of injury even during a simulation would reflect poorly on our institution. Aizawa shot him a glance. On a nearby screen, Izuku Midoriya was visible. His green hair was damp with sweat, eyes wide, breath hitching as he stared toward Ochako's collapsed position. Power loader zoomed the camera. On screen, Izuku burst forward, cursed energy swirling around him like coiling shadows. His eyes burned with fierce determination as he tore across the rubble. Aizawa tilted his head. He's not just running in blind. He's tracking the robot's arm rotations. He's timing his steps. Nizu's paw hovered over a large red button marked emergency halt. Midoriya, can you make it in time? All Might leaned forward, his grin blazing and teeth shining like polished steel. That is the spirit of a hero, charging forward, even when the odds say run. The entire room fell silent, eyes locked on the screen, as Izuku vaulted a jagged piece of concrete. Below, the zero-pointer's claw rose, casting Ochako in looming shadow. And Midoriya hurled towards it, energy crackling like dark lightning. The roar of the zero-pointer thundered through the streets like an earthquake. Its towering metal frame loomed over the debris. Izuku Midoriya ran harder than he'd ever run in his life. Cursed energy burned in his veins, crackling under his skin like black lightning. His legs blurred as he vaulted chunks of broken wall, eyes locked on the girl trapped in the rubble. Don't stop, move, move. A scream tore from Ochako's throat as the zero-pointer's leg came crashing down. In that moment, a memory was born in Midoriya's brain. A memory of a life that wasn't his. A wide wooden dojo. The air smelled of pine and faint incense. Yuji Itadori stood there in a sweat-soaked shirt, panting. Beside him, Gojo Satoru grinned, blindfold pulled halfway up to reveal a single bright blue eye. Gojo tilted his head, his grin wide. You know, Yuji, people talk big about what they do in a life or death fight. Yuji, bruised and battered, managed a weak grin. Yeah, I'd fight to the end, and all that. Gojo took a step closer, voice lowering as if revealing a sacred secret. Gojo, it's not just dying. It's those moments when everything's on the line, when fear should paralyze you, or greed should make you run. That's when a sorcerer's true nature bursts out. Yuji frowned, thoughtful. And if they're the kind who run? Gojo shrugged. Then they were never fit to protect others in the first place. We risk our lives to save people. That's what separates us from curses. He patted Yuji's shoulder, grinning. Of course, some idiots run toward the danger, even when it's suicidal. Yuji laughed, rubbing his sore arms. Guess I'm one of those idiots. Gojo's single visible blue eye crinkled with amusement. Gojo, good. The world needs more idiots like you. Gojo's smile turned sharp as a blade. Yuji wiped blood off his lip, wincing. So, people show their true colors when they're pushed to the edge? Gojo's grin widened. Exactly. That's when a sorcerer's real soul comes out. Some run away, some freeze, some leap right into the fire. A pause hung in the warm air, so heavy it seemed to press on their lungs. It's the same for everyone who tries to save others. The memory burned itself into Izuku's mind, flashing across his vision as the rumble of metal filled the air. So, which one are you, brat? The coward? The corpse? Or the fool who leaps? Izuku clenched his fists, feeling cursed energy spiral tighter around his arms. I'm not running away. I can't run away. Then show me how much blood you're willing to spill for this hero nonsense. The ground split under his feet as he vaulted upward. Izuku twisted midair, energy wrapping his arms in red sparks. His eyes blazed with green fury. He cocked his fist back. All Might said, being a hero means saving people with a smile, but sometimes, even heroes need saving. Maximum output. He drove his fist forward. Smash! Smashing into the zero-pointer's midsection. A shockwave detonated from the impact. Metal screamed as the entire robot staggered backward, joints shuddering. Panels buckled inward under Izuku's punch, sparks showering the street below. The zero-pointer teetered, its head slumping sideways. A gout of smoke belched from its former chest. Then the entire machine collapsed like a felled building, crashing into the road and sending a wave of dust roaring down the avenue. Oh, did you see that? Eraser. That kid just cratered a zero-pointer. Midnight clapped a gloved hand over her mouth, eyes wide. That punch was monstrous. All Might leaned forward, golden hair billowing. That's the spirit of a true hero. Nizu, his paw hovering over the emergency shut-off button, slowly lowered his hand, eyes shining with intrigue. Interesting, quite interesting indeed. Smoke and sparks gushed into the sky. Izuku hovered in midair for a fraction of a second, green hair streaming upward, eyes blazing with the last flickers of cursed energy, and felt his entire body go cold. The black aura around his limbs sputtered out like a dying fire. A sick, hollow sensation rushed over his skin. Wait, I emptied everything into that punch. He felt himself begin to fall. Wind tore past his ears as he plummeted from nearly 4 stories up, limbs flailing uselessly. I'm out, I can't reinforce my legs, I can't slow down, Far below, the jagged rubble and shattered metal loomed like a bed of knives. So that's it? The brave hero splatters himself across the pavement? Ha, how poetic. Izuku's eyes widened, a cold sweat breaking out along his brow. No. All Might gripped the railing so hard it cracked. Midoriya. Eraserhead leaned closer to the monitor. Kid went all out. That arm's done. Nizu's paw hovered over the emergency intervention button. His whiskers twitched. We should consider deactivating the zero-pointer in the future if it draws this much desperation. Midnight swallowed, watching Izuku's body as he began to fall through the air. Izuku felt the world lurch around him. He couldn't feel his hand. He could barely keep his eyes open. His vision blurred, fading in and out. He thought he heard voices shouting below. Suddenly he wasn't falling as fast. A strange lightness spread over his limbs, almost like floating underwater. Through the haze he saw her, Ochako, crouched with one palm outstretched, eyes wide and streaming tears. Got you. His body drifted the last few meters. When she tapped her fingers together, he landed with a rough thump onto cracked concrete but alive. The air stank of smoke and hot metal. Izuku tried to lift his head but couldn't. His right arm lay limp, throbbing with deep, nauseating pain. Ochako staggered over, panting. She pressed her hand to her mouth, trying not to throw up. "You okay?" He couldn't find words. All he could do was nod, tears leaking down his cheek. "You truly are a fool. But I suppose it wasn't the worst show," Sukuna said, unfazed by his vessel almost dying. As President Mike began to wail, signaling the end of the exam, Izuku let his eyes fall closed and drift to sleep. Extra scene. Izuku's mind slipped beyond pain, beyond light into an empty, silent void. Yet inside that shadowed nothingness, a voice stirred, cold as the grave, sharp as a blade.
Impressive, brat.
"You poured every last drop of cursed energy from 2 fingers worth of me into that strike. Reckless, but effective. Most would have wasted it, lost themselves in the flood of power. You held it just long enough to land a blow, even as your body crumbled under its own strength. A flicker of something almost like respect. Fools around you will praise your spirit, your stubborn heart. They don't see what lies beneath. That hunger, the hunger for strength, something far darker, far more dangerous. You're still weak. You have much to learn. But you're not just a child playing with fire. You're a boy who can wield a flame that could burn the world." And for the first time since their fateful bond began, Izuku Midoriya managed to impress the king of curses. Izuku Midoriya woke before dawn, the sky still a pale wash of cold blue. He lay on his side for a while, eyes half-lidded, listening to the low thrum in his chest. It was always there now, cursed energy. A hidden tide that pulsed beneath his ribs, neither warm nor cold, like a second bloodstream coiling and shifting through muscle and bone. He'd begun to sense its moods. Sometimes it churned like a storm, sometimes it lay quiet and glassy as a pond. But it never vanished entirely. "It's not all bad," he said finally, voice soft. "I can feel it getting a little easier to control." Sukuna was silent a moment. Then he replied, "Yes, you've begun to shape the flow. It bends to your will more readily. Your instincts are sharpening." Izuku opened his eyes. "Then why does it still feel so heavy?" "Because it is. Even at its weakest, cursed energy is born of malice and fear. You carry those seeds inside you now, and the weight will never vanish." Izuku pulled the blankets closer, shivering despite the heat radiating off his own skin. "I still want to be a hero." "So you say." By the time he stumbled into the bathroom, sunlight was gleaming off the frost on the balcony railing outside. He turned on the sink. Water splashed over porcelain, echoing in the cramped apartment. When he picked up his toothbrush, a faint flicker of red light sparked along the plastic handle. He jerked his hand back with a yelp. Sukuna's voice rumbled, dry as dust. "Are you planning to purify your enemies through dental hygiene?" Izuku grimaced, shaking out his fingers. "I'm trying not to blow up my toothbrush, thanks." He tried again, forcing himself to breathe slow and deep. He pictured cursed energy flowing gently instead of spiking outward like claws. This time the toothbrush only shivered faintly in his grip. No sparks. He released a shaky breath. Progress. Barely. Outside, the sky was the color of tarnished silver, low clouds promising snow. Izuku pulled his scarf higher around his chin as he walked towards Aldera. He passed shriveled trees, piles of old slush at the curb, and convenience stores with hero posters peeling off their glass doors. But even in mundane surroundings, Izuku could feel how different he was now. It was as though the entire world existed on 2 overlapping planes, one normal and bright, filled with people bustling to school and work, and another layer underneath, darker and laced with an invisible tension. "This place crawls with power," Sukuna murmured. "Yet so few understand the true cost of wielding it." Izuku tightened his scarf. "I'm still figuring out the cost. You are a vessel. You have no other choice. Flicker of dark humor tinged Sukuna's tone. And besides, it amuses me to watch you stumble through this world, to see whether you'll break from the weight of what you carry. Izuku felt his pulse thudding in his ears. So, you're just watching? I am no hero, nor am I your mentor. I will offer you scraps of guidance where it suits me, because your survival benefits me. The voice softened into something almost thoughtful. And because I would rather see this strange new world with my own eyes than rot in the darkness of your soul. Izuku tightened his fists. I don't want you hurting anyone here. Sukuna snorted. Then learn to control me, and yourself. But understand this, child. A faint chill skated over Izuku's spine, as if an invisible claw traced his nerves. I am not your power. I am not your friend, and I will not protect you. Izuku blinked rapidly, throat dry. But you're not going to try and destroy my life either? Not unless you bore me. Izuku huffed out a shaky laugh, tension easing the slightest bit. You're the worst. I know. Izuku walked the last few blocks in silence, processing the weight of it all. Sukuna might be a monster, but he was also for now a prisoner, and strangely, that gave Izuku a fragile sliver of confidence. Halfway down the block, Izuku froze as he noticed a dog barking furiously at him from behind a fence. His hackles were raised, teeth bared. For a second, he felt cursed energy stir like a sudden spike of static. The dog whimpered, slinking back. Izuku winced. I'm scaring animals now. All creatures sense predators, Sukuna said. Your aura bleeds threat even when you wish it didn't. A few minutes later, Izuku arrived at his destination. Aldera Middle buzzed with chatter and slamming lockers. Students crowded the halls, gossiping about hero schools, training programs, and pro-hero scandals. Izuku slipped to his desk, trying to blend in. He stared down at his notebook, fingers unconsciously tracing lines of kanji across the margin. Cursed energy. Feels like heat under my skin. Tingles in fingers. Can be gentle or violent. Emotional triggers matter. People sense it subconsciously. Sukuna read over his shoulder. Your notes amuse me. You analyze like a scholar. But power doesn't care for words. Cares for survival. Izuku scowled lightly. If I'm going to train, I need to understand what I'm working with. Training means risk. Sooner or later, someone will see the cracks in your disguise. Izuku sighed. That's why I've been looking into quirk gyms. The padded cages. Izuku rolled his eyes. Sukuna grumbled. Training rooms are cages. True power requires a battlefield. I'm not using random civilians as practice dummies. At lunch, he sat by the window, gazing out at gray clouds. He lifted his chopsticks and felt a faint prickle of cursed energy coiling down his wrist. He froze, willing it back. The spark fizzled, leaving only a faint shimmer in the broth. You're getting better, Sukuna remarked. Your control is tighter, but not perfect. Izuku lowered the chopsticks, chest tight. It's like trying to hold my breath all the time. Then stop fighting it. Sukuna's voice dropped, deep and resonant. You're trying to crush your nature instead of wielding it. There's a difference. Izuku blinked. But heroes don't wield malice. Foolish notion. Power is power. Only how you use it matters. Izuku stared out the window, feeling the weight of that truth settle over his shoulders like snow. When classes ended, Izuku slipped away from his classmates and ducked under the awning outside the gym building. He pulled out his phone and stared at an open browser tab. Quirk training gyms, safe spaces for developing powers. Sukuna hummed but didn't reply. Izuku kept walking, snow crunching beneath his sneakers. He passed rows of houses with hero posters in the windows, each smiling champion a silent reminder of what he still wanted to become. He couldn't help imagining it. The soft floor mats of the quirk gym. The electric blue safety walls. Coaches with clipboards asking what his quirk could do. And the inevitable moment when he'd have to stand there and say, "My quirk is cursed energy." Izuku swallowed. He still didn't know how people would react to that. But even so, a determined spark flickered in his chest. He couldn't keep training in Riverside Parks forever. If he wanted to get into UA and not accidentally torch the exam grounds, he'd have to risk it. He turned the corner and broke into a jog, breath fogging in the chilly air. So eager to risk exposure, Sukuna mused. "How heroic of you." Izuku grinned faintly. "Heroism's kind of the whole point." "Humph." Sukuna's tone was dismissive but not mocking. That night, the smell of grilled fish filled the tiny apartment as Izuku slipped off his shoes. Inko stood over the stove, wooden spoon in hand. "Izuku, did you have any incidents today?" Izuku hesitated, then said softly, "No, nothing bad. I'm working on it." She turned, worry lining her gentle face.
I'm glad.
"But it's still so new, this quirk of yours. You're sure you're safe to keep practicing alone?" Izuku offered a small smile. "I'm looking into a quirk gym, somewhere I can train without accidents." Inko relaxed a fraction. "That's good. I just want you to be careful. UA is important, but your safety is more important to me." He lowered his eyes, warmth filling his chest. "Thanks, Mom." Later that night, Izuku sat cross-legged on his bed. The city lights flickered outside the window, glowing orange through drifting snow. He scribbled in his notebook, murmuring to himself, "Cursed energy feels like part of me now. Stronger when I'm afraid. Training is the only way to keep it from hurting anyone." Sukuna stays quiet unless he sees me slipping. He dropped his pen and stared at the page that said, "I'm still going to be a hero." Outside, Mizudafu slept under falling snow. And within Izuku, cursed energy hummed softly, no longer quite a stranger's power, but not entirely his own. When Izuku woke, his alarm was blaring like an air raid siren. He slapped it off, squinting at the pale light crawling through the curtains. Snowflakes were drifting lazily outside, swirling around the edges of the windows. He lay in bed a moment, listening to his own pulse. There was a new steadiness to the energy inside him. It no longer roared like a storm whenever he moved. Instead, it felt like a silent current, flowing along pathways he was just beginning to map. "Your bond grows stronger," Sukuna murmured. "Each day, your body molds itself further around my power." Izuku swallowed.
I'm glad.
"Because I need control, and I'm done waiting around." He kicked off the blankets, feeling determination sink into his chest. "Today," he whispered to himself, "I'm getting better at close combat. I can't just rely on blasting energy around." An hour later, Izuku found himself standing in front of a low, modern building tucked between an office block and a pharmacy. A large wooden sign read, "Kawabi Dojo, Quirk Training Self-Defense. Certified Hero Trainers." Through the glass windows, he glimpsed sparring mats, wooden dummies, and rows of punching bags. Voices echoed inside, thumps of fists striking pads, the occasional bark of instruction. Izuku sucked in a breath. "Afraid?" Sukuna's voice asked silkily. "Of course," Izuku muttered under his breath. "But I'm going in anyway." A bell chimed as he pushed the door open. Warm air rushed over him, carrying scents of sweat and old floor polish. Several teenagers were practicing punches under the eye of a tall, lean man with close-cropped hair and a deep scar across one cheek. The instructor turned, dark eyes sharp as glass. "Welcome," he said in a deep baritone. "Name?" Midoriya. Izuku Midoriya." "New, the one who called in yesterday?" Izuku nodded. Yes, sir. I recently manifested my quirk. I want to train my control. And close quarters combat. The man studied him. You don't look like a brawler, but I've seen Otter. He jerked his thumb toward the back. Go change. We'll test your basics. The changing room smelled of dust and old fabric softener. Metal lockers rattled as students slammed doors shut. Izuku grabbed a GI, soft black cotton, surprisingly heavy, and slipped into it, tying the belt tight around his waist. Stepping back onto the floor, Izuku's eyes immediately darted toward the other trainees. He couldn't help it. It was as natural as breathing for him to analyze. Trainee number 1, Pyro Palms. A girl with a high ponytail was striking pads with blazing fists, each hit sending sparks fluttering like fireflies. Flame intensity moderate. Good speed. Lacks precision. Trainee number 2, Rubber Frame. A tall boy was stretching his arms like elastic, slamming mitts from impossible angles. Quirk elasticity approximate 300% normal length. Slower retraction speed. Weakness equals potential tangling. Trainee number 3, Echo Voice. Another kid was sparring by yelling sharp syllables. His voice created shimmering pressure waves in the air, making his partner stagger back. Sonic Quirk. Range 5 meters. Potential non-lethal crowd control. Eardrum protection needed. Izuku's eyes flicked rapidly over each trainee, collecting data like puzzle pieces. Obsessed with details, Sukuna murmured, "You'd catalog your own heartbeat if given the chance." "It helps me plan," Izuku whispered. Under his breath, heroes have to be able to read fights. Heroes also have to strike decisively. Your precious observations will mean nothing if you die in hesitation. Izuku's throat tightened. He forced his gaze away from Pyro Palm's crackling fists. Sweat and faint dust lingered in the air. The walls were covered in framed newspaper clippings of pro heroes endorsing the dojo. The instructor, who introduced himself curtly as Kawabi-sensei, stood waiting with padded mitts strapped to his hands. "Show me how you'd attack," Kawabi said. Izuku took a deep breath. He fell into a cautious stance, fists raised. "Your form is timid," Sukuna murmured. "No killer intent." Izuku ignored him and lunged forward, throwing a quick 1-2 punch. Kawabi blocked both easily, raising an eyebrow. "Not bad for a beginner, but you're holding back. Don't pull your strikes." Izuku flushed. "I don't want to hurt anyone." "Power without control is useless," Kawabi said. "But power without willingness to strike is equally worthless." Inside, Sukuna's voice coiled around his thoughts. "Your strikes are still soft. You must learn to commit every ounce of power, or someone stronger will crush you." Izuku nodded and stepped into stance. He threw several quick jabs and a low kick, shifting weight like he'd seen in online videos. Kawabi grunted. "Your footwork's decent. Upper body stiff." Izuku dropped his hands, wiping sweat already gathering at his temples. "I've never had combat training before." "Then we'll fix that. Again." Kawabi circled him slowly. "Power like that is dangerous. You're generating concussive force on impact. If you slip up, you'll shatter your own bones or your opponent's skull." After a few minutes, Kawabi called a halt. He wiped sweat from his brow and stared at Izuku for a long moment. "You've got potential," Kawabi said finally. "Good instincts. Fast eyes. Your footwork's already improving." Izuku brightened, chest swelling. "Really? But..." Kawabi raised a finger. "You're terrified of hurting people. That's your biggest obstacle. You keep pulling back at the last second." Izuku flinched. I don't want to injure anyone." "Intent matters," Kawabi said, "but hesitation will get you killed. You have to learn to hit with everything when it counts." Izuku nodded, though his chest felt tight. While Kawabe gave instructions to other students, Izuku stood off to the side, catching his breath. He found himself watching the other trainees again, mind automatically analyzing. Pyropalms was working on controlled bursts. Her flames had shrunk to delicate blue tongues. Izuku could almost see how she regulated oxygen flow around her hands. Rubber frame practiced dodging by bouncing off walls. Izuku noted how momentum sometimes left him spinning helplessly. Echo Voice experimented with softer tones, creating subtle concussive pops rather than giant shockwaves. Mental note: their quirks all share one thing: emotional triggers. My cursed energy reacts the same way. I need to learn to stay calm. Your curiosity is commendable, Sukuna murmured, but your enemies won't give you time for notes. Izuku crossed his arms, watching rubber frame rebound off a punching bag. Still, knowledge is power. Knowledge is only useful if your fists follow. Kawabe called him over. Midoriya, sparring time. You'll be paired with Ojiro. A blond boy stepped forward. He was about Izuku's height, wiry but solidly built. His expression was calm, polite, but his eyes were sharp, measuring. Hey, Ojiro said, extending a hand. Mashireo Ojiro. Nice to meet you. Izuku blinked at the tail swishing behind Ojiro. Why your tail? It's huge. Ojiro chuckled. Yeah, I get that a lot. Kawabe clapped sharply. Ojiro, Midoriya, front and center. Izuku stepped forward, trying not to show how badly his knees were shaking. Light contact only, Kawabe ordered. No quirks unless I say. Ojiro nodded. Good luck. Izuku bowed. Good luck to you too. Ojiro struck first. A low, snapping kick aimed at Izuku's shin. Izuku stumbled back, arms flailing. He almost fell on his butt. Ojiro hesitated, tail flicking. You okay? Izuku forced himself upright.
I'm okay.
Ojiro pressed forward again, rhythm crisp and controlled. His strikes were quick but not reckless, each movement precise. Ojiro closed the distance with blinding speed, feet silent on the wood. Izuku barely saw the short punch aimed for his chest. He twisted sideways, arms sweeping down to deflect. Decent instinct, Sukuna murmured, but clumsy footwork. Ojiro flowed into a low kick. Izuku jumped back, arms pinwheeling, but Ojiro's tail snapped forward, hooking Izuku's ankle. With a sharp tug, Ojiro yanked Izuku's foot out from under him. Izuku crashed onto his back, air exploding from his lungs. Ow, ow, ow. Ojiro leaned down, offering a hand. Sorry, I use my tail a lot. Bad habit. Izuku grabbed his hand, face red. No, it's a good strategy. I just have to adjust. Ojiro smiled. Let's keep going. Kawabe barked. Midoriya, try a counterattack, use your quirk this time. Ojiro, you too, light contact. Izuku nodded, nerves jangling. He forced a thin stream of cursed energy into his arms. Ojiro shot forward. This time Izuku sidestepped, trying to imitate Kawabe's earlier footwork. He snapped out a quick jab. His cursed energy fizzed faintly, tinging the blow with a reddish glow. Ojiro moved in. A rapid left jab snapped toward Izuku's chin. Izuku blocked, feeling his own cursed energy flare under the strain. Ojiro pivoted, spinning into a back kick. His tail lashed around in a perfect arc, aiming for Izuku's side. Izuku ducked low. He threw a quick palm strike forward, cursed energy pulsing down his arm. A soft thud landed against Ojiro's chest. A faint glow blossomed across the fabric of Ojiro's GI, but the force was less violent than Izuku expected. Ojiro staggered one step back, blinking. Whoa! That was warm? Izuku pulled back instantly. Sorry. I'm still learning how to. Don't stop mid-fight, Kawabe roared. Ojiro lunged in with a spinning heel kick, tail whipping forward in a blur. Izuku ducked under the tail strike, adrenaline screaming through him. Even as he fought, Izuku couldn't stop his analysis brain. Ojiro's style: heavy forward momentum, slow to reset stance, weak guard on left flank. Ojiro's gaze sharpened. Okay, let's see how your defense holds up. He lunged forward in a sudden flurry of strikes. 2 fast jabs. A low sweeping kick. Tail flicking out like a whip. Izuku deflected the first blows. But the tail cracked across his side like a bullwhip, knocking him sideways. Gah! Izuku gasped, clutching his ribs. Kawabe strode closer, arms crossed. Midoriya. Izuku straightened. Yes, sensei? You fight like someone trying to guess the questions on an exam instead of reading the room. Izuku flushed. Kawabe stepped beside him, eyes sharp. Ojiro isn't a brawler. He uses pressure, distance, finds weak points. Watch how he's baiting your lead leg every exchange. Izuku blinked. I didn't even notice. Ojiro scratched the back of his neck. It's nothing fancy, just habit. It's deliberate, Kawabe countered. You see? Intent. Learn it, or next time your ribs won't just sting. They'll crack. He looked between them. Resume: 60% speed. Midoriya, initiate this time. He's reading you like a scroll, Sukuna said coolly. You think too much. Fight. Izuku staggered upright, sweat beading on his forehead. He forced a deep breath. He focused his cursed energy until it hummed quietly through his limbs, without flaring out of control. Ojiro darted in with another thrust kick. Izuku pivoted and stepped inside Ojiro's guard. He thrust a quick punch toward Ojiro's shoulder, the strike glowing faint red. Ojiro absorbed it with a grunt, tail wrapping defensively around his waist. Kawabe raised an eyebrow. Better, but you let the power dictate the move. It should be the other way around. Izuku shook out his hand, breathing hard. Understood. Nice adjustment, Ojiro said, panting slightly. You're not overloading it anymore. Izuku offered a shaky smile. Thanks, I'm trying. But Ojiro didn't stop. He shifted angles and slammed his tail down toward Izuku's knees. Izuku raised his arms instinctively, trying to block. The impact rattled through his bones, forcing him backward 3 steps. Ojiro pressed forward, throwing an elbow strike toward Izuku's temple. Izuku ducked low. His cursed energy flared involuntarily, red light blooming along his spine. He spun and thrust an open palm toward Ojiro's chest. Ojiro pivoted, aiming a hard punch at Izuku's ribs. Izuku's eyes went wide. He thrust both palms forward on instinct. A short, controlled burst of cursed energy erupted, red light blooming outward. Ojiro skidded back several feet, blinking in shock. He touched his chest where the pulse had hit. That felt like getting pushed by a blast of wind. Kawabe stepped in, eyes narrowing. Midoriya, how much power were you using? Izuku gulped. Like 80%? Next time, try 10. Izuku bowed deeply. Yes, sensei. Ojiro straightened, dusting off his GI. You're way stronger than you look, Midoriya. Seriously, that quirk's no joke. Kawabe clapped his hands. Good work, both of you. Go cool down and stretch. Midoriya, you and I will train control drills next time. Good first day, Midoriya. You've got raw talent. Izuku bowed deeply. Thank you, sensei. But remember, control isn't just physical. It's mental. Train your mind as hard as your body. Otherwise, you'll be a danger to everyone around you. I will, sir. Ojiro gave him a thumbs up. See you next session, Midoriya. Outside, The afternoon sun had melted snow into rivulets running down the gutters. Izuku rubbed his arms, feeling faint warmth still pulsing in his veins. "You're growing," Sukuna observed, "but you remain soft-hearted. You hesitate too much." He exhaled, breath misting in the winter air. For once, he wasn't terrified of what was inside him, just focused on what was ahead. And for the first time in a long time, he felt strong enough to believe it.